So I went all the way down to the trap in ATL. Oh yeah, to holla at T.I., you know what I'm saying, to see how they do it. Cause I know how we do it in the hood and the N.O. It's street, it's real street. I've been a street nigga my whole life. I was raised in them, yeah. Wild out, flighted for nights and days in them. Nigga, I played in them. I told the kids in them. In 7th grade, I started trying to get paid in them. If you ain't real, you ain't gonna be safe in them. Bitch niggas get jacked and they hoe get raped with them. I done saw niggas get stabbed and shot dead in them. No reppin', I bust my share heads in them. Leave caught niggas down bad and bust lead in them. The streets getting flaky cause not a feds in them. Putting pressure on busters, getting info from them. Niggas telling it all when it's coming and who from them. Damn, that's fucked up. The streets that change. These bitch niggas straight poison in the game. But Jizzle can't change the streets, that's me. I live and die by the street rules cause I'm a G. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga.
A nigga thorough as they come. Was raised in the gutters in the slum. Known as the number runner son. And the dope man nephew who uncle on the run. The candidate grandbaby hustle for the fun. The year was sold daily from the dust to the chrome. Like easy in the 80s, nigga stayed in the sun. I swore I'd never run, so I stayed with a gun. I kept my little 380 with the blade to the sun. All I feel with God, play my card, how it come. I'ma stand like a man till it's all said and done. And that's even if they run niggas, cause I know I run with a clique of wild, misguided, underprivileged young niggas. Give a fuck who you is or where you from, nigga. You can get it, we taking over the city. I was raised in the belly of the beast, to say the least. My role model was doing time, so I learned from the streets.
I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit. Look, if you ain't no ask somebody, they'll tell you about me. Nothing fake, nothing flawed, nothing bitch about me. I'm a G, I've been running these streets since a youngin'. Since 14, I've been bugging, slaying heat, ain't nothing. You won't be, say something, you could get it, I ain't tripping. One song, just know you better not let me catch you slipping. Cause whatever we need, I'ma smash you. Broad daylight around the club, I'ma get at you. If you let me tip down on the nigga, you chapter, I guarantee you that it's gonna be a closed casket about this. What's understood, don't need to be explained. For the money or the fame, I was a gangster in the game. I ain't lying when I tell you about me and my background, about me and my lifestyle. I ain't never backed down, I ain't never froze up, I ain't never turned state, I ain't never missed when I emptied the clip out the K, nigga. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. It's never die, do what you did, nothing less. Fuck with the kid, get two to the head, two to the chest. Nigga, I'm the best when it come to the street shit. You got your hands full fucking with me with this beef shit. I be on some all night flight, no sleep shit. Me, my dog, and 2Ks, fuck that police shit. We coming with it, 100 rounds drumming with it. You running from it, we running with it. You bitch ass niggas ain't fucking with it. I'm out here, head first, ready to go head up. Walking with your head down, bound to get your head bust. Hit the feds come, I'm off the scene, off the block. I know the bus move when it get hot. Shut down the shop, open up another on the other side of town. Got and I got pounds. Jizzle was a hustler and a head bust all in one. Don't get it twisted, I do this rap shit for fun, you heard? However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit.
Okay. Let's see what it's all about. Can you hear me? That's how you can hear me. Is it what? Oh, okay. Damn, this is great. Turn this down a notch. No reason for it to be that goddamn bright. Let's see. Oh, okay, I see it now. I know what my own shit is. Oops. God damn, that was bright as hell. All right. Let's get to it. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm sitting at the laptop, which is not favoring me, not even a little bit. It's not, man. I wish I could take it all back. All right, yeah, no, it's not favoring me at all. Actually, in the matter, it's not. The light was fucking in my eyes. Okay, let's put it that way. So, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. It's been a little bit, a long bit, actually, since I've done my own little broadcast. It's been a little bit, and so I got some stuff to talk about. Lots of stuff to talk about. Kind of excited about Jesse's new place. Probably because I have a local story to tell. I ran into the local that basically found me. You know what I mean? Amongst others, took me and got me healed and everything like that. But we go back like 38, what did I say? 30-something years? Yeah, like beans and rice. And I seen him outside Jesse's new place. Yeah, since 90, let's see. 90, wait. I got my tattoo, I was 13, so 93. 33. Yeah, that's that long. I couldn't do it if you asked me. And I got my first tattoo.
32 years.
Yeah, 32 years. And so, yeah, he looked like nothing, like time. What did the change was his hair length. And so I was surprised, and I seen him, like, I don't know about the other crippets, but I don't give daps. I'm a lady, so I don't do daps. I don't lock C's. I don't do that. I don't do that now because I'm a lady. So naturally, I hugged him, and he hugged me for a long ass time. He was so happy to see me. He was like, man, it's been so long. Because every time I caught him in between bids, and we had a couple little moments where he helped me again, or he saved me, or I saved him from, the law. So that was good. I'm wearing Jesse's sunglasses. In this light, I'm all up on the computer. It just feels like I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I wish I could take it back, but I can't. Okay, so it won't. Yeah, family. So that was pretty exciting. Because I call it Low Central now, because that's pretty much all that's down there. But a lot of just off brands. But you see the occasional OG. You gotta stand up and salute. And I'm putting this for Jay Millie's mother. So keep him in our black prayers. That's for him to discuss. But Let's keep him in our black prayers. Because it's a hard time. Yeah. What else? What else did I want to say? Oh, I haven't been online. Because my internet's off.
Okay.
Where? Oh, good looking out. It's because I don't like using the laptop. Good looking out, man. Is it showing on the revolutionary agenda?
Yeah. I'm watching it right now.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so we'll leave that up there for a minute. I'm using the laptop, so I'm not really familiar with it. So bear with me. All right, so what we're gonna cover today? It's gonna be a little bit of an adventure. I got a lot of things set up in the queue. Couple of we're gonna be all right. We're gonna talk about the burning down of the plantation.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about black fatigue, which is awfully audacious of them. The nerve. And we're going to talk about a little bit of Rodney Hinton. And I found a video that I liked. That I was watching it on my phone, and I couldn't pull it up on the actual thing. And then we're going to go over the Diddy trial.
What about the prison break?
Oh, I think I put the thing in there for the prison break. Oh, yeah. And the prison break. Yeah. The prison break, which I was like, go, baby, go. Man, them brothers were gone. Well, yeah, so we're going to, there's a little update about that. And some funnies. We're going to watch some funnies. We'll watch some funnies. And a little update about the Rodney Hinton thing. Yeah. I want to watch a little bit about that. Of course our brothers in there, so shout out to him. Shout out to him. So yeah, that's pretty much. I think I had something else to talk about. Oh, I've just been making my ways with Jesse in the street, talking the most shit, giving them hell out in the street, and on our task forces that we sit on, for public safety and whatnot. So we're totally away from the mayor's office. Personally, I think everybody needs to get fired. If I got my way, I would just go fire. I would fire a lot of people. I just walk by with pink slips. Fired. Especially I don't want to talk too much about the ginger in office. Him cutting a lot of things that I need. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like motherfucker that's on Medicaid or food assistance or whatever. So those cuts are coming down quick. Housing, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I don't see anybody really trying to prevent it. And I think it needs to start here at the local level. I think the local people need to start working on shit. But of course, it's not going to get done because they're too busy kissing ass and funding shit. So it's probably going to have to come up to me and Jesse writing some bills to get some shit moving for in the right direction. They seem to not give a fuck about black youth. They don't give a fuck about black people. They don't care about a lot of things. So we need to make them care. We need to make them care about a lot of things. And it's going to get really annoying for them. I haven't really filed. I wanted to file for city council, but I didn't because I didn't want because I don't really want to answer questions about where I come from or any of the past shit. I just want to get to the present and talk about the future. You know what I mean? So I haven't really been motivated to find a way to pivot around it. I was more motivated last time. But I think, and I mean, but however, I think that once I get my stuff organized here shortly, with my finances and whatnot, then I'll be more relaxed and able to go ahead and tackle that, because I don't like performative arts, performative theater, political performative theater. So I'll be able to do that. Yeah, y'all see my hair? Look at my hair. It's long as hell. The stretch is fucking unreal. I have it down today. I see you, little second eyeball. Don't be weird. Say hi. Let's see. Let's get into some shit. I'll leave this up here real quick. Okay, one more time. We'll leave that up there for a minute. Got the fair use copyright going on. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of grainy on my end. Share screen.
This past Thursday, emergency calls went to the Iberville Sheriff's Department in Louisiana about a reported fire taking place at Nottoway Resort, what was the largest antebellum mansion in the South. Reportedly, 10 fire departments from areas surrounding the town of White Castle worked together to contain the fire and protect nearby buildings in what one official called the biggest fire he'd seen in his entire 20-year career. As of this recording, fire officials believe the cause of the Nottoway plantation blaze.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, the copyright's running on the bottom. Glad to see you guys could come back in here and make it on time. You guys are late. Oh, okay. Good, better. I'll give them hell. They were late. Let's see. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107. The Copyright Act 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Yes. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. All right. Comment. What up? What up, crew? Reality. What up, Ray? I'll talk to you in a minute. But this is the first time in a long time, so let's get this show on the road. Okay. Oops. Wrong one. Okay. It's on the bottom. Okay. Okay. Go.
Was electrical and not suspicious, which may have started in a side bedroom. There had been a tour of the property that morning, but no reported injuries, which is good. I'm glad, because this is hilarious. Black Twitter brought the heat, as usual, imagining Black folks outside of Nottoway Plantation doing line dances that we all know but don't remember learning. And in reality, there were Black people who went to watch it burn while playing Let It Burn by Usher, probably, or listen to the flames as ASMR, possibly roasting marshmallows or creating art or starting a barbecue while sitting in a white chair, of course, just in case. Today, we're going to talk about Black people responding to this event the way we have and why we'll continue to do so. And please believe me when I say I'm not making this video to justify our reaction. No, it's up to the Ani DeFrancos of the world to provide rationale as to why in 2013, she wanted to charge her fans $1,000 a piece to spend 4 days with her during a righteous retreat at Nottoway Plantation. Speaking of, Columbus native Scott Woods addressed that situation then and has added, if you can reserve the plantation, burn it. If you can party in the plantation, burn it. If you can rent it for a sleepover, burn it. If it has a gift shop, burn it.
I was like, oh my God, what is that?
Burn it. Let's get started.
People get married at this plantation that burnt down this morning. So they dress it up and they sell it as heritage. Nobody's taught about what actually happened on these plantations. There was rape, there was torture, families were, of course, honesty makes people uncomfortable. Plantations make money still in 2025 by selling people these dreams of a long-lost southern world. Pain does not profit, nostalgia does.
If you're wondering how this place survived for more than 160 years in a time when both General Sherman and Left Eye existed, Nottoway Plantation was built for John Hampton Randolph in 1859 by, well, I'm not going to name the architect. As far as I'm concerned, this craftsmanship was brought to us by a 28-year-old black man named Thomas, whom was purchased by Randolph for $1,150. Randolph's father owned a cotton plantation and was appointed a U.S. district judge in Mississippi by President James Monroe. I just told you that a federal judge in America enslaved black people.
Not surprising.
It was there where Randolph had a cotton plantation, but moved him, his wife, and 11 children, along with those they enslaved, to southern Louisiana, where he converted that plantation to sugarcane, believing that it would make him more money. And it worked, although he clearly didn't. But this is how Randolph was able to pay for his kids' education, to own 155 human people, and provide financial backing to the Confederacy during the Civil War. 3 of his sons fought for the Confederate Army. John died in 1883. Afterward, his wife, Emily, sold the 53,000 square foot, 64 rooms having 7 staircase and 5 galleries containing plantation in 1889 for $50,000. And she equally divided that money among her and her 9 remaining children. I'm not sure if the black people they held in bondage, a lot of whom they maintained after their side lost the war, got a red cent from that sale or their freedom. So yeah.
This freedom look too good on me. I be one two stepping down the street.
Ownership of Nottoway Plantation, which James Randolph named after a river in Virginia so he could remember where he came from, which itself is named after the native tribe of that area, switched hands a few times in the 20th century until 1985, when it was bought by Australian Paul Ramsey and Bostonian Peter Evans for $4.5 million, but spent more than $15 million on the property for renovations after it was damaged during Hurricane Gustav. This is when the joint became a resort destination. In 2019, Joseph Yeager Jr. purchased Nottoway Plantation and Resort for $3.1 million, including other good and valuable considerations. I'm gonna pause right there because a few years ago, Joe Yeager and his team came up with the plans to turn a boarded up, red bricked, 3-story building into a $10 million attraction called the City of the Dead. Quote, it will focus on aspects of death and burial in New Orleans that visitors find fascinating. Historic cemeteries with above ground tombs, jazz funerals with second line parades, and a bit of voodoo lore. Going back to Nottoway, death and ghosts are kind of Yeager's thing.
She was up on the 3rd floor, just admiring all the things in there, just kind of oohing and eyeing, you know, the wonderful things. And she said she felt a hand grab hers and squeeze it. So she thought it was her husband to turn around to see what he wanted. And he was not there. He wasn't even in the area. She became very frightened because she said it was distinctly a hand that took hers and moved it and squeezed it.
It's been said that the help and housekeepers who served at Nottoway see a ghostly spiritual image similar to that of Emily Randolph. Are they for real? Of all the horrors and atrocities that occurred on that property, the presence being felt is a white woman who's rich. They don't see this in the back of the wedding pictures. European Americans decided to have while sterilizing a forced labor camp? As a reminder,
there are no ghosts, white folks, and I can prove it. If there were ghosts, slaves would come back and fuck you up. You do know that.
if you're more upset that the historical building burnt down than you are about the history it represents, the lives that suffered there, and the stolen land it sits on, then you might just be a white supremacist. That's from journalist Eliana Chinea. We'll hear more from her a little later. We're talking about a resort, not a museum dedicated to the teaching about horrors of slavery. A resort for white people to get served by black people dressed like servants. Can you imagine if I Googled a World War II concentration camp or a Japanese internment camp in the US? And the first thing I got was, who designed it? So,
when your ancestors destroyed the largest remaining antebellum plantation in America,
none of this animosity is new. And as I've just shown with the last few tweets, it wasn't or isn't limited to black people. In 2019, Dr. Andrea Livesey visited Nottoway, and this is some of the stuff that she found. Her group was met at the entrance by their Black American tour guide, who started the tour with a scripted introduction included slavery was mentioned. Also, two of these candelabra type things are in the entrance hallway. In fact, they're the first thing you see as you walk in. The worst thing about this is that they are not original to the house. And she asks, if they are not original, then why are they there except to reinforce white fantasies about black servitude? Again,
It's not enough.
furthermore, in the Plantation Museum, there is one board on slavery. It tells visitors that various records indicate they were treated well for the time. Then Dr. Livesey questions if these records came from the enslaved. What did they say their treatment was? And you know what? Despite the homeless past ties to slavery, the latest version of Nottoway Resort's website avoids any mention of slaves or slave labor.
I used to be a tour guide at Nottoway Plantation. Nottoway was not talking about history properly. They regularly threatened my job because I was, quote, too emotional about the historical context and slavery there. I was there from 2017 till 2020 when COVID hit.
With that said, Dan Dias, who currently owns Nottoway, is under the impression that his plantation/resort, like the South, will rise again. He'll likely get donations. I mean, if he can find a way to prove that his property has called black children, baby. He about the whole thing. I take this position. We are non-racist people. I am a lawyer and my wife is a judge. We believe in equal opportunity rights for everyone, total equality and fairness. I had nothing to do with slavery, but we recognize the wrongness of it. We are trying to make this a better place. And this is my favorite part. We don't have any interest in left-wing radical stuff. We need to move forward on a positive note here, and we are not going to dwell on the past racial injustices. If you didn't understand before, are you getting why this is hilarious? Plus, as a society, we have a weird relationship with fire, depending on who started it and who or what is inflamed. There's so many memes dedicated to it, especially the "This Is Fine" dog created by Casey Green in 2013. And real quick, when the Republican National Committee used that image, Green said, everyone is in their right to use this. It's fine on social media posts. But man, oh man, I personally would like the GOP to delete their stupid posts. So there's that. What I find most interesting is how middle America perceives this meme and scene from The Dark Knight. I know it's fictional, but Alfred told Bruce Wayne the story about how him and his friends were working for the local government in Burma, looking for a bandit in the forest, when he says, some men aren't looking for anything logical like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men want to watch the world burn. And this was applied to a supervillain who set fire to money. And y'all, this ain't the first time a structure dedicated to white supremacy burned and became profitable. More than 5 years after a devastating fire ravaged Notre Dame, igniting nearly $1 billion in pledged donations within days. Apparently, around $148 million of it remains. The surplus, according to the Associated Press, would be used to support vital future preservation work on the 861-year-old Gothic monument. I can't stress enough. We're supposed to believe that the enslaved at Nottoway were treated well, and we're supposed to forget that putting people in shackles is violence in and of itself. And then we're going to fund and donate to the monuments dedicated to that practice. Having weddings at plantations is like having weddings at former concentration camps. If you don't see it this way, it's because you don't see Black people as human. Would the South have put a NASCAR event on the Trail of Tears? That's a lot. And admittedly, arson isn't my thing. However, there are clearly exceptions. But I know why Black and brown and Native people feel a certain way about all this. And yes, unseasoned people hire Black employees for unsavory reasons to work at Nottoway, and it sucks that they lost their jobs. I wanted to talk to Eliana Chinea about all this. She does a lot more work on the ground than I do, but the news of this fire didn't give us much time with such short notice, so I'm going to give her the floor.
Over the past week, we have been subjected to neoliberal bad takes on how our joy in witnessing an antebellum building. We're still at this, gringos. People of color still have to teach you about respectability politics being rooted in supremacist logic. While you sit on your high horses of bourgeois sentiments, let's remember that there's more than one way to be racist, and not just explicitly. For too long, Americans have remained nostalgic about colonial structures without being confronted with the reality of them. From HGTV to DIY renovations of historic homes, colonial architecture has been viewed as a beautiful reminder of the country's beginnings, rather than the shameful
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, family. It's a hot spot. I didn't have it correctly. I didn't have it plugged in correctly. That's on me. And charging now. On area.
Much time with such short notice, so I'm going to give her the floor.
Over the past week, we have been subjected to neoliberal bad takes on how our joy in witnessing an antebellum building burn down should be contained and how we should be more respectful about the destruction of history. Really, we're still at this, gringos. People of color still have to teach you about respectability politics being rooted in supremacist logic. While you sit on your high horses of bourgeois sentiments, let's remember that there's more than one way to be racist, and not just explicitly. For too long, Americans have remained nostalgic about colonial structures without being confronted with the realities of them. From HGTV to DIY renovations of historic homes, colonial architecture has been viewed as a beautiful reminder of the country's beginnings, rather than the shameful torture chambers the walls once enclosed on stolen land. From settler cottagecore to Spanish colonial revival, Americans have been scrambling to preserve the last bits of their supremacist heritage that is still seen as socially acceptable. So when the rest of us are anything other than sad about a fire reducing a plantation to the ash it deserves to be, amen, the pearl clutching begins. Rather than having an honest conversation about the historical nature of how these buildings came to exist and represent, we are subjected to the lectures on the significance of our memes. Maybe, rather than being disappointed that your wedding venue is not available for your entertainment anymore, it might be wise to understand the psychopathy behind the logic that makes you think you can have fun on the bones of the enslaved.
So many, for so long, have tried to reason with those who aren't aware of or don't want to acknowledge that the Confederacy was and is a foreign country that attacked these United States for the purpose of maintaining the peculiar institution of slavery. And allowing them to set up monuments to white supremacy was and is siding with the traitors, who should have been hung and, yes, had their brand and their belongings burned to the ground by Union soldiers. And the legacy of this nonsense lives on in people's daydreams and fantasies. I'll leave you with this, something you already know and respect.
Bandit in the forest in Burma. Did you catch him?
Yes,
How?
we burned the forest down.
This is fine. And we're going to be all right.
Yep, we definitely gonna be all right.
All right, kids. If you're looking for black fatigue, then you're not going to find it in a city here in Ohio.
Look, check it out. When I heard that, I was like, I know Jesse covered it with the professor, so I'm not gonna go over that again. But I was like, are you like serious?
Yeah.
To audacity. You're tired of us?
Oh yeah, black fatigue.
Yeah, you're tired of us? You're tired? Like, there's the whole reason I'm a motherfucking separatist. You're tired? Please. Tired of what? Getting your way? Having the fucking complexion for the protection? What are you tired of? Your white tears matter? Like, are you serious? Like, these motherfuckers, the audacity of it all. That's what I thought when I first heard it. I know the professor went over it and whatnot. And there's been a lot of people going over it. In my opinion, before I listened to all that, I was like, black fatigue. We just getting started right now. Like we just warming up the crock pot. I mean, it's been on slow cook, and we took that off a little bit. Now we're warming this shit back up. It's about to get hot, like fire up in this bitch. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? You over there fucking tired? You're tired of us. You know what I mean? Huh? Oh yeah. You know what I mean? So you're tired of us, but like, what are you really tired of? You get in your way? Motherfucking, it's a white supremacist world right now. They're tired of us. I thought that shit was hilarious. They're tired, really, they're tired of looking at themselves or thinking they're going to get away with something. Yeah. Yeah. And let me put this there. Let's see what this is saying. What did you say?
Came up with black fatigue. She wrote a whole book on it.
Right.
It was basically how black people were tired of system of racism and white
Yeah.
supremacy.
And so everybody knows that I'm on with that. I'm black naturalist. I'm with that 150% all the way, every day, all day. I mean, like, it doesn't matter where we go. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, we went to a cookout, and I said, no, I didn't want to eat food. And I was like, because they had white hands cooking it. Just didn't give a fuck. If he was hungry, I was like, whatever. I could wait till I get home. And I think I did wait till I got home. Right? Just like, I don't take white money sometimes. You know, like, especially when I know who it is, who it's from. There's like there's like a handful of under 3 that I'll take money from. You know what I mean? Under 3. But aside from that, no. You know what I mean? I'm all about, you know, like I was told, real black nationalists don't even take anything from them. It doesn't matter what it is. So I've been on that for a minute, for a long minute. So I was like, well, you know, and plus when they're talking to me, I can't. I have to be wearing sunglasses. I have to be wearing sunglasses because the monumental eye rolling I do, or the sucking my teeth and shit, or like, oh, you know what I mean? And the having to calm myself down or stop from fucking going in on something is epic. I'm just barely getting back outside, you know, from my surgeries and whatnot. Like, I'm almost all healed up. You know what I mean? When I pull this back, it's like I'm a whole different person. Yeah, hold on, Shabaka. I can't see what you just said. Hold on 1 second. You see Shabaka in the chat.
Yeah, me too.
Brahim paid off his debt. First of all, they should be kicking all them caucasoids out. Like, he had a good idea. Kick the caucasoids out. No matter where they come from. And so, yeah, we're gonna run into another video. Okay, I see y'all little eyeballs in here. Thank you for coming in. It's probably like, I'm so excited that you're here. Oh, thank you, Jesse. Jesse hates when I have people watching. I had to use his laptop because I don't have no internet. Personally, I like, they could have burned in hell. Xfinity. You know what I mean? And they can burn in hell. But I probably will turn it on probably next month or something. I'm just mad. I'm really mad. They just don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? You call. They just don't give a fuck. I was like, I wish I had that kind of power where I didn't give a fuck. Just shut down their shit. He's offering what? Refugee status.
Is offering something. I can't remember. Thomas Sankor and Abraham Traore paid off his debt to France.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is offering refugee status to Boers. Ain't that a bitch? Oh yeah, you should cover that for Sabaki.
What?
The Afrikaners.
Oh, the Afrikaners. Them motherfuckers are not refugees. The audacity of them too. Oh my God, it's such strife. Okay, let's see what he's talking about. He's something pretty funny.
Called East Jackson that was created for the sole purpose of segregating those that looked black to local officials from Waverly. Waverly was an anti-abolitionist, anti-black, former, but may still be, I don't know. I ain't going there, even though it's only an hour and a half drive from where I live, sundown town, that was established nearly 200 years ago. Some forced to stay in East Jackson weren't even black. They were blue-collar workers deemed to be second-class citizens. Quote, but because they all lived in East Jackson, grew up together, and were treated as black by law, a community that identified as black took root. And they look and sound like this.
You know, this country is prejudiced, always have been, and it never will grow out of it. And I ain't gonna tell you about my race. My mom raised me as Negroes. Oh, I had a lot of people ask me, say, "What did your mom raise?" I am. They said, "Yeah, but you don't show it." I said, "It's gonna come a time where white will accept you, and the Negroes will accept you." I said, "I'll wait it out." That's about all you can do.
Came through tripping for the people.
No.
The one drop rule. Today we're going to talk about black fatigue, a term describing mental exhaustion from constant focus on black related issues on the part of white people. Even though, as can clearly be seen, and we will get back to that town later, but those who at least pass as white don't grow tired or weary about blackness. However, black fatigue is also apparently experienced by black people based on how we present ourselves in public.
That's why in the black community, sometimes you'll hear
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I checked the thing. Okay, let me tell you like this. Okay, I got this caseworker, right? And no, she probably will never see this because, you know, this is too black for her, right? I mean, this broad we had a legitimate argument recently, right? And she didn't come do what she was supposed to, and you know, whatever her fucking excuses were, okay? And I was like ready, but I thought I was getting pneumonia, but I didn't. I just had like a morning cold or whatever. It's whatever, right? But either way, this broad tried to tell me some bullshit, right? And I wasn't hearing none of it. I really wasn't hearing none of it. I didn't care less what the fuck she was saying, because I just knew that this broad was going to be a problem. She's always a problem, right? So, I'm telling, you know, like, I'm like, you know, what did you, I basically asked her if she had a mask. If she did, she should wear it coming in the apartment. That's just what I asked her, right? I said, because I you know, I might be catching pneumonia. Something simple, so stupid, right? Everybody got a mask. Even if they're not wearing it, they got a fucking mask. I mean, we have masks. I have masks on my chair. If I had to put them on just for the fuck of it when I'm creeping through at night, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It's just whatever helps me feel nefarious. Okay? But I have them just to wear it, especially in places like the hospital, places that are high traffic areas. So I don't want to get sick because I don't, you know, especially with this new regime, you can't afford to get sick now. So, you know, she was acting like a jackass, but she talks like she's black, but she talks like she's white. And the way she was coming at me was real white. And I was questioning her about her duties, right? And if they were the same as they always been. She's like, yeah. And I said, so what the fuck is your fucking problem? Like, I was like, what's your problem? You know what I mean? And she got mad and she hung up on me. And I apologized because my brother told me to apologize. I didn't want to apologize, but it's like, well, whatever. I'll apologize. And so that, you know, everything's cool because, you know, she holds my life, my housing life in her hands. Okay? Has it in her hands. And I was like, man, fuck this bitch. I can give two fucks now. You know, like that. I was really mad. Well, so anyway, I'm like, you know, this old chick, she act white. She might as well be white. She act like it. You know what I mean? Can't talk to her. It's not like you know, somebody else went on. He's acting white, and I call him by his actual name, and he gets some black act right. You know what I mean? Over there on the Unity Party.
Oh,
yeah. You know what I mean? To Johnny. Yeah, when I call him, what does he go by? TJ. He goes by TJ, but when I'm mad and when they're fucking off in the Unity Party and he's at the forefront, I'm like, Tijani. And that motherfucker act black. He gets back into black. Okay. Well, this broad, she couldn't get back into black. She just refused. Okay, so I was like, man, wait till she come, man. I'm like, and I'm thinking about it, you know, because in the house, You got the RBG flag going up. You got a lot of Muslim. I got a Muslim rug in the front. You know, it's kind of cripped out a little bit. You know, it's like whatever, right? It's like, and I'm just like this bitch, right? And it bothers me. It bothers me. It's like you're that much off. You're that much off code. That does it hurt your sensibilities to fucking be a normal black chick? Question mark. You know what I mean? I was like, it must hurt her sensibilities. Like she must not know how to react because, you know, what the fuck did she do during COVID? that was my big gripe. I was like, you don't have a mask? No, I do, but I need to confer with my supervisor because you know we're all about our health. I was like, what do you mean? You're just gonna walk right through, bitch? Like, what the fuck you mean? Take this paperwork and walk right through and walk your ass out. I couldn't. My brother's like, calm down, because I'm like ready just to pounce on any stupidity lately, right? And so, you know, so when I did, she still hasn't came back. She's that mad still. So I was like, I'm not gonna make an appointment. Fuck this bitch. She's fucking whack. Because I can't get down with the way she talks at me. She talks at me like a regular fucking Karen. I don't like that shit. I just don't like it. But yeah, you know what I mean? She would be the typical motherfucker to say she has black fatigue. Huh. The typical straight motherfucker to be like, I don't like how they act. They're so, and then, you know, put some word in there that, you know, we'll find funny, like ratchet, ghetto. You know what I mean? Uncouth. Whatever, right? Uncouth, yeah. Whatever the fuck that means. Right? And I was like, man, because I was, man, if it wasn't for Jesse and my brother trying to tell me to hang up the phone, it could have went there. It could have straight went there. You know what I mean? Because I was like, man, do you see the color of your skin? I was like, about this point, this far from saying, because not that I wanted her to act out, I just wanted her to be a regular motherfucker. Like I've never seen, like I've only seen that like behavior like that with city council people.
Yeah.
Yeah, bougie individuals. They would clearly call out right then and there, "Ain't you bougie as hell?" You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I went off on them too. Well, that because they're not black anymore. They have white women there. That shit pissed me off. That shit pissed me off the most. Right? Because I'm like, why you have white women here in? They say they want their black. When people say they want black spaces, that's a lie. Because these fucking same black people that say they want black spaces, and that they want a seat at the black table, have the whites there holding their hand, and they're amping them all up during shit, letting them pander to us and tell us, whisper sweet lies in our ears and shit. You know what I mean? And then they don't want to let black people talk when the whites are there. You know what I mean? So they're like a whole separate group of fucking individuals. You know what I mean? They're like a whole separate group.
All right, kids. If you're looking,
hold on, let me put it on here now. Yeah, they're like a whole separate group of cooning going on. You know what I mean? I heard this shit. I was like, what? How dare they? It's so audacious of them.
looking for black fatigue, then you're not going to find it in the city here in Ohio called East Jackson that was created for the sole purpose of segregating those that looked black to local officials from Waverly. Waverly was an anti-abolitionist, anti-black, former, but may still be, I don't know. I ain't going there, even though it's only an hour and a half drive from where I live, Sundown Town, that was established nearly 200 years ago. Some forced to stay in East Jackson weren't even black. They were blue-collar workers deemed to be second-class citizens, quote, but because they all lived in East Jackson, grew up together, and were treated as black by law, a community that identified as black took root. And they look and sound like this.
You know, this country is prejudiced, always have been, and it never will grow out of it. And I ain't gonna tell you about my race. My mom raised me as a Negro. Oh, I had a lot of people ask me, say, why did your mom raise you as a Negro? I said, that's what I am. They said, yeah, but you don't show it. I said, it's going to come a time where white won't accept you and the Negroes will accept you. I said, I'll wait it out. That's about all you can do.
Came through tripping for the people. The one drop rule. Today we're going to talk about Black fatigue, a term describing mental exhaustion from constant focus on Black related issues on the show, as can clearly be seen, and we will get back to that town later, but those who at least pass as white don't grow. Black fatigue is also apparently experienced by Black people based on how we present ourselves in public.
That's why in the Black community, sometimes you'll hear people say, oh, you are acting white, when they're talking to someone like myself who doesn't act the way most people would expect a conventional Black person to act. In their minds, there is a correct way to act Black. And the people in your ethnic group who fulfill those very negative stereotypes, those are the ones who are going to essentially drag down the collective whole.
That's Damani Bryant Felder. America first, always, America flag emoji. And of course, he thinks for himself. Well, look, maybe he just so happens to share the same thoughts as white people, only not the dope people from East Jackson, but the coronavirus is a liberal hoax designed to take down Trump's starter pack meme that he's trying to single-handedly recreate with his TikTok account. Anyway, Felder made it seem like Black people's negative behavior is what draws in attention, which is what needs to be addressed, as opposed to why a spotlight is on select Black people to begin with. And to be fair, he did say the powers that be want us against one another instead of against those who really pull the strings. But if he believes that Black folks who fulfill negative stereotypes are dragging down the collective whole, isn't he naming the real problem? White America doesn't have to go through this with their select individuals and how they carry themselves, so there's that. Meanwhile, some are dying to be Black.
Welcome to the Hollywood sign.
Oh yeah, that
Last time I visited it with
Martina Big, who must have gotten the bad batch of the Black super soldier serum that Rachel Dolezal gave herself. Martina Big is German and was born with blonde hair after saying she identifies as a Black woman after injecting melanin to darken her skin and installing a 50-tube sunbed in her home. Her and her husband plan on moving to Africa, a continent that she feels she has a deep connection to. They have Kenya and Namibia on their short list. So
this is
in addition to lip procedures and wanting to widen her nose, Martina Big is looking forward to getting boobs bigger than the 32 T's that are Europe's largest breasts and hold up the entire not continent. That's how small it really is. All of this begs several questions. One, when's the last time she saw her feet? Two, on white people at large. And three, who's going to claim her? Because
if you look through the pictures of Verda Wagner Bird's life in Newton, Kansas, it's a good one. She was the daughter of railroad porter Ray Wagner and his wife Edwina. Life was good.
I'm comfortable with being a Black woman.
The couple adopted her back in the 1940s. She found out but never questioned her race. But her story of privilege and progress turned over a shocking page. At age 70, she found out she was white.
She would go on to say in that interview that the Denny she mentioned didn't have a second floor and wanted her and her husband to eat in the jailhouse. This took place in the 70s, 1970s America. Verda Bird is Black. That's what she claims. I got to thinking about this subject even before Black fatigue started trending on TikTok. A few weeks ago, I saw a tweet featuring former NFL quarterback Michael Vick with his family and someone saying, "I love when fully Black men create and raise fully Black children." And what the hell does that mean?
Hey, y'all, before we part and go our separate ways and everybody go to their respective sundown and sunup towns, I just want to point out that my daddy go on this side. I know it look like he might go on the other side, but he go on this side. Right. He eat pork chop sandwiches and Seagram's gin. Like he go on this side. Like our community know our community, even if it's lightly coded. So I just want to go ahead and clear up any confusion.
Her daddy is in the culture and of it, right? He's on this side. Could you tell that she was biracial? Does it matter? When discussions about mixed people come up, depending on your experience, usually somebody is fully black if they have two black parents. And what does that prove? Are we talking biologically black? If a swirl baby can manage to have darker skin, then what do we say? Let me know. I got skin in the game. The children my wife and I invented are black and indigenous Guarani people. Notice how I didn't say half this and half that. My boys aren't Arnold Palmers. It's reductive. Dismissing people to fractions ain't the move. Y'all ain't good at math. If your heritage is African, what happens if it's Algerian or Egyptian or Moroccan? Still black, or is that reserved for sub-Saharan part of the continent? Do we have to get into phenotype versus genotype? Besides, in a study conducted by 23andMe population geneticists, they found that the average African-American genome, for example, is 73.2% African, 24% European, and 0.8% Native American. Cheekbones. Which means that most of us are just under 3/4 black. I brought this up in a previous video. How many people will acknowledge that they're 3/4 black? So, going back to culture and conduct.
Black fatigue is a thing. Newsflash.
Pause it right there. We should already know what time it is when King Millennial ENT says newsflash. Newsflash, buddy, is one of white people's best catchphrases.
White people don't want to live around ratchet black people, and black people don't want to live around ratchet black people. I mean, it's nothing like going to the Walmart on a Sunday morning, and then you see the Bonnet crew walk in. Loud, obnoxious, the kids are everywhere, in every aisle, unattended.
It's Walmart. You get the most interesting of every ethnicity there. It's how they keep their prices so low. That and slave labor and underpaying their employees. And real quick, do you think he would have a problem if he saw these people wearing bonnets on a Sunday morning? Or how about this kind of bonnet? I know that Ish from the Joe Budden podcast has fried some brains and highlighted barbershop intellectualism, but need I remind y'all that black fatigue is also a legit psychological phenomenon? It's the exhaustion born of the day-to-day small acts of aggression or small acts of disrespect a black person endures, the endless need to prove your worth, and the constant exposure to news about injustice and violence being inflicted on people who look like you. According to a report by the American Heart Association, structural racism is defined as the normalization and legitimization of an array of dynamics, historical, cultural, institutional, and interpersonal, that routinely advantage white people while producing cumulative and chronic adverse outcomes for people of color. Therefore,
Trump administration, they're saying that essentially these white South Africans assimilate better, and they're also not as much of a security risk. That's really causing a lot of people to be appalled, frankly. And I also should tell people that this violence that they're talking about that are dealing with these Afrikaners, I've been hearing from people that say there is violence in South Africa, but it's affecting everybody of every single race, Katie.
The policy of importing white South Africans as refugees while advocating for the mass deportation of Hispanic and Latino individuals raises concerns about racial bias. Evidence shows white South Africans remain economically privileged, with limited proof of systematic persecution, as the South African government and reports suggest. In contrast, the targeting of Hispanic and Latino communities appears disproportionate. That per Grok when asked if it would be racist to import explicitly white people to immigrate to your country while actively calling for the mass deportation of Hispanic and Latino individuals. There's brown fatigue too. And something else that's being shared on TikTok as we speak.
I just need to remind y'all again, everyone who is ginger, who has red hair, those are black people. All gingers are black people. If they have red hair, they are black. You see a white man with red hair, that's a black man. You see a white woman with red hair, that's a black woman. Gingers are black. All gingers.
Red fatigue, historically, I'm not suggesting that Irish or Hispanic or Latin or Native Americans or Chinese or South Asian or Jewish peoples have been through what Black folks have been through in America, past or present. Yet, well-meaning white friends and aspiring allies can help by being willing to address problems they see. And who better than to be on this side than the white passing people of East Jackson, Ohio, who have the word Negro on their birth certificates. They married across racial lines and had multiracial children over generations. As fewer Black people sought this area out, Black heritage thinned out, but Black identity did not. The sound functions as a microcosm of what African Americans have to deal with in America. I'm wondering if they get white fatigue with themselves. I'm not saying middle America can and will and should save us. We don't want that. After all, they're the ones who are tired of us. And those Black conservatives from earlier, y'all know how beavers just have to stop bodies of water from flowing? Can't help it. Yeah, Black conservatives seem to need to disrupt Black people from simply existing, flowing. Minding their business isn't their thing. They're more disinterested in culture and conduct than white people, yet European Americans somehow aren't weary about certain parts of it.
So y'all know this haircut, the broccoli haircut? I don't know if that's what it's really called, but I don't know. I like to call it the broccoli haircut, where the guys have the curly hair. Okay, let me show you this tweet I found. And then this person said they're getting perms so they can look biracial. Somebody in the comments clocked that these boys are trying to emulate like Patrick Mahomes' hair, like this texture of hair, short on the sides, long, curly at the top. And baby, I am gooped and gagged.
Weird. Black fatigue is just another excuse to complain about Black people, the hood, and manual laborers. TikTok will do this again under a different trend and a new hashtag. And when that day comes, remember the words of the most disrespected doctor in barbershops all over the country, the anti-ish, Mark Lamont Hill.
That's why these writers kept written by himself, written by herself, Phyllis Wheatley, Frederick, because they thought Negroes couldn't read and write. They thought Negroes didn't have the capacity to read and write. And yet they made all the laws to stop us from learning how to do what? Read and write. If we can't read and write, what you trying so hard to stop us for? And the answer is because America has always known what you are. America has always known who you are. America has understood what you're capable of, and they will make you think you ain't nothing at the same time that they exploit your gifts. They'll tell you you lazy and make you a slave. They'll tell you you dirty and have you clean their house. They'll tell you you uncivilized, and we raise their children. They know who you are. But it's time that you listen to who you are, that you understand who you are.
We're going to be all right.
Fucking Mark Lamont.
If I'm not allowed to blame you for all of my life's problems,
this new him is like, whoa.
Yeah, now he's going to start talking like that.
This new him talking like FBA is like, whoa. No, he don't, man. He got a white, don't he got a white bitch too?
Yeah, so Foreign cover did a whole video on that too.
Yeah, he got a whole.
I mean, if that's the case, then the Pope would call for the option block too.
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about this real fast before we get to it. Oh no, wait, never mind. Let's stay on topic. One more, family. One more with the Black fatigue. Okay. I was just beside myself. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, that ginger shit is stupid.
A ginger shit is like null and void. I like to classify things as in black gingers. There are actually black gingers. Yeah. Look at Jadena. There's motherfuckers. Look, there's a lot of redheaded black babies running around. Okay, but they legitimately got the trait. Okay, yeah, just like black albinos. There's a trait. You dig? So no, man. There's a difference between white cave beasts and black fucking another set of black angelic fucking redheads. Okay, they're just as rare as fucking black albinos, but there's a trait for it. It's for them. You know what I mean? So I don't think that there's like the trait with blue eyes. You know what I mean? In black people, trait with the the tribal freckles. You know what I mean? There's traits. There's certain fucking elements.
Yeah, he's red bone.
Yeah.
He's actually black.
Jadena is red bone, right?
He's talking about Malcolm X.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Right.
Both
That
his
too.
parents are black.
That too. You know what I mean? That too. I wasn't reading the chat, but let's go ahead. I'll be right back over there. Let's try to get through this real quick.
Then you're not allowed to blame me for yours.
I don't even know you. So hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. Don't forget to like and share the video. I'm Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And laugh. And of course, I would like to thank our sponsor, Racism. And if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee, the whole timeline. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. The entire timeline. So here I am minding my own business, stepping into a week where I might run into a runaway rogue white South African, and I got to see the hashtag Black Fatigue trending on the timeline. Now, I had no idea what Black Fatigue was. I actually personally thought that might have been what Scotty was feeling when he decided to sit out the last seconds of that game. Or maybe I thought that's how Scotty was feeling when he decided to finally up and leave Larsa. But no, it was way worse than that.
Black fatigue. We're going to stop listening to black people. Well, said someone who lives in Davenport, Iowa, and knows 1.5 black people.
Oh, no, wait. We'll get there. Let's go back to the beginning, shall we?
Black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, entitlement, the victimhood, that they want to praise this woman.
Just so we're all on the same page, she is talking about that white woman who's about to become a millionaire for calling a black 5-year-old boy the N-word. She is talking about a white woman who used a racial slur against a little black boy, and she is saying the reason why people are praising her is because they're sick and tired of black people's ghetto-ness and complaining and being perpetual victims.
Oh no, it gets far worse than that. See, she acknowledged that a 5-year-old is just going to behave like that, and that culture had nothing to do with the actual infraction, and then use that to justify why people reacted the way that they did because they're sick of black people, as if her piling on a situation that stemmed from a 5-year-old acting like a 5-year-old wasn't just more of the same. It seems to be a pretty cut and dry incident of seeing an opportunity to out your racism, but y'all just can't resist, can you? In fact, she went back in.
Watching her back for the rest of her life. Yeah, because that's not thuggery. Hidrattery, animalistic. This is why people have black fatigue. When you act like this, it's not normal behavior. People do stupid stuff. People say stupid stuff. That's life. It's not normal to threaten to unalive people because you don't like what they're doing.
So just so I'm clear, internet mobs is thuggery? Is that what you're calling thuggery and hood rat behavior? Is internet moms? Because oh boy, I got some mentions of some black female creators or public figures or politicians. I would love for you to look at Jasmine Crockett's mentions, since that's evidence of ghetto and thuggery. And I think you said rattery, which is a new one, but feel free to take credit for that one. I will not be trademarking rattery. And I'm wondering what future Elon Musk's ex has
when that behavior is now denounced by the, I didn't know that was, they probably have no idea that's rattery.
But here we are. People are getting sick and tired of opening up TikTok and seeing brawls on cruise ships, brawls in the airport, like literally the most ghetto behavior. We're tired. We're tired of it. But then whining and complaining and acting like it's not your fault that you act that way. Yeah, we're kind of over it.
Now, I'll be honest. I do enjoy a good brawl in the airport. I have been known to enjoy that kind of content. But correct me if I'm wrong. We are how much percent of the population? So you think this is being curated just for us? We are the ones that are consuming this, or
dumb as hell?
Is this what y'all like to see? I think you're lying. I think you thoroughly enjoy that content. In fact, if you didn't enjoy that content, y'all wouldn't be dressing the part. We got to have a whole conversation about cultural appropriation and how far is too far every October.
Word.
If I'm not allowed to blame you for all of my life's problems, then you're not allowed to blame me for yours.
I don't even know you. So I don't see why that would be a thing. Yeah, I don't think anybody has blamed you for
Karen.
For anything.
Like nobody really gives a fuck what
other than not being at your shift. I don't know why you're sitting in the car feeling that level of importance. I have no idea.
Is black fatigue a real thing? You know me, I won't shy away from a conversation. And no, it's not. Let me explain something to everybody. What you are seeing right now is woke political fatigue. There are plenty of black people that are not woke. I do not pretend to be a victim every day. I do not dislike white people just because they exist. I do not think the world owes them something. That are conservative, that voted for Trump. If black fatigue was a real thing, it would encompass all black people, and it does not. I know people don't like to hear that politics is at the root of everything going on in this country right now, but it is. Just like people going around saying there's about to be a race war, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. There may be a political war in the guise of a race war, but it will never be about race. One, the numbers ain't there. Two, our political beliefs are intertwined with our racism, our core values. They're sewn together with a single thread. The Liberal Party plays on that victimhood. Not only does it encourage it, it celebrates it. It does nothing but empower people that think they're victims, which is why everybody's getting so brazen right now in society. Y'all do not be fooled. This is not racial warfare. At its heart, this is political warfare. There may be a few radical people, but to this I say to them, nobody come over here alive.
This is so stupid. We're at war, Felix. They're just not there yet. They haven't caught up to the fucking, they haven't caught up to the fucking, we're at war. What do you mean? Fuck you mean this isn't a race war? Of course it is. FBI against everybody. This is a real life thing. We're at war. Fuck what is he talking about? He just isn't hip to it. That's all. He's slow on the uptake. That's all.
Today on that boat. Nobody alive today owned anybody on that boat. And one of the biggest things that people forget, yes, white people might have bought black people, but black people sold black people. Their ancestors were not innocent. In my opinion,
we've already debunked that. That shit is fucking crazy. The fact that they keep going off of that is even stupider.
Time to leave the past in the past and address the real issue, which is people's indoctrinations into their politics, not being able to think for themselves. That's my thoughts on the whole thing. Go with the Lord.
Okay, first things first. Did you just make a video talking about the victimhood of the progressives and the liberals while complaining about being sick of woke?
It is stupid.
Is that what you just did? Did you just make a whole video about feeling oppressed by the woke movement and this rebellion against the woke movement, and then slide in the victimhood? That's what you did. That is without a hint of irony. Yeah, without a hint of irony, mind you. It's kind of like where he said, "Go with the Lord." Meanwhile, the far right just called the Pope a piece of S. He's called, "Oh, that's more woke." I know that is more woke. And last but not least, I am definitely not going to let you get away with, "Oh, well, we might have bought black people, but your ancestors sold them." Well, you know what? If my ancestors were running the country right now, I would ask them for some of that money that they got for that sale. But they're not. And we have no idea who they even are because records were intentionally destroyed to eliminate any connection we might have to the homeland. But that would be more woke and victimhood now, wouldn't it? Also known as facts. But a lot of these words will probably change their connotation now that we have no more Department of Education.
Black fatigue is trending, so I thought I would make a statement on this as well as share a personal experience about my black fatigue. But you can't own language. Establish that first. So let's talk about growing contradiction and how we approach language and race. We are told that certain words are off limits because they're offensive or harmful. Okay, fair enough. But then, in the same breath, we see one group, often the black community, using these exact same words in everyday conversation. And when anybody outside of that group uses that language, they're immediately called racist or attacked, canceled, or shamed. That's not equity. That's not inclusion. That is epitome of the everyday broken modern DEI.
Oh, you got him?
Yeah, white fatigue is not fucking real. Of course it's not fucking real. Are you kidding me? White fatigue is what very clearly racist white people will try to hide behind because they're tired of having to tiptoe around certain people in certain settings because they don't know how to tell what they are and are not allowed to say anymore. And they hate the concept of not being allowed to say something. My parents will never shut the fuck up about this. It's harder for racist white people these days to tell what they can and cannot say in certain settings, and they don't know if they're going to face consequences or not. So they are fatigued of trying to figure that out. They are tired of...
Are they fatigued because they can't say the fucking N-word? But they do it anyway. It's kind of like do it at your own risk. You know what I mean? Do it at your own risk. Either you're going to get checked or you're going to get checked. You know what I mean? Shouldn't they feel the same way? I mean, even though they're the aggressor. I mean, I think like, man, these days I gotta stop myself. You know what I mean? They're tired. They're tired of not being able to call a motherfucker out their race. They do it anyway.
Trying to censor themselves and trying to figure out when they do and do not have to.
What do you mean? In polite company, you just shouldn't do it.
Right.
It's like they have to force this. This broad is really saying the whites have to actually censor themselves. They got to force themselves to do it. No, that's us fucking forcing ourselves not to call a motherfucker out.
That's the only thing that they're
like calling, man, you fucking what you really fucking crackers would. You know what I mean? Or God damn it, sit it down, honky. You dig? Like this polite company just like you have this burning desire to call motherfuckers out their race in any format, and you have to censor yourself. White folk have to censor themselves from doing it.
There will be no consequences.
Well, what kind of consequences did they think they weren't going to get?
Their teeth knocked out, their mouth.
Right. Well, find out again.
They're tired of being called out for their racism. That is literally it.
Amen to that. I have never known a group of people so obsessed with that word. I have never. He talks about how everybody should have freedom. Language belongs to everybody, or it belongs to no. The language belongs to you. The language, absolutely. You can feel free to say whatever you want to say. Just know that it's going to have some connotations coming from you, and we accept that in so many other circumstances. We accept it from women. We accept it from other minorities. You accept it from each other about things that you do or don't want to be called. Hey, He don't like being called Junior. He liable to kirk out on you. And you call him Junior and you peeling yourself up off the parking lot. That's just how that goes. Why is this so complicated?
Sup, fuckers? Let's go ahead and talk about black fatigue. I know you've all seen the videos just like I've seen them. And it's definitely a real thing. But I really don't think that it's black fatigue. I think that it's ghetto fatigue, ignorance fatigue, hood fatigue. You've seen them. Bonnets and PJs, pants half off their arse. And they bring with them a certain demeanor that you just want fuck all to do with. You could literally point them out in a crowd. You know they're going to be loud and obnoxious. They're going to instigate shit for damn near no fucking reason. They want to make sure that the world knows exactly who the fuck they are and then take zero accountability for the way that they're being. When they have every opportunity to not be that way. And when they're not being that way, they're setting the example of how society likes things. Calm, peaceful, chill, not fucking ratchet. And this ain't a color thing either. It's a culture thing. Because you see tons of black people who are productive members of society. They have wonderful jobs. They have beautiful families. They're doing everything being peaceful with everyone else. And unfortunately, they don't get as much attention as the ratchet mother. And a lot of them keep asking the question, why the fuck are you people like this? Look what you're doing to our race, to our demographic. Why can't you be like us who chose to be better? And God, they get shit for it and called names and attacked for what? They get called names like Uncle Toms and sellouts and all this other shit because they're just simply making the choice to be productive in society and peaceful with other people of different races. What is so bad about that? You're turning your back on your people.
I'm sorry, did you just do a black scent?
On your people.
He did.
I listened to as much as I got. Did you just?
He did.
Did you just do a black scent?
He did.
And who are you even talking about? The Black Irish? Like, I don't understand. Are you talking about Conor McGregor's people? Or like, who? I'm so confused. You watch 1.5 Medea movies, and now all of a sudden you feel like you could do a whole accent and commentary on the black culture.
Of course, your pick-me ass is going to agree with the black fatigue topic. I know you are. Every time you pop up on my feed, you're always being anti-black.
Oh, no.
It's like, sir, we know you don't love being black. We know that you want to paint your skin white and you want to dye your hair blonde and you want to pop in some blue eye contacts so you could be considered white. We know that. I would never forget the day this man went into a bar that was very much so racist, and them white people was ready to tear him apart, calling him the racial slurs and all kinds of stuff. I remember that video. So while you over here pandering to your white audience, they don't even want you in their circle or even in their club. So have several seats, sir.
Now, do y'all want the good news or the bad news first? Huh? Y'all want the good news or the bad news first? I was always somebody that would say, let me get the bad news first because I want to end on a good note. I want to end on a good, but that's not the way that I've structured this video. So here's the good news, okay? The good news is that there were no shortage of white people willing to get their own people together over this blatant racist trash.
Who is we?
I was looking that shit up, like, what the hell is this new hashtag coming out? And it looks like I got it, and a lot of people do. Aren't we all tired of the same people looting stores and mass looting and just getting away with it? Burning and looting and rioting every single time there's a decision made that doesn't go their way. Ignoring accountability for themselves 100%, blaming everybody except for the criminal. Literally propping up.
I can't remember the last time we looted anything. You know what I mean? I can't remember the last time we were really out there. Yeah, like the really loot. Right, exactly. They're trashing the fucking city. Like what? Man, I wish there's a looting time.
People that unalive people based on race. It's always about race. Can't even enjoy a cruise ship. Can't even enjoy Disney World. You go to spring break here in Panama City, it was ruined by the same group of people.
It's always going to be about race. It's not going to end. We're in a fucking war. Yeah, we're in a war, so that's not going to stop. In case anybody forgot, we're in a war, and FBA is at war with everybody.
We are fatigued. It's getting old. And then you get one girl that's a racist, and that's all motherfuckers can talk about. What about the people that are doing all the crimes? You're propping them up. It's not about the crime. It's about the race, and we're all fucking tired of it. We're fatigued. This shit needs to be talked about, because if we don't talk about it, it's never going to stop. It's only going
Black fatigue. Y'all white people, black people have started coming out talking about black fatigue with their own people. And a lot of y'all white people are like, well, since they're talking about it, we're going to talk about it too. I think we should sit this one out. Okay? We may have our opinions, whichever way they may go. But we oftentimes forget black people have their own voice. Let them deal with this within their own community. And this is coming from someone intimately connected with black individuals. So let's just sit this one out. Okay.
There was a white woman who has now since
I think that's what that means. That she takes black dick and she probably has a mixed baby of some sort. That's exactly what that means. Intimately, she said.
deleted her video talking about black fatigue and how she and the rest of society are so fed up with the ghetto and ratchet behavior, the entitlement, the victimhood. Her words.
Personally, I think that's just for us to deal with. Like, if you know,
not mine.
We don't have
Couple
no
of things.
Talking about it.
One, black fatigue is a real thing, but it's not what that lady was saying. Black fatigue is the emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by the daily stress of living under systemic racism and its consequences. So the black community has black fatigue due to the oppression they've lived under in this country since its inception. 2, it never ceases to amaze me how little most white people are willing to look at the true history of this nation and understand that while they personally may not have owned slaves or lynched black people or used black babies as alligator bait or conducted experiments on black people or operated on black women without pain medicine because they didn't think black women could feel pain, they are still benefiting off the society and systems that made those things possible.
Just because there's one in like 20, I just can't. You know what I mean?
Racism is deeply rooted in this country from the beginning. We stole this land from the indigenous Native Americans. We brought black people to this country against their will and sold them into slaveries. We ripped their families apart. We have maligned, maimed, and misused the black community since the first ship arrived on the shores of the United States. Do you understand how hard the fight has been to get even a semblance of equality in this country? And now, what little progress we've made is being undone by this administration. Trump and this administration has made people like that woman and the many racist commenters on that post feel comfortable to speak so publicly about their racist views and feelings. Because, spoiler alert, nothing will happen to them. Black people are questioned about everything they do, even if they're just walking down the street. Until this country as a whole accepts responsibility for how we were designed and built, this country will never see true equality.
Black fatigue is
Like there's one in
obviously asinine and extremely racist, but something that I do believe in is white fatigue. And I don't mean that I'm fatigued as a white person. While I am fatigued, I'm fatigued by these other white people who are, I don't know if they're more stupid or they're more racist, way above average scoring in both of those categories. And those two traits like form a coalition of white supremacy where they just make it like impossible to exist without feeling so exhausted by having to explain like this is not a normal thing to hear black fatigue and to
Why people not go a day on this app without y'all trying to get some bullshit out of them? I mean, seriously, leave these people the fuck alone. That's all they've ever really wanted was, hey, we can make our own communities flourish. We don't need white man's help. White people come in, we bring in Coke and the fucking Popeye's chicken. We bring in the CIA. We bring in gentrification. I mean, good God. Can y'all not just, why? What is the point of this whole woman? April's unfiltered. Yeah, you need a filter. All right, you need to stop thinking that you can just say anything and say that I'm unfiltered. I don't have a filter. I just say what I'm feeling. Hey, maybe, just maybe, for 2 seconds, you think? I mean, at this point, it's so obvious y'all just trying to bait to get on Fox News. I don't get it. Leave the black community alone for 5 seconds.
So the trend black fatigue has been circulating, and it's been coming onto my For You page. And I'm not sure why or how that's happened. I normally don't get white supremacist material. I don't get MAGA material. I don't know whether it's just to stir.
Black people has been used by the news, even when the news was responsible and objective. We've seen back in the 80s, 90s, how Black people were depicted in the news.
There have been studies on this. Local news overrepresents Black folks as perpetrators, overrepresents white folks as victims. So the message that gets sent is they're dangerous, and specifically to you. They are not only bad people, they're going to hurt you. So therefore, we want to keep them on that side of town. We want to keep their children in those schools over there. We don't want to work around them. We don't want to live around them, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that message comes through loud and clear in the way that media represents people of color. You know, whenever we thinking about Tamir Rice, the 12-year-old child that was shot in Cleveland by police, when that happened, what did they do? The first news story in Cleveland that made a big splash was about Tamir Rice's parents and the history of domestic abuse and criminality among his parents, not about the cop that killed him. We talk worse about Black victims than we do white killers. What did we say about Ted Bundy? Oh, he was so smart and he was so quiet and he always seemed so nice. Every time one of these white boys goes and shoots up a school, what do we say? We had no idea he was going to do this. So we talk better. We have more sympathy for white folks who commit mass murder, bury bodies under the house, cook them up in a soup pot and eat them, right? Than we do Black folks who were killed by police. We start digging for every bad thing they ever did. We want to know if they had a juvenile record. We want to know if they'd ever been arrested. That's what the media does. And until that changes, I'm afraid white folks will stay in denial, and it'll be very hard for us to move forward, whether we're talking about cops or just average everyday folks.
So once the wheels came, are you around those people? A whole tray of new content for them to slur Black back here. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Don't forget to give us a like and a share if you are so inclined. And I know a number of you guys are not subscribed. And I know that because it tells me. I can go right there and it tells me how many are not subscribed. And I feel like if I'm subscribed to magazines in 2025, which was not.
Oh, man.
Louisiana State troopers from.
Sorry, I had to move ahead, okay? Because just because there's a couple of fucking white folk in there that can hear us, I guess. I was like, whatever. You know what I mean? So the 10 that escaped from Louisiana, they caught 4 of them, and I was like, "Go, baby, go!" It's like, run, baby, run. You know what I mean? Yeah, escape, Black men, escape. You know what I mean? Don't turn back. Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop and talk to nobody. Just keep fucking going. I like this story. I like that they escaped, okay? I like that they kind of like Shawshank Redemption did, you know what I mean? I like that they escaped. I'm sad that they caught 4 of them already, but there's still 6 out there, so run, baby, run. You know what I mean? I'd be cutting hair and shaving up and putting on suits and shit. I'd be doing something else, you know, intermingle with the homeless. Go, baby, go. You know what I mean? And people are like, oh, we need to catch him. Nah, man. This is like, first of all, I don't like Black men in prison anyway. So, you know, 10 escaped. That's 10 motherfuckers that tried to escape in one night. And they went all together. But they separated or who knows what. But, man, just I'm going to give a little update. I thought it was great. I was like, man, run, baby, run. Go, baby, go. You know what I mean? It's like I was with the plantation burn down, like burn, baby, burn. You know what I mean? And this is just the start, you know, this is the start of, you know, our summer. I was kind of sad the 4 got caught, but like I said, the 10 was out. I was adamant. I was like, go baby, go, run. You know what I mean? Run. Because shit, we don't like them being in prison anyway. Doesn't seem like they're in there. Well, let's listen. Let's listen to what the news says.
Troop NOLA ended up taking him back to the jail in order to be rebooked on an escape charge. State troopers from Troop NOLA ended up taking him back to the jail in order to be rebooked on an escape charge. What we have heard from security experts is that police may be looking at how he ended up where he ended up and following his trail as he left the facility in order to get an idea of how others may have done the same, using that intelligence in order to try and find these other 9 inmates, many of them being held on very serious charges, running the gamut from murder to domestic violence charges. You can see them on your screen right there. They are still involved in a very active manhunt at 3:30 in the afternoon at this hour. And the area around, this is Derek Groves. This is a little bit more about the different offenders that they are looking at right now. You could see that was Derek Groves, who was just recently convicted. I believe he may be waiting sentencing, which is why he hasn't been transferred to a state facility yet. But this is Leo Tate. Charges against him: simple burglary, possession of a firearm by a felon, drug charges, theft of a motor vehicle. That's what he's wanted for. Corey Boyd, second-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, and illegal carrying of a weapon. These are the charges against Corey Boyd. He's awaiting trial. Antoine Massey, charges of domestic battery involving strangulation, theft of a motor vehicle, and a parole violation that was recently revoked, I think in March of this year. So he just recently was put back in the jail, and now he is out on the lam right now. Gary Price, charges against him: multiple counts of attempted first-degree murder, aggravated second-degree battery, multiple shooting case, I think, involving him. And Lenton Van Buren, these are the charges against him: second-degree murder, aggravated robbery with a firearm, possession of a firearm by a felon. Jermaine Donald, second-degree murder charges, aggravated battery, possession of a firearm by a felon. Takeenan Dennis, aggravated armed robbery, with a firearm, illegal carrying of a weapon, false imprisonment, and aggravated battery. Serious charges among many of these people who escaped the Orleans Justice Center last night.
Before we begin, please be advised.
Wait. We can't get to that yet. We're gonna get to it. Don't worry. We're just not gonna get to it right now. We're gonna get to it. Just hold on. Okay. Let's talk about our brother. Our brother Rodney. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I gotta do it. I gotta erase certain shit. Okay, so we're just gonna search some videos.
Welcome back. An Ohio man charged with fatally striking a deputy with his car last week pleaded not guilty in court today. Rodney Hinton Jr. is accused of killing the retired sheriff's deputy just 1 day after Hinton's own son was shot and killed by police from a different department. We saw a dramatic scene in court today after commotion erupted in the courtroom gallery where the hearing was being held. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster in Cincinnati. Shaq, walk us through what we heard and saw in that rowdy courtroom today.
Yes, and Clay, that commotion that you were just playing there really underscores the emotion that's being felt in this case. And that was the crux of the argument that we heard from the defense attorney really for the first time in this proceedings. The defense attorney not disputing that his client was involved in the crash that led to the death of Deputy Henderson, not disputing the idea that it was an intentional crash, but instead saying it was his emotional state that led him to act in this manner, saying that he was responding emotionally after seeing a video of his son being killed by an officer from a different department. That's something that was backed up by a family member who I spoke to after that hearing about the mental state and demeanor of the suspect, of the defendant in this case. Listen to a little bit of that conversation.
I can only imagine where you felt when you seen that video. Because when I finally seen it, and I watched that video from the beginning to the end, and watched my nephew drop the way that he dropped, it was like my soul left my body.
Robert Hinton, he pleaded not guilty in that courtroom. We can expect an updated plea to come once an indictment is officially filed.
Yeah, a lot of emotion today, Shaq. And I know also tributes are pouring in for the deputy killed last week. What more have we learned about him?
Yeah. Someone who was described as a professional, who was loved by so many people. He was a 33-year veteran on the force, someone who was coming back to...
Leading the way on that breaking news, new body camera video just obtained by WLWT showing the man accused of intentionally killing a Hamilton County deputy in custody.
Rodney Hinton Jr., who is charged with murder, continues to be held in the Claremont County Jail for his safety. WLWT News' Ryan Hamrick is here to walk us through that brand new video we just got, Brian.
Yeah, Stephen, well, this is new video just released by Claremont County. It shows body cam of Rodney Hinton Jr. shortly after he's released from the hospital and into Cincinnati police custody. You'll see he's still in the hospital gown as he's cuffed to be transported from Hamilton County to Claremont County. He says very few words as he leaves the room where he's held.
Are you able to stand on your own?
Warmed up here.
Here, use this hand to hold you. I'm going to put this hand in a cuff.
Yeah, he's walked to a waiting cruiser, and then he's taken to Claremont County. Now,
Video looks like he's just worn out, like he's just tired. That's how he looks, like he's just carrying himself really heavy.
Now Hinton's accused of using his vehicle to run over and kill Hamilton County Deputy Larry Henderson. That came after Hinton saw body cam of his son, who was armed and stealing a car, being shot by Cincinnati police the day before. After the crash, Hinton was taken to UC Hospital. Initially, his condition was reported as critical, but he's able to walk and move in this video. Once he arrives at the Claremont County Jail, he's asked questions about his medical condition.
I'm going to ask you some questions, all right? You have a serious medical or mental health issue that needs immediate attention? Is that a yes or a no? Have you recently considered attempted suicide? No. You want to hurt yourself or anybody else? No.
Yeah, so he's asked about his mental condition, if he needs immediate help. He says no, but his attorney, Clyde Bennett, said during the court appearance yesterday that he has serious mental issues, and that's what led him to run over the deputy. Ryan Hamrick, WLWT News 5.
That could mean he could face the death penalty if convicted. Let's listen in to Judge Jody Lubers.
Because Mr. Hinton has been indicted by the grand jury on the charge of
The fact that they want to give him the death penalty is just fucking shocking to me. Like, I mean, obviously that's what they're gonna do, but I didn't say but. However, I was just like, God damn, like for real? This motherfucking officer admit that much, so you're gonna put this motherfucker, you're gonna put this brother to death? You know what I mean? Like for real? Like this, I was listening to it, I was like, oh my God, man, for real. And just the way they explain it, it's like he don't have any hope. Like, just the way they explain the charges.
Charges, 2 counts of aggravated murder with death penalty specifications, 1 count of murder, a specialty felony, and 2 counts of felonious assault. Mr. Hinton, if you want to be represented by an attorney but cannot afford one, I will appoint 2 attorneys who are certified by the Ohio Supreme Court to handle death penalty cases. If you hire your own attorney, he or she does not need to be death penalty certified. You can hire 1, 2, or as many lawyers as you want or can afford. If you are indigent, and need an attorney appointed, I will select 2 attorneys that are certified by the Ohio Supreme Court. It is my understanding, sir, that you wish to hire your own attorney, and in fact, that you have retained Mr. Bennett to represent you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, you are representing him, isn't that correct? Okay, thank you so much. I do need to tell you, Mr. Hinton, I do believe that you have qualified for...
Mr. Bennett is a motherfucking ambulance chaser too, right? I've seen him on a couple of things. Yeah. But this whole thing, man, it's like...
Public defender appointment. Is that correct, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, Mr. John.
And in fact, was an affidavit prepared regarding his indigency?
Yes.
Right here. Eating my spaghetti.
Okay, and was that affidavit filed with the clerk's office or with the courts?
It stays with the original case file and all the paperwork for that, but yes, it is an affidavit that
Okay, and thank you so much for that. That does not get filed with the clerk's office. Okay, just wanted to check and be sure. Okay, thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that. In here. Okay, all right. So you have Mr. Bennett as your attorney. That's fine. We're good to go. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And so what we will do is we will begin with the reading of the indictment. So, Ms. Sarah, if you would like to begin. First, I will ask, has the defendant been served with a copy of the indictment? Okay, wonderful. And is counsel prepared to waive any defects in the service of the indictment? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Ms. Sarah.
This is case number B25-02219. Rodney L. Hinton, you've been indicted with 2 counts, aggravated murder with specification, capital death penalty cases, 1 count murder, special felony, 2 counts felonious assault. You've already stated that you received a copy of the indictment. How do you plead?
Not guilty. Excuse me.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hinton, I need to go over some rights with you. Okay. So, the first and the second count of the indictment are aggravated murder, and it is what is called a special felony, and it carries with it the possibility of the death penalty, which may be imposed, making this what we call a capital murder case. Although a capital murder case is procedurally much more complicated, most of the rights you have in a death penalty case are the same as any other type of criminal matter. The aggravated murder charge is also accompanied by 1 specification, which we will talk about in just a minute, okay? You are presumed to be innocent, which means the state of Ohio has to prove that you are guilty if they can. They do this by calling witnesses to the stand and presenting evidence. All the witnesses have to testify in your presence, and your attorney will have the right to cross-examine each of these witnesses to test their truthfulness, and this is the right of confrontation. You have the right to call witnesses also, and if there are any witnesses who will not come to court voluntarily, I will order them by court to court by way of subpoena, and this is the right of compulsory process. You have the right to have this case heard by a jury of 12 people. They would hear and decide the evidence. All 12 must be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of your guilt in this case in order for you to be convicted. If the jury finds you guilty of the crime and the specification, they can recommend the imposition of a death penalty. They can also recommend one of the life sentences options, which I will talk about in just a minute. In the alternative, you have the right to waive a jury and have the case tried to a 3-judge panel. In this event, myself and 2 other judges would hear the case, decide the evidence, and if necessary, determine the sentence. The trial will be bifurcated, that is, divided into 2 parts. One is the trial phase with either the jury or the 3-judge panel, and the second is is the sentencing phase, which would happen if you have a jury or a 3-judge panel. Either way, there's still 2 phases to the trial. Okay? You understand? Okay. At the trial phase, the jury or the 3-judge panel will determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of aggravated murder and whether the aggravated circumstances in the specification have been proven, also beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are found guilty of the principal offense, but not guilty of the specification, I will sentence you to one of the following sentences: life imprisonment without possibility of parole, life imprisonment without parole for 30 years, life imprisonment without parole for 25 years, or life imprisonment without parole for 20 years. If you are found guilty of the principal offense and the specification, we will move to a second phase of the trial known as the sentencing phase. The sentencing phase is presided over by the same jury or the same 3-judge panel that heard the trial. At this phase, the state has the burden of proving that aggravating circumstances are sufficient to outweigh the factors in mitigation. The aggravating circumstance in this case is that the offense was committed and that the victim, Larry Henderson, was a law enforcement officer, and you had reasonable cause to know or knew he was a law enforcement officer, and either at the time he engaged in his duties or it was your specific purpose to kill a law enforcement officer. The prosecution has a burden of going forward with evidence that proves the aggravated circumstance. You have the burden of going forward with evidence of any factors in mitigation of the death penalty. Mitigating factors are those that lessen your moral culpability or diminish the appropriateness of the death penalty as a sentence. They can include your age, lack of prior criminal record, mental illness, etc. Just about anything can be a mitigating factor. The crime itself is not an aggravated circumstance, but it can be a mitigating factor depending upon the nature and the circumstance of the offense. You have the right to present evidence in the sentencing phase and have the right to compulsory process at this phase also. You have the right to remain silent at both the trial phase and the sentencing phase. This means no one can call you as a witness for the state. Whether or not you testify is up to you and your attorney. If you exercise your right to remain silent at the trial phase, the prosecutor is not allowed to comment on your silence, and I will instruct the jury not to hold your silence against you. At the sentencing phase, you can remain silent. You can testify under oath or make an unsworn statement. If you make an unsworn statement, you will not be subject to cross-examination. If the jury finds beyond a reasonable doubt the aggravating circumstances outweigh the mitigating factors, they will recommend a sentence of death. It is then incumbent upon me to make my own determination based upon a similar weighing process whether death is the appropriate sentence. If I agree with the jury's recommendation, I will impose the death penalty.
I couldn't find that video.
If I do not agree with the jury's recommendation, I will impose a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Because condolences. I put this out there earlier, and I had to put the fair use thing up there, you know, so that we kept you in our black prayers. Yeah, so I did that. I had this up earlier for like 10-15 minutes, so that we keep you in our black prayers, as this is a very trying time. Yeah, they said it. I just couldn't find a video for it. And the one video I was looking for, I had it, but it was on my phone. And, you know, sometimes I'm usually meandering between 3 profiles. So I accidentally had it on the wrong profile. I was like, oh man, but I couldn't find it anyway. And I was really looking for it. So yeah. Whatever we need to do. Yeah. Yeah. I had it up there because I felt like it's important and I'm doing my part. Keep you in our black prayers. That's most important. Considering how hard of a time this is. And hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. I was back when you called earlier, so yeah. I had it up there for a minute, so just because, and then I had to put the fair use up there because showing a video of Rodney Hinton. He did look tired, but
or life imprisonment without parole for 30, 25, or 20 years. If the jury does not find beyond a reasonable doubt the aggravating circumstance outweighs the factors in mitigation, then one of the life sentences will be imposed. I will not be permitted to impose the death penalty without the unanimous recommendation from the jury. The verdict in the sentencing phase does not necessarily have to be unanimous. A single juror may prevent a death penalty recommendation by finding that the aggravating circumstance in the case does not outweigh the mitigating factors. However, all the jurors must agree life sentences will be imposed. I will not be permitted to impose the death penalty without the similar weighing process, whether death is the appropriate sentence. If I agree with the jury's recommendation, I will impose the death penalty. If I do not agree with the jury's recommendation, I will impose a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or life imprisonment without parole for 30, 25, or 20 years. If the jury does not find beyond a reasonable doubt the aggravating circumstance outweighs the factors in mitigation, then one of the life sentences will be imposed. I will not be permitted to impose the death penalty without the unanimous recommendation from the jury. The verdict in the sentencing phase does not necessarily have to be unanimous. A single juror may prevent a death penalty recommendation by finding that the aggravating circumstance in the case does not outweigh the mitigating factors. However,
and I'm all caught up on Kanan. Is there one more season? Because we're like, how are they gonna fit in Tommy and Ghost? So I was curious about that. And is that the last episode? Question mark. I'm not too curious about fucking BMF, so I kind of lost when all that shit was going down, Anyway, I decided to tell you about that.
all the jurors must agree before they can recommend a death penalty. If the jury is deadlocked and cannot reach a verdict at the sentencing phase, one of the life sentences will be imposed. If the case is being tried to a 3-judge panel, a single judge can prevent the death penalty just like a juror can. If all 3 of the judges agree the mitigating circumstances outweigh the mitigating factors, the death penalty will be imposed. If the judges do not all agree on the death penalty, one of the life sentences will be imposed. A verdict resulting in the death penalty is automatically appealed to the Ohio Supreme Court.
I just want to feel like
They will engage in the same weighing process as the jury and the judges to determine.
This is all lengthy, basically pointing to the death penalty. That's all I hear. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. Mitigating factors to the death penalty. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Ohio got some fucking rules, but I don't
the death penalty
like this
is appropriate.
Anybody else.
The indictment that you are facing also has additional charges besides the 2 aggravated murder charges. There is a count 3, which is a murder, which is a special felony, and that is a charge that carries 15 to life as a maximum penalty. There are also 2 felonious assault charges. Those are felonies of the first degree, and each one of those carries a possibility of 3 to 11 years at the Ohio Department of Corrections. Mr. Defendant, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
And are you under the influence of alcohol or any drugs?
No.
Are you taking any medications right now?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes, he is taking medication.
What medications are you taking, sir?
Laxapro.
I'm sorry?
Laxapro.
I can't hear you.
Laxapro.
Maxiprone?
Laxapro.
Laxapro. And what is that for, sir?
Judge, I'm on a bipolar. You're taking medication.
I'm just asking to make sure that he knows what he's doing today so that he's of clear mind. I ask all, because he's entering his plea, that he's not intoxicated, he's not loopy, he's not under the influence of any drugs. I'm not trying to pry into anything, sir, but just to make sure he knows what he's doing here today.
I think he's fully aware of what's going on.
So you don't think he's high on drugs, that he's competent to stand here today? That's all I'm asking, Mr. Bennett.
I don't think, I think he understands the nature of the procedure.
Okay. All right. Then the plea is not guilty and will be entered as such. And anything else from the state? All right. Thank you so much. Anything else from you, Mr. Bennett?
No.
I know that it's been a no bond hearing has been set and heard by Judge Yates, and the bond is currently no bond. Okay. Anything further from anyone? Okay. I have a couple other further things that I want to say. All right, the defendant will be held and continue to be held without bond. Okay, I have a few more rights that I need to go over with you, Mr. Hinton. You have the right to have your case heard within a speedy amount of time. Generally, a person charged with a crime has the right to have their case heard within 270 days of that arrest. This incident supposedly occurred on May 2nd of 2025, and as soon as your statutory trial date should be somewhere around February, the beginning of February of 2026. There is a separate statute that says you have the right to have your untried indictment against you to be tried within 180 days of making a demand that your case be brought to trial. You would have to make that demand directly to the court and send a copy to the prosecutor. If you have done that, then the untried indictment date would be on or about beginning of November of 2025. You also have a right to a speedy trial under the United States Constitution, but there is no math in the analysis of this right. Rather, there are a number of factors that the court must consider. I'm going to set this case for a scheduling conference in the next week. At that time, we're going to pick a trial date, and between now and then, the attorneys are going to talk. Your attorney is going to talk to you about whether or not you want to waive your right to speedy trial or not. If you are not going to waive a speedy trial, then we need to figure out when the speedy trial date is and set that case appropriately. If you have any questions about what your speedy trial date is, you need to talk to your attorney and have them advise me on this issue. In addition to the scheduling conference next week, I anticipate there are going to be a number of pretrial hearings and conferences between now and the trial. Because this is a capital murder case, you are entitled to have an extraordinary level of due process. This necessitates that I check on things with you from time to time where ordinarily we wouldn't have talked between now and the trial. I also might ask you how you're being treated in the jail, how the food is, how things are, and how you're getting along yourself and with your defense team and things like that. We are not going to discuss the merits of the case, your trial strategy, or anything of that nature. But if there's something going on with you that affects these proceedings, I'm going to want to know about that and what it is, okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to hear about every little disagreement you have with your attorney, if there are any. I'm used to do this kind of work, and I know that from experience, sometimes there are disagreements and they're going to happen. So that's really pretty normal. But if there is a breakdown in communication with you and your attorney, or if no one's visiting you in the jail or where you're locked up or following any witnesses or discovery, I'm going to want to know about that. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Or mistrial.
I'm going to put down a preliminary case management order that will probably be next week after the pretrial. And so that's going to list the caption of the case, how things are going to proceed, when motions will be filed, how they should be captioned, who's going to use letters, numbers, a whole list of information about how I want this trial to proceed from both attorneys, so there's no misunderstanding, so we're all on the same page and so that everything goes forward smoothly. At this next conference that we're going to have, the scheduling conference, I would like to discuss a tentative date for the state to provide initial discovery and a bill of particulars, procedure for the retention of experts by the defense, and to set that trial date. I would like to also talk about any competency issues or any sanity issues that might be raised, if any. I would also be in a position to pick a lot of the dates and the deadlines for everything that's going to happen in this case. I would also like the defendant to remain retained in the Claremont County Jail. Okay, so I'm going to put on an order setting the bond, keeping it, remaining at no bond. I'm going to set the next scheduling date. I would like to meet next week. Are you all available next Thursday? And that would be what day? May 22nd. Could everybody meet? Do we have could we meet at like, do you want to meet at 9 or maybe 11? What would be better for council?
Why no bond? Like, everybody gets a bond.
Okay, thank you. $11:00. So May 22nd at 11:00. And then I'm going to put on the order that the defendant remained housed at the Claremont County Jail. Is there anything further from the state? Is there anything further from the defense? Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. We'll see you all next
You ain't
Thursday.
lying about that. There's better time to read.
We were just hearing from Judge Jody Lubers. This was the the hearing for Hinton Jr.
You're waiting
So another not guilty plea on 2 counts of aggravated murder with death penalty specification, another count of murder, 2 counts of felonious assault. He will stay in the Claremont County Jail until a sentencing hearing next week, and then potential trial in November or February.
Right, and she mentioned this is a capital murder case, so there will be what she called an extraordinary level of due process, so even more checking in than maybe a normal trial or a normal case.
Because why?
Rodney Hinton Jr. walks into court with a bit of a smirk as he stands accused of intentionally hitting a sheriff's deputy with his car a day after his son was shot and killed by a Cincinnati police officer.
I wouldn't say he's fully competent, but as the days go on, I think he gets more competent every day.
I have the latest on Rodney Hinton's case and how his mental state will take center stage as he faces a possible death sentence for the murder of a sheriff's deputy. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Before we get into the very latest on Rodney Hinton Jr.'s case, I want to tell you about some law and crime news and merch. The Law and Crime
He's already talking about, well, his mental health is like shaky. Motherfucker, you're supposed to be confident. You're supposed to be confident.
It is your one-stop shop for trending stories, thrilling body cams, and an exclusive look at brand new shows and podcasts from the faces you love. Sign up for our docket newsletter by scanning the QR code you see here or click the link in the description and pinned in the comments right under this video. At the beginning of June, we will pick 10 new docket subscribers and we'll send them a Law and Crime hat. How cool. Winners will be announced in the newsletter. Now back to the very latest on Rodney Hinton's case. He appeared in court for the very first time since a grand jury indicted him on aggravated murder charges for the death of a sheriff's deputy in Cincinnati. I'll get to that court appearance very, very shortly. The grand jury indicted Hinton on aggravated murder and other charges that include death specifications, meaning Hinton could face a possible death sentence if he's convicted of murdering Deputy Larry Henderson. It was Friday, May 2nd, when police say Rodney Hinton Jr. purposely drove his vehicle into Sheriff's Deputy Henderson, who was directing traffic at the University of Cincinnati's graduation ceremony. Henderson was standing on a concrete area near a traffic light. Hinton was in a median in his car when the prosecutor says Hinton stopped and drove directly into Henderson. Now, why would Rodney Hinton do something like this? No one can say for certain, but a day earlier, Hinton's 18-year-old son, Ryan Hinton Jr., was shot and killed by a Cincinnati police officer. Police say Ryan Hinton was armed and in a stolen car with friends.
This is the other officer, the one who fires the shot. This is his body camera as he approaches the scene. This is the firearm that was recovered at the scene after the individual was shot. This is what he had in his hand while the officers were chasing him. It's just a photo of it here at Criminalistics. Remember I told you he fell on the concrete and the officers said that they heard the metal hit the ground? There are 3 spots on here where this gun has scratches on it. We believe those occurred when he hit the ground with the firearm.
I'll have more on the people who were with Ryan Hinton later on. Now, hours before that press conference, Cincinnati police met with Ryan Hinton's family, including his father, Rodney Hinton Jr. The prosecutor laid out a timeline. At 9:33 a.m. on Friday, May 2nd, Rodney Hinton arrived at the Cincinnati Police Department for a meeting. 18 minutes later, at 9:51 a.m., Hinton became upset and left. Then at 10:37 a.m., Rodney Hinton left the police department with family members in their car instead of his car. Now, after this, the prosecutor had said that Hinton's family took him to get something to eat, but he didn't want anything. So instead, he took a 30-minute nap. After that, at 12:41 p.m., Hinton's family took him back to the police department to pick up his car. At 12:44 p.m., the prosecutor says Hinton left the police department, but returned 5 minutes later and drove through the parking lot before leaving again 1 minute later at 12:50. 10 minutes later, the prosecutor said that Rodney Hinton Jr. ran his car intentionally into Larry Henderson.
He waits there. There's no place to turn. There's no signal there. He's just in that unused lane. Because he was up a little bit of a hill, he was at a higher elevation, and he could look down and see what was going on in front of him. And he could see Deputy Henderson working that traffic light. At 1:05 p.m., Hinton floors the vehicle, crossing into the opposing traffic lanes, and drives directly at Deputy Henderson and hitting him.
Prosecutor Connie Pillage said Rodney Hinton's family was in the car behind him and actually saw everything happen.
He never veers off course. He never slows down. While he was paused in that unused center lane, there was traffic coming. He didn't make his move until the oncoming traffic had cleared, and he had an open road ahead of him.
The world can be a really scary and unpredictable place, and that's where our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. The firm has more than 1,000 lawyers because they win a lot. In the last few months alone, Morgan & Morgan has secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida. Link in the description and pinned in the comments. After Hinton's arrest, he was taken to the police department for questioning.
We're going to get you where you're going, okay?
Can you stand up for me, sir? I'll put this around your waist. You will stand on your own.
Walk up here.
Here, use this hand to hold you. I'm gonna put this hand in a cuff.
The next day, Hinton appeared in court for his first court appearance and muttered something about gone forever to the deputies. Now Rodney Hinton Jr. is appearing in court for the first time since the grand jury indicted him.
We're here today because Mr. Hinton has been indicted by the grand jury on the two counts of aggravated murder with death penalty specifications, 1 count of murder, a specialty felony, and 2 counts of felonious assault. Mr. Hinton, if you want to be represented by an attorney but cannot afford one, I will appoint 2 attorneys who are certified by the Ohio Supreme Court to handle death penalty cases. If you hire your own attorney, he or she does not need to be death penalty certified. You can hire 1, 2, or as many lawyers as you want or can afford. If you are indigent and need an attorney appointed, I will select 2 attorneys that are certified by the Ohio Supreme Court. It is my understanding, sir, that you wish to hire your own attorney and in fact that you have retained Mr. Bennett to represent you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, you are representing him, isn't that correct? Okay, thank you so much.
Now, Rodney Hinton Jr. could get 2 public defenders, but his family has hired a well-known defense attorney in Cincinnati who has handled high-profile cases. Now back to the hearing.
Mr. Hinton, I need to go over some rights with you, okay? So the first and the second count of the indictment are aggravated murder, and it is what is called a special felony, and it carries with it the possibility of the death penalty, which may be imposed, making this what we call a capital murder case. Although a capital murder case is procedurally much more complicated, most of the rights you have in a death penalty case are the same as any other type of criminal matter. The aggravated murder charge is also accompanied by 1 specification, which we will talk about in just a minute, okay? You are presumed to be innocent, which means the state of Ohio has to prove that you are guilty if they can. They do this by calling witnesses to the stand and presenting evidence.
Judge Jody Lubers then went over how the trial could proceed with a jury or without one in a death penalty case.
You have the right to have this case heard by a jury of 12 people. They would hear and decide the evidence. All 12 must be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of your guilt in this case in order for you to be convicted. If the jury finds you guilty of the crime and the specification, they can recommend the imposition of a death penalty. They can also recommend one of the life sentences options, which I will talk about in just a minute. In the alternative, you have the right to waive a jury and have the case tried to a 3-judge panel. In this event, myself and 2 other judges would hear the case, decide the evidence, and if necessary, determine the sentence. The trial will be bifurcated, that is, divided into 2 parts. One is the trial phase with either the jury or the 3-judge panel, and the second is the sentencing phase, which would happen if you have a jury or a 3-judge panel. Either way, there's still 2 phases to the trial. Okay, you understand?
The judge went over the possible sentences with Hinton if he is convicted.
If you are found guilty of the principal offense, but not guilty of the specification, I will sentence you to one of the following sentences: life imprisonment without possibility of parole, life imprisonment without parole for 30 years, life imprisonment without parole for 25 years, or life imprisonment without parole for 20 years. If you are found guilty of the principal offense and the specification, we will move to a second phase of the trial known as the sentencing phase. The sentencing phase is presided over by the same jury or the same 3-judge panel that heard the trial. At this phase, the state has the burden of proving that aggravating circumstances are sufficient to outweigh the factors in mitigation. The aggravating circumstance in this case is that the offense was committed and that the victim, Larry Henderson, was a law enforcement officer, and you had reasonable cause to know or knew he was a law enforcement officer, and either at the time he engaged in his duties or it was your specific purpose to kill a law enforcement officer. The prosecution has a burden of going forward with evidence that proves the aggravated circumstance. You have the burden of going forward with evidence of any factors in mitigation of the death penalty. Mitigating factors are those that lessen anything else from the state for today. That's all I'm asking, Mr. Bennett.
I don't think, I think you understand the nature of the procedure.
Lexapro is a drug used to treat both anxiety and depression. Hinton's attorney was difficult to hear, but he said he believed that right now Hinton understood what was happening in court and that he was not intoxicated.
Then the plea is not guilty and will be entered as such. Anything else from the state? All right, thank you so much. Anything else from you, Mr. Bennett? I know that it's been a no bond hearing has been set and heard by Judge Yates, and the bond is currently no bond. Okay, anything further from anyone? Okay, I have a couple other further things that I want to say. All right, the defendant will be held and continue to be held without bond. Okay, I have a few more rights that I need to go over with you. Mr. Hinton, you have the right to have your case heard within a speedy amount of time.
Attorney spoke outside of the courtroom about a number of topics, including the medication he was taking.
That is for a mental disorder, and there's other medications that he was taking for mental disorders prior to being incarcerated. I don't think that his medication that he's taking now has caught up to the conditions that he has. The jail has to evaluate him, and then they have to determine what other medications are appropriate.
Is he still competent enough to stand trial?
I think, I wouldn't say he's fully competent, but as the days go on, I think he gets more competent every day.
I can tell you everything.
So I think he's better now mentally than he was when I first met with him a week ago.
This case is not a whodunit, far from it. So Rodney Hinton Jr.'s mental state at the time that he hit Deputy Henderson will be the central issue at his trial, according to his attorney.
I think we can reach that February date. I think the case is a high-profile case. It's not a complicated case. It's not a simple case, but it's not complicated. It's not factually complicated. I think the issue is his mindset, his mental status at the time of the offense. That's a straightforward, singular issue that can be resolved, I believe, by February.
Clyde Bennett wouldn't elaborate on what mental health issues Rodney Hinton may have. And right now, he has entered a plea of not guilty, but that could change down the line. He could change his plea to not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
I had a death penalty case about 9 months ago in Claremont County. It was a hung jury. So I had a death penalty case where we utilized the defense of not guilty by reason of insanity success. On my observation of it, the way he presented to me, body language, his demeanor, he appears to be better now than he was when I first met with him. So the residual effect of the episode that he experienced, it seems to have lessened over the days.
Can you say that you think he's shown remorse over this then?
I can't say that. I don't think he's still in his right frame of mind to even know what happened. But he's getting better. So what you would typically be able to assess and evaluate from a client that's lucid, I can't do that with him. Not yet. I may be able to in the future, in the near future maybe, but right now, no.
So how long could it take for Rodney Hinton Jr. to come out of this mental episode?
That's a great question. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner. I just have to meet with my client every other day for a wellness check and hope that he becomes lucid again. And that hasn't happened totally yet, but I think he's going toward that. I think he's getting better, and I think he's going to be normal soon, but he's not there yet. So I don't proactively do anything to make certain that his mental status returns to normalcy. I'm not a doctor.
So
right, this motherfucker right here. So now you know what's going on. Now you know what's going on. Okay, family, let's get into some funnies. We're gonna do some funnies. A couple of funnies from Night and Day Cartoon Network. So we do a few funnies, and then we're gonna get into the Diddy trial. Because I did say I was gonna cover the Diddy trial. So I don't know if they're not really all in order, but they're up there. I was laughing earlier. I thought that shit was hilarious. Let's see. Okay. Let's get some funnies in.
very interesting day and a very busy day here at federal court, Stephen, Natasha. A lot is on the line for Sean Diddy Combs in this federal sex trafficking and racketeering case. If he's found not guilty, he walks out of the MDC a free man. If he is found guilty, he's looking at the possibility of spending the rest of his life behind bars.
Yo, this Sean Diddy Combs, a.k.a. the dealer, a.k.a. Baby Oil King. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Yeah, this trial day, and I'm out here. Well, technically, I'm in here still, locked in, no bail, no baby oil, no $500 haircuts, no black dye for the head or the beard.
Now, several dozen prospective jurors were questioned today by Judge Arun Subramanian as the jury selection process got underway in full force. Now, everyone being considered this week was part of an original group of 700 potential jurors who filled out questionnaires and they weeded through that number last week. Many were disqualified. So today, Sean Diddy Combs was in court wearing his court-authorized new trial uniform, which was a white shirt, a black sweater, black pants, sitting there, and glasses, paying very close attention to every single word that these potential jurors were saying, as well as what the judge was saying.
You know what I'm saying? Just my great funky ass rotting away in this jail cell. But I'm holding my head up as much as possible, Daddy. It's tough, though, you know? They only let me eat prison food, even though I insisted that they let me hire my personal chef to cook the meals for the whole prison, including the warden. But you know, me being a black man, they turned that down, just like they turned down my $50 million bail I offered up. Even though they let the man Michael Jeffries from Abercrombie out on bail. You know what I mean? He put more holes on his private jets than I did, flying them all over the world. But you know, that's neither here or there. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Even though the world bought me hate, I'm still brother love in the end. You know what I'm saying?
Now, his lawyers, they did question some of them. By the end of today's session, more than a half a dozen were disqualified for various reasons. Now, Judge Arun Subramanian, one of the things he mentioned several times during the day, both the morning session and this afternoon session, was that jurors, obviously, many had already heard of this case, but the key point was whether or not they could base a decision and base a verdict on what is presented as evidence in the courtroom.
Me being in here, I was able to reflect on my whole life. Even though I'm locked down, baby oilless, no De Leon tequila, no watermelon Ciroc, no Carisha, no parties, no Frenchie, no Ray J, no Bow, no Bieber Fever, no Usher, no nobody, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still grateful, though.
Now, there were a number of jurors who were disqualified today because of being sex assault survivors or having somebody close to them who was a sex assault survivor. Also, law enforcement people, anybody related to law enforcement, people who had encounters with the criminal justice system. And there were also people for various jobs and duties that they did that they took issue with. But they were very careful about it. It's really, as one jury consultant told me, a deselection process at this point, where they are eliminating people who are not qualified to serve. Now, one of the other reasons, there were several jurors who were disqualified because of their lack of proficiency in English. Some of them could not even fully understand the instructions that the judge was giving to them. There were other people who were there, and because of things that had happened to them, domestic violence incidents to people that they loved, were disqualified. And also another question that kept coming up, because there was an additional questionnaire for these semifinalists, if you want to call them that, in the jury pool, was basically, would they be disturbed talking about sexual acts?
Couple things I miss. First and foremost, I miss my kids, you know what I'm saying? They my heart. Second, I miss my barber. Third, I miss a nice big old slice of chocolate chip cheesecake from Junior's, you know what I'm saying? From over there in Brooklyn. And if I was home, I'd make somebody walk and go get that cheesecake today, you know what I'm saying? Like, go get that, you know what I'm saying? So I can take that. I just want my fans to know I love y'all. And even though I'm in here, I can still feel y'all support and love, you know what I'm saying? All I ask for is your prayers and continued support. They picked my jurors today.
With other jurors as they were deliberating on a verdict, and would they be upset or traumatized by talk of descriptions and evidence and testimony about sexual assaults?
I'm just praying I get a fair trial, you know what I'm saying? You know, they always trying to keep a black man down, you know? And you know, they trying to keep my black ass in here for these crimes I didn't even commit. You know what I'm saying? All I'm guilty of is being black, rich, successful billionaire who likes to work hard and play harder. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything about no traffic, no drugs, or anything like that. All I know is music, making money, and having a good time. You know what I'm saying? So just to let y'all know, can't nobody hold me down. Oh no, I gotta keep on moving. It's like the jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. You know what I'm saying, Daddy?
Look. Stop. Oh my God. Oh my God, I had something to say too, and I forgot what it was. It'll come back to me. It'll come to me.
Extremely thorough. Seeing that process firsthand there inside the courtroom was really an eye-opener for me, and I know it was for a lot of the other people in there too, because they're very concerned about how the jurors will react to the type of evidence that is going to be presented. And also the other key concern was obviously the tremendous amount of pretrial publicity that has happened, that has been out there in this case, an unprecedented number of documentaries, and also, you know, the people, could they really make their decision based on the evidence in court, not what they've seen in a documentary, not what they've seen in the media. But that's what's happening today. This will continue with day 2.
Do you think his album sales went up since the trial started? I don't think they did, you know, because they're playing a lot of motherfucking Total and Notorious B.I.G. and, you know, Danny Kane on Pandora. So I'm kind of just curious. Did his album sales go up, you know, like, because he's on trial? Just wondering, just curious, asking for a friend. He's stupid. And there's no cameras in the courtroom, so everything's like audio or the whatever. But don't worry, family, I got the link. I got the go.
Tonight, Sean Combs makes it official. He's rejecting the government's offer to plead guilty and spare himself the possibility of a prolonged term in prison. When asked if he turned down the offer, Combs answered, "Yes, I do, Your Honor," as he stood in a baggy beige jail uniform.
Yeah. It's your boy Pixar Diddy, back with another vlog from the Metropolitan Detention Center. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Yeah, man. I'm still holding my head up. No baby oil. You know what I mean? Still baby oil-less. This the second day of the pre-trial, you know? They still combing through the jurors, no pun intended, trying to pick the right ones, you know? And they tried to make your boy accept the plea deal, which I turned down, because you know I'm innocent.
Terms were not disclosed, but prosecutors did say a plea could result in a shorter sentence for Combs than if he's convicted. The decision guarantees Combs will face trial beginning just 4 days from now that will test whether one of music's most prolific figures used his power, wealth, and fame to sexually exploit both women and men for decades.
And I'm sure when this is all said and done, I'ma still remain innocent. You know? I heard Cassie is supposed to be a character witness, which is really a joke to me, because everything they alleged that I did, if I had actually done those things, Cassie would have been right there with me, making it do what it do. You know what I'm saying, Daddy?
Combs has pleaded not guilty to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution charges that accused him of coercing alleged victims into prolonged drug-fueled sexual activity that he called freak-offs and threatening them into silence.
But I'ma hold my ground. Like, I never trafficked no one, I never embezzled nothing, nor did I touch anyone inappropriately who didn't want to be touched in that way. Every freak off I was in, it was consensual. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? I'm Sean Diddy Combs. Who wouldn't want to have a freak off with me? Everybody love me. Even the haters love me. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Because I'm the embodiment of love. I'm brother love himself. You know what I'm saying? Love, 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 love.
Combs will ditch the jail garb and wear ordinary clothes. This is lawyers argue the evidence shows consenting adults being intimate in their own way. Jury selection begins Monday, David. Prospective jurors have already started answering written questions. If Combs is convicted, he faces what could amount to a life sentence.
Hey, yo, what the hell is that? Yo, what y'all got? Roaches in here, man? Oh, hell nah. Yo, God. Yo, God, y'all got roaches in here, man. Y'all got roaches in here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to call the exterminator or something. I don't want none of this in my cell. Y'all know how I feel about roaches from my last interview.
Like 15 roaches on my face. Don't ask me how I know it was 15, but I promise you it was more than 15, but I don't want to really like bug you out. All over my face. And I said, never again. I said, never again.
Said never again.
In New York City tonight, the explosive testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs case. The jury seeing the video, the alarming scenes in that hotel hallway. The officer who was at that hotel taking the stand today, and what he said Combs asked him not to do.
So, I responded to a call that night about a woman in distress. And when I got up there, Diddy was standing outside the hotel room, big sack of cash.
Let me tell you, I watched that 16-minute video, dude, and I'm just gonna keep it my woman. That broad looked like she was provoking the fuck out of him, dude. So he probably manhandled her a little bit for like 1.3 Mississippis, right? Grabbed her shit and tried to take it back up there. But let's just put it this way: if you are fleeing a situation, okay, I fled a situation a few times a month, right? I'm not gonna stop at no motherfucking elevator to put my damn socks on at all. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna run down to the motherfucking lobby where there's fucking people sitting around and sit in the middle of it, so that in case some shit pops off, I'm like protected by the motherfucking people. I'm not gonna sit there and try to put my sock on one by one as I wait there, and hopefully he won't come around the corner, or they'll be sitting there at the edge of the other hallway, moving shit, see if he'll come and attack me or not. That's what I seen. That's what I seen. So yeah, I didn't feel really all that. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel nothing actually. And it kind of sounds like, "Ooh, Brenda, you should have felt something." No, because I know what provoking looks like. I know what fucking I'm run out and I'm just gonna piddle around and maybe he'll come. I hope he comes looking for me. You know what I mean? Or creating a scenario. I know what that looks like. I've done that bullshit before. You know what I mean? I'm not innocent of that. So I've done some foul shit like that. You know what I mean? Hell nah. If you're about some shit, which I have been, I need to get out there in public. You need to get down them motherfucking stairs. Fuck the elevator. Take the stairs. You know what I mean? She's waiting for the elevator. She's putting on one sock at a time. You know what I mean? And she gets manhandled, kicked like twice. It made it seem. See, the CNN thing made it seem like it was way worse. And everybody's like, "Oh my God." You know what I mean? And in reality, if you let that shit play, it was both of them. They were back and forth, back and forth. You know what I mean? And she was talking to him at one end, and he was talking to her at one end. You know what I mean? The guard came up, walked both of them kind of in back. He walked him first, walked him back. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter. The provocation was still being done. It's like whether he or she was provoking it, because there's no audio in the 16-minute video. There's no audio in it, so you know what I mean. But I was curious. I was watching it. I was like, "God damn, dude! If you were really serious about getting the fuck up out the building, you would get the fuck up out the building and take the fucking stairs. You sure as fuck wouldn't be putting on fucking socks one at a time. There, you know what I mean, and then making a scene. You would fucking go. If it was that serious, you'd be like, "Oh, thank you, please, man. Can you just walk me down the stairs?" If it was like that, she would have the guard walk her down the motherfucking stairs. You know what I mean? That's happened. I've done that too, you know. Where you know, a situation that I had a motherfucking guards came to check, they checked and man, walked me out. Please and thank you. You know what I mean? So yeah, I didn't feel nothing. I felt like the deception was real on that shit. And the media made it more than what it was. They didn't show that whole fucking clip. They didn't show those 16-minute clip. They didn't show the guard walking back and forth and, you know, whatever. They didn't show anything like that. And shout out to fucking P. Diddy for keeping the motherfucking towel on the whole time. You know? Because he was running with the towel. He was kicking with the towel. He was dragging. He was picking up her shit with the towel. You know what I mean? Shout out to that. Because I sure as fuck can't keep a towel on like that. I'm just saying. So I was like, you know, the media made it more. Yeah, it's terrible what happened. Like I said, if she really wanted to get out, she would have got out through the stairs, or even with the guard coming, she wouldn't have went back in there and kept talking or hollering at him or whatever. I think she was calling something on the, like maybe the guards come up, but she didn't even leave with them. So it just kind of seems like a lot. You know what I mean? Her testimony was like, whoa, too. Again.
And he had a devil look on his face, telling me to take care of it and don't tell anyone. He also requested for me to give him all the security footage for his floor that night. And when I resisted, he squirted baby oil on my eye.
Now, why the hell would I waste baby oil on him? And for what? Then he gonna lie and try and say he turned my sack of cash down when I was tipping him the whole night. Stop lying, Daddy. You know damn well you didn't turn down my sack. And I didn't squirt no baby oil on your eye neither, you lying mother.
And the male escort taking the stand as well. He says he was hired by Combs and his girlfriend. What the escort said on that stand about what he witnessed and what he said to Combs' girlfriend.
So yeah, it was me, Diddy, Cassie, and one of Cassie's friends, right? And we were just all chilling, you know, rubbing baby oil.
I'm like, he could have, Diddy, cuz couldn't he have gotten a much more attractive motherfucking male escort? The motherfucker they have in there is like bald. He got like, you know what I mean? He's gross looking. He's like some sort of Middle Eastern, so he's really fucking hairy. Maybe he's Greek or some shit. I don't fucking know. Man, he's ugly as fuck. Like, couldn't they find, like, I mean, seriously, it's Diddy. It's Diddy. You know what I mean? Seriously.
On each other, you know, having a good time. Diddy even made a joke saying, if Cassie don't add more baby oil on Mr. Johnson, he was going to fill the whole jacuzzi up with baby oil and drown us all in that mother effer.
Now, y'all know damn well this Negro sitting up there lying, y'all. I ain't fill up no jacuzzi with no baby oil. I don't know what he talking about. I don't know what jokes he was talking about. But that's all I know is I feel like these Negroes trying to set me up, Daddy. I don't know what's going on out here.
Hold you.
I mean, this big old Faison Love / Michael Clark Duncan looking Negro sitting up here on the stand lying on me. I don't know nothing about him, y'all. I barely even know this man.
So yeah, and then they asked me to do something real crazy. They wanted me to piss in Cassie's mouth. And they was like really detailed on how they wanted me to do it because, you know, I did it. You know, they was paying me a lot of money. And when I did it, you know, I just, you know, when you go to the bathroom and you just go, they said, no, we don't want you to do it like that. We want you to do it a little bit at a time. Like, you know, just a little sprinkle here and stop and do another little
I don't know
sprinkle.
any man that could do that.
Go again. It's like, I don't know what was going on, but you know, I just did what they told me to do.
Hey, you just go let out
Now, I
a little
know
bit
this
at a
Negro
time.
ain't pissing
All right.
and telling, Daddy. You know what I'm saying? I know how people like to kiss and tell, but you know what I'm saying? He pissing and telling. I don't know where this man come from. Like I said before, I barely know him. I feel like already I ain't getting a fair trial. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think I'm being set up, y'all. And that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? I'm just being set up. Because I don't think anything's fair out here. I think they, you know what I mean? They just bringing up a whole bunch of BS. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm going to say it again. I never trafficked nobody. I never racketeered nothing. I ain't do any of that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm innocent. I'm going to maintain my innocence because that's what I am. You know what I'm saying?
Male escort. Daniel Phillip testified he was paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura several times in front of Combs and claiming he saw Combs get violent towards Ventura. It came out of nowhere. He told the jury, "I was terrified."
It was after he received the phone call. I guess one of his business deals fell through. And when he got off the phone, man, he changed. It's like he became a different person. It's like he became the devil himself. He started using profanity and getting violent with Cassie and throwing things around the room. It scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what to do. I was too scared to leave or stay.
Here we go again, Daddy. Faison No Love lying on a Negro again. You know what I'm saying? I guess he think I'm just going to sit here and take that. But it ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? It ain't happening. And I'm going to say it again. And I'm going to keep saying it. I ain't never trafficked nobody. I ain't never racketeered nothing. I ain't never do nothing to nobody who ain't want something done to them. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? And that's just what it is. And that's what it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing they can do to stop me because I'm going to get out of here because I'm innocent. You know what I'm saying? I won't stop. I won't stop. You know what I'm saying? I'm never going to stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is.
Stupid.
There's no disputing Sean Diddy Combs' abusive behavior against his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. In fact, it's something his defense team owned and acknowledged during Monday's opening statement at the start of his sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. But as Ventura sat Wednesday as the prosecution's star witness for her second full day of direct testimony, the big question now is how will this jury interpret her detailed description of a decade's worth of abusive beatings, drug use, and sex-filled freak-offs with male escorts, which she claimed she was forced to endure at the hands of Combs.
Sean was very manipulative, and he had a tendency to get violent when he didn't get his way. Like one time I told him I didn't feel like participating in one of his freak-offs because I was still sore from the last 3 freak-offs we had just that day. So what he did, he dragged me out into the courtyard in his Miami mansion, and he tried to dunk my head into his inflatable pool of baby oil. Thank goodness his mom was there, because she begged him to stop.
Now, Cassie, you know damn well you love those inflatable baby oil pools too. We used to be in there for hours getting our freak on and all. As a matter of fact, it was your idea to fill up them pools. Look, if I go down, I'm taking you down with me. I ain't playing, Daddy.
Was Ventura a domestic violence victim, but one who willingly made those choices as a consenting adult, as the defense contends, or was she forced, out of fear, into a lifestyle she despised and took drugs to numb the pain? The singer told jurors she was terrified of being humiliated after Combs threatened to release incriminating videos of her participating in the freak-offs.
Petty arguments with Sean would usually lead to physical abuse. He would knock me over, he pushed me, he dragged me, he kicked me, he scratched me. One time he actually hit me over the head with one of those large family-sized bottles of baby oil. Almost knocked me unconscious. But that wasn't even the reason I went along with Sean's nonsense. What made me fold was him threatening to release incriminating videos of me participating in the freak-offs, which would have damaged my career, and I would have had to answer to my mother and my family. It was horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. He made me look like a slut. I couldn't have felt worse. I felt trapped. Like, how do I even get out of this situation?
So Cassie sat up there in that courtroom and act like she wasn't kicking my ass too. Like I was the only one getting violent. She forgot to mention that day that she kicked me down the steps at the LA mansion while I had a whole case of Ciroc in my hand. And it was that lemon lime Ciroc too, Daddy. That shit shattered all over the steps. It cut my feet up like Megan Thee Stallion and everything. I could barely even do my two-step at the show that evening. Effed up my whole night. I got her back at the hotel that day though, Daddy. Like, yeah, take that, take that, take that.
She also talked about the busted lip and black eyes she says the embattled entertainment mogul gave her during a 2016 violent encounter in a California hotel. Covering up bruises and gashes with heavy makeup, she testified, became routine. She texted Combs, quote, "I have a premiere for the biggest thing I have ever done. It's sick for you to think it's okay to do what you have done." Ventura also told the jury about 13 different male sex workers she says she and Combs hired for the freak-offs in hotel rooms across the country, including one she says she reluctantly agreed to right after her 29th birthday party. In one text exchange, she told Combs, quote, "Nothing good comes out of freak-offs anymore. You treat me like Ike Turner, abusive and controlling." While on the witness stand, she also admitted to being primarily responsible for making arrangements with the male escorts out of a combination, she says, of love and fear. Quote,
Woo! Yeah. It was definitely Ventura who hired me. Man, they used to love me. I'm telling you, I was one of their favorite ones, you know? They hired me, and I went there and I did what I had to do. You know, they was paying good. You know what I'm saying? I got to slide up into some skins, and it was just all good. I used to love the freak off. That was one of my favorite gigs that I used to go to.
Sean is a monster. He needs to remain in jail. You're a monster, Sean. You're a monster. And you need to be caged like a monster and never be let out.
How am I the monster when you behind half of this shit too? Now, she sit up there and she cry those crocodile tears. She want everybody to believe her. When, like I said, she's behind half of this stuff too. If I go down, you go down. And I'm going to say how I say it. This Pixar Diddy. I maintain my innocence. You know what I'm saying? I never human trafficked no one. And I never racketeered anything. And that's just what it is. And that's how it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? I tell it how it is and y'all tell it how it might be. You know what I mean? This world's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. All right? So this Pixar Diddy, once again, you know what I mean? I'm going to say it one more time, Cassie. If I go down, you go down. All right? Take that, take that, take that.
Woo! Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of assaulting a woman with his Tootsie Roll-sized Johnson in a bombshell new lawsuit. The woman, identified as Jane Doe, claims she met Bad Boys Records founder in May of 2001 and hung out with him several times at nightclubs, a restaurant, and his New York recording studio, according to TMZ. She claims nothing inappropriate occurred until that July, when Combs took her back to his apartment after a night at the club and locked her in his bedroom. The music mogul allegedly pushed her onto the bed, put his hand around her throat and said, "I'm going to suck the life out of you." The woman claims that Combs, who was now 55 years old, released his grip and unbuckled his pants and revealed his Johnson, which appeared to be the length and girth of a large-sized Tootsie Roll. She said in a lawsuit that she was relieved by the leg size, claiming she knew intercourse would not hurt because he lacked the length and the girth. She said he had a itty-bitty ditty.
A itty-bitty ditty? Now, y'all know damn well These Jane Does is getting out of control. That they ain't only going after my legacy, daddy. Now they attacking my manhood. Talking about something, I look like a Tootsie Roll. What in the hell? I don't know what's going on out here, but like I told y'all before, they try and set me up. You know what I'm saying, daddy? And I ain't gonna let them do that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna let them do that. Cause you know, I'm brother love. I'm the embodiment of love. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, daddy, that's what wins. Love always wins at the end of the day.
Even rapper 50 Cent chimed in on Jane Doe's sexual allegations against Sean Itty Bitty Diddy Tootsie Roll Combs.
Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right, to the front, to the front, to the back, to the back. Now slide, baby, slide. That's why Diddy was in the corner stroking that little Tootsie Roll while Cassie was getting dug out.
I see 50 still out here on this bull-ish, hating and trolling. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, daddy. You know what I mean? I'm going to be out soon, and I'm going to be right back on top. You know what I'm saying? I thought I told you that we won't stop. 50, baby. You know you love me. You know what I mean? You love your big brother, Diddy. You know what I mean? You still dwelling on the fact that I wanted to take you shopping that day. Well, of course I wanted to take you shopping. You know what I'm saying? You needed to update your style. You know what I'm saying? You need to listen to your big brother instead of trolling all the time. You know what I'm saying, daddy? Yeah. Take that, take that, take that.
Even rapper Boosie Badass got into the mix, adding his 2 cents about the Itty Bitty Diddy Tootsie Roll Combs trial.
I think Cassie and her husband masterminded this whole takedown of Biddy and his money, dog.
Yeah.
I think her husband had been trying to get her to do this for years now.
Yeah.
He been trying to get her to do this for years to Diddy, but she didn't want to do it because she knew what would come out. Then as a couple, y'all become broke. Now the plot becomes realer by the month. I think the last straw was the Diddy and the Carisha relationship. When she saw Carisha with that sign supporting her man at their wards, that did it. That did it, dog. I mean, a woman scorned is a dangerous, evil motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, daddy. For real. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that you see it that way, Boosie. A lot of other people don't see it that way. And you know, a lot of these Jane Does are coming out of nowhere trying to get revenge because they ain't never make it in the industry.
I feel Diddy in jail for basically doing what every other famous entertainer has done. Yeah, I mean, flew chicks out for threesomes, and Diddy just got freakier. I mean, just think about it. We actually gonna call women prostitutes who fly in willingly to be with their partners for sex. If that's the case, and you've been flowed out, and you had sex with your partner, then I guess you should be labeled a prostitute then. And if that's the case, then 80% of the women that's listening to this right now that have been flowed out by their partners have been trafficked. But man, when you're a celebrity, you gotta fly them out. Because how else you gonna get it? I mean, you never in one place, you know, being a celebrity. So that you gotta fly them out. So that video I saw, it pissed me off, man.
No, Boosie, tell him. You know what I'm saying, daddy? You know what I mean? So y'all need to listen to Boosie. Boosie over there making sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's seen it for what it is. I ain't never trafficked no one. You know what I'm saying? And I never racketeered nothing. So I'm going to keep saying the same.
Let me just put it this way. These people put themselves out there to be flown out. You know what I mean? They put it out there that they travel, or that they could be wherever you need them to be. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like you just automatically say, oh yeah, I see you don't travel, but I want you, so I'm gonna pay for your trip. Yeah, right. A lot of these motherfuckers put themselves out to travel because they think it's another way to get the bag. A lot of these bitches do, and men. They put it on their shit. It's like part of their menu options or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
Things over and over again. And Boosie, baby.
Because they have time.
You know what I mean?
Weird ass.
When I get out of here, I'm taking you up to the top with me, because you know I'm gonna go back to the top. You know what I mean? This brother love. There's only one place for me to go. You know what I'm saying? And Boosie, baby, I'm taking you with me, daddy. For real. You wearing Ye.
Cause Diddy really got a problem. But facing life in prison for doing basically what so many other entertainers has done, man, I don't agree with that, dog. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I mean, I don't see no crimes committed in this case. So this is no way a RICO charge. You shouldn't be sent to jail for being a freak. Yeah, I mean, who goes to jail for being a freak? This is a case of two freaks in a relationship having ups and downs. For real, man. Anyone who thinks he should be given a life sentence is sick.
Go Boosie, go Boosie, go Boosie, go Boosie, go. You know what I'm saying, daddy? You know what I mean? You tell it how it is while they tell it how it might be. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the government never arrested Hugh Have.
Right. Okay, so now we're gonna get into Piers Morgan real quick, because Piers Morgan said some crazy shit.
Backed ingredients to improve your sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Dream is a powerful blend of all natural ingredients: reishi, apigenin, L-theanine, melatonin, and magnesium. It's designed to help you fall asleep and just stay asleep. We've teamed up to give you a massive
put this out unless you pay us millions of dollars bespeaks the real
testimony and see her body language and hear her tone of voice and that sort of thing. So what we have.
Let's go back to the case involving Diddy Combs. One, there are two schools of thought. In fact, we have some eminent attorneys joining us who disagree about what's going to happen here. And I guess it's going to come down to what a jury thinks of how much of this was consensual or how much was non-consensual or indeed stroke coercive. And a lot of may rest, of course, on Cassie Ventura's testimony. How do you think she did? Obviously, she's heavily pregnant, which must have made it a very difficult experience for her. But how much of her testimony do you think, if you're a juror listening to all this, what are the sort of very persuasive parts of what she said, and what are the parts that may give you pause for thought?
Well, you know, one of the things I want to point out is none of us, maybe your commentators were, but I certainly wasn't in the courtroom to hear what she had to say. You know, this is a situation in a federal court where they do not allow cameras, so we can't see her testimony and see her body language and hear her tone of voice and that sort of thing. So what we have is commentators who seize on certain things she said, certain things she fails to say, and then try to make a mountain out of it. Let's remember that in a lawsuit, you know, you don't win a case based on one witness or one piece of evidence. Typically, you're building a wall, and one of the things they teach you in law school is a brick is not a wall. Cassie Ventura's testimony is one brick in what I expect to be a very long trial with a lot of bricks attempting to build a wall. People have seized on some of the comments and texts that she sent where she seemed to be voluntarily participating in some of these so-called freak-offs. I would suggest, if I were the prosecutor, that this is classic trauma bonding, that she is trying to please the individual with whom she's in a relationship. And I would not place a lot of stock in the fact that that was not coerced simply because she was acting like she wanted to do it. Now, I didn't sit there and hear the testimony. So that's going to have to be decided by 12 people. And, you know, I made a living over 30 years. I win a lot of cases because I put a lot of faith in the jury. And I try to put the bad evidence and the good evidence and then explain why the bad evidence doesn't keep me from winning the case. And I think that's, you know, I know you're going to have commentators who have different points of view, but I think the prosecution is doing the job that it does. And let's remember, we're talking about the federal government. Typically, the federal government does not bring a case unless it has a lock solid case. And I'm assuming that the prosecutors knew the weak points of Cassie's testimony and understood that there would be cross points, and understood that this was going to be watched and poured over with a fine-tooth comb, like I'm sure your commentators will.
I can tell you why it's farcical to me is this idea of this mythical creature that can take ketamine and MDA and booze and then have sex for dozens of days on end and hours. That from a pharmacological standpoint, that's not possible. This idea that Cassie waits 10, 12 years to file a lawsuit and writes a book and then doesn't turn it over to a general publishing group, but sends it to Jay-Z's lawyer and says, by the way, we're going to put this out unless you pay us millions of dollars, bespeaks the real motives behind this. And let me just say this. Puff is not a good person. He's a bad woman beater and he's a coward. I know the guy. Everybody I know agrees with that. But this is not a case about domestic violence. You can talk about trauma bonding and any other psychological terms you want to lay on there. But the idea that Cassie had her own apartment, had her own money, had her own extra boyfriends or anything else does not speak to me as a traditional victim that we would see in a case of spousal abuse where this is ongoing.
Because he had basically financial control of everything, including whatever money she had. Everything that she had was basically Diddy's. Some would say that's the reason why. And I don't think so. I don't think so. It doesn't motherfucking matter. When you're tired, you're tired. Enough's enough. It doesn't fucking matter who has money. I mean, surely out of the 11 years they were together, she could have made some motherfucking friends there. Somebody could have, floated her or whatever. You know what I mean? Surely, I mean, she was dating. She dated like two, three people. Like fucking, you know what I mean? They were prominent. I mean, seriously, Michael B. Jordan, I think is Michael B. Whatever, I forgot his name right now. Dude from Creed and Black Panther. She couldn't contact him for some money. Kid Cudi, of course, whatever. The dude she's with now. Any of the bodyguards, anybody. And he brought from Danity Kane. Really, like, there's nobody she could have reached out to for, a little financial motherfucking getaway package. I kind of find that hard to believe. You know what I mean? But some, like, and like me and my brother argue about it all the time. Like, she was held there because of financial, he had her finances, like intertwined or something like that. And I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck how long. Like, you ready to leave. You don't care about the fucking money. You just want to go. You know what I mean? And fuck the money. You'll figure it out. Get it how you live, man. How'd you get money before? You know what I mean? Surely. That's why I said she didn't make no friends. Nobody was, walked by, but, if you ever need anything. For real? Yeah, right. Right?
And I'll tell you this. When the prosecution told everyone that P. Diddy urinated in her mouth, that was shocking. When Daniel Phillip comes on and says, no, actually the person who told me to urinate in her mouth was Cassie. And not only did she tell me that, she gave a tutorial and said, you want to do it slowly to make it last longer. At that point in time, the old adage is you can't win a trial with the first witness, but you can sure lose a trial. That lost me. Because what you're talking about now is an allegation that this, and I'm going to use it's a Mandingo stereotype of this crazed black man who's being prosecuted by 5 white women who are saying this man's sexual needs are insatiable and they can have sex for hours and hours and never rest and always ejaculate. That's not true from a pharmacological standpoint. That is absurd. If this was in the 60s or 70s in Mississippi, I think people would be irate. I don't like Sean Combs. That video speaks for itself. The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for that? The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for all of these crimes that have allegedly occurred, but we save it all up and we bring it in this case? And to Mr. Busby's point, this idea that the federal government does no wrong in prosecuting people, you know, it's kind of ironic that a Comey is on this case and a Comey also, you know, and he doesn't need my advice, but they told us that President Trump was a spy for Russia too. And that was complete BS. And we know that was. And so this idea and concept that the government does no wrong, federal government does no wrong in bringing cases, I don't think it's true. This is not a strong case. This is a case that if they prosecute it or defend it correctly, and you point out the idea that Cassie says Combs raped her and then she went back to his house sometime later and were having sex, and then her husband FaceTimed her, and she can't remember if she was actually had that man's genitals in her while she was FaceTiming her husband. That's not believable. It's not believable to me. No one would believe that. And it's just part of a long line of, as Busby says, these are bricks. A brick is not a wall, but a brick hits you in the head. A brick still hits you in the head.
No reasonable motherfucker is going to be, you know, why would you answer the motherfucking phone? Like, if you're doing some those scandalous shit with one motherfucker and you're with somebody else, you wouldn't answer the motherfucking phone. You wouldn't answer FaceTime, because then you feel like if you don't answer his FaceTime call, then is he abusive too? Because that's why you didn't answer it, and you answered it with, like, come on now, because that don't even sound realistic.
Like when Cassie...
Why the fuck you not going to remember, or you're not going to know? Come on now. It doesn't matter how many motherfucking drugs his bride is allegedly taking. You're going to know something. You're going to know. This is ridiculous.
He says Combs and his bodyguard went to shoot and kill Suge Knight. That's absurd. Combs is terrified of Suge Knight. Terrified. Has been terrified of him for decades, going back to a shooting that happened in Atlanta. Combs is not a tough guy. He's not going to jump in a car and go kill Suge Knight in Los Angeles. That's almost laughable. But there's multiple aspects of this case that when you look at factually and practically, it really brings to question, why are we here prosecuting, what was the old adage, sex, drugs, and rock and roll? I'm not saying it's right, but I'm not silly enough to think that there aren't many people who've engaged in sex with rock and roll stars or movie stars, and use sex and use drugs. Those are never prosecuted.
Okay.
And Cassie says, I paid.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring in, Ben has been listening to all that, because it was fascinating. I got to say, the way you talked through all that. Ben, you don't agree. You think Diddy's going down. Why are you certain of that?
Well, I think my colleague makes some excellent points, and obviously this is going to be a very long trial, so there's much to still unfold. I think the purpose of opening with Cassie, of course, is the video, and the video certainly prepares the jury to conclude that he is capable of committing the crimes for which he's ultimately charged. The problem I had with the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura is this isn't a he said, she said case. There are going to be 3 other women and maybe even another male alleged victim who are going to tell a similar story. One of the second witness has already corroborated another alleged beating of Cassie Ventura. So that's the problem. And I think the government will have, it's not that the government can do no wrong. Obviously, we have seen it do wrong in some cases. But I think the point is that the government would not have brought this indictment if it did not have evidence.
Right. I mean, the track record of the federal government in cases like this is almost, it's inevitable that he goes down. It's like 99% hit rate, right? But they do occasionally get it wrong. But most of the time, if the feds bring a case like this, they win. I mean, isn't that the likelihood here? Just on stats.
That's what they're doing. And they can bring on multiple people they've had sex with. And all they're proving is, you know what, there's a secret. There's sex workers in the world, and there's people who frequent sex workers, but that doesn't really go to the issue. This is a RICO prosecution that was ideally brought to take down the mafia. Sean Diddy Combs is a guy who's a woman beater, and they should have prosecuted him for it. And there's no question about it. But you're telling me with a straight face, this is a human slave trap, white slave act case? There's no one who was brought here against their will. Cassie had every choice she wanted to make. They talk about Kid Cudi. Go be with him. Talk about Michael B. Jordan. You know, the reality is this was an incredibly attractive woman, and she was in great demand and had many opportunities to have people. She chose that lifestyle, and I'm not in any way.
All right, now we're going to get into it.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, and Cassie Ventura in a federal court on May 16th, 15th, 14th, and 13th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Cassie Ventura's craziest moments in her testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the craziest moments in Cassie's testimony given in the Diddy trial.
Did you get in arguments?
Yes, it would result in dragging.
What else did he do?
Me in the head if I was down.
How frequently was he?
Too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises.
What is the age difference between you and Sean?
17 years.
How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels?
Nervous, excited, like we were going to talk about music. He introduced me to... I didn't understand it.
Did you visit Sean in Miami?
Yes, I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin.
What did you and Sean do together?
He gave me blue dolphin on a boat.
Had you once before taken unintentionally?
Yes.
When it swung, could you describe it?
Anger, zoning out.
How did it impact you?
Greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. The freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover.
How much time in your week would freak-offs take?
The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time.
How did he like your nails?
White, French tipped.
Hair?
It varied. I shaved my head in 2009.
Your body?
He told me to work out, prepare for the freak-offs.
How did you feel about his comments?
It varied.
Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention to you?
First 6 months or a year.
How old were you?
22.
Why did you agree to try a freak-off?
Good question. I wanted to make him happy.
Where was the first freak-off?
One of his homes in Los Angeles.
Did you disguise your appearance?
Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask.
What was a session in a freak-off?
Until the escort finished.
How many sessions with the first escort?
At least 2.
What supplies were used for freak-offs?
Astroglide, baby oil, condoms.
Who brought the supplies?
Security, Sean's assistants.
Which brand of baby oil?
Johnson's.
How was it used?
Sean said, you need to be glistening.
Any other use of candle wax?
A few times poured on my body.
Who set the temperature of the room?
Sean. I was expected to do freak-offs on my period.
Did you want to do that?
No.
Did you want to be urinated on?
After this question, the defense objected, giving the reason of asked and answered, but the judge overruled it.
No, I did not want it.
How did it feel?
It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it.
Why were you choking?
Too much in my mouth.
Who else urinated on you?
Sean.
Did you want Sean to urinate on you?
I didn't want anyone to urinate on me.
How often did it happen?
Often enough.
Back to the urination. Why didn't you say no?
It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by 2 men.
Where did you find escorts?
Initially, Craigslist.
Why not a cop?
I learned this whole situation was not legal.
Before Cassie could finish her answer, the defense objected, and the judge said the jury will disregard that answer.
How did Cash get there?
Security, or he brought it himself.
Did you use drugs at every freak-off?
Yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless.
Who else used drugs at freak-offs?
Sean did. Sometimes the escort.
What other drugs did you use?
Special K, GHB, mushrooms.
Why did you take more drugs?
To not be present with the experience.
Why?
Because it was something I hated.
How did you react to ecstasy and MDMA?
It could make me vomit.
What would he say?
To continue.
Did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit?
No.
How does GHB make you feel?
Drunk, tipsy.
Cocaine?
Makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan.
Mushrooms?
The walls come alive.
What would happen after the escort f***ed on you?
Sean would want it body in the next room.
Did you do that?
I did.
Where?
Usually.
Did you want to do that?
No.
How did you feel?
I was an object, being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime.
Were some sessions recorded on your devices?
Because they were there.
Did Sean try to come to your apartment?
Yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him, but this is a pretty private building.
Did you hear from Ms. Coram that day?
Yes, and I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe.
Did you try to avoid anything in the freak-offs?
I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate, but Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts.
What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday?
A freak-off. One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak-off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone.
What did Sean say the impact would be?
Shame.
How would you recover from a freak-off?
I'd take I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. The chef would cook us something.
How often did you take after freak-offs?
Often. I got urinary tract infections.
Were the UTIs painful?
Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore.
How did it feel during freak-offs?
Burning. I would not advise it.
Let's read this out loud.
I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI.
What sores?
Friction in my mouth.
From what?
Oral.
You said another UTI, then sad face emoji.
I was open with him about them.
So you feel sick?
Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. Sean wanted to have a freak-off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort.
Which one?
Dave. I took GB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty.
How did you get back to New York?
On a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me.
What did he show you?
Freak-off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd release them.
How did you feel?
Trapped.
When you landed in New York, what did you do?
We went to a dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak-off. So we had a freak-off.
Why did you do it?
To make him not threaten me.
When did Sean first use violence on you?
In New York City. We were in a car with his security, and he knocked me around.
What did he do?
He hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. I was on the floor of the car, and he stomped on my face.
How long did this last?
10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back.
Who?
Roger Bonds.
This photo. Who is it?
Scott Mascuti, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011.
Did Sean find out?
Yes, in my phone. Sean went through my phone during a freakout. He found an email.
About what?
Taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone.
Where did you go?
To Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants.
Then what?
I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I.
What videos?
Freak-off videos of me. Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise.
Where'd you go?
To my hotel with the burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut.
What did you write?
That Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he'd had Scott and I hurt. He said he would be out of the country then.
Where did you go after Connecticut?
I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona. His son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work.
Did Sean talk about Scott's car?
Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up.
What happened next?
We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, "What about my vehicle?" And Sean said, "What vehicle?" And that was the end of the meeting. We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer, and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet.
What stopped it?
D-Rock and James Cruz came in. It made D-Rock sad.
With who else did you see Sean be violent?
I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli or Ely in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person.
Did a friend stay with you?
Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture.
And Carrie Morgan?
I saw Sean hit her in the head.
August 2018. What happened?
We were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man.
Were you seeing anyone?
My now husband.
What happened next?
Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you.
You cried. What did Sean do?
He continued and f***ed inside of me. Then he got up and left.
Did you ever have sex with him again?
Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house.
Can you explain why you did that after he raped you?
We had been together 10 years.
What pain did Sean put you through?
Shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible.
You kept coming back to him for 11 years?
What's crazy is that Cuz is recording this word for word and putting it on Twitter.
I wouldn't say coming back.
You believed he loved you too.
I did believe he loved me too.
So when he cheated on you, it hurt.
Not every time.
Please read this 1364.
I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rush me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention.
You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Ms. Ventura.
See?
This is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right?
Yes.
This is 2 days after planning a freak off, right?
Yes.
He said, I want to see. How did you reply?
I can't wait either.
You wrote, I feel like I want to right?
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny I can't concentrate. What do you say?
That I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room.
Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on grounds of speculation, and the judge told the defense to move on.
Were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way?
That was a concern.
You still were not public in your relationship with him?
Correct.
Were freak-offs important?
Integral to us.
You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he?
10 years.
Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right?
That's true.
You discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her?
There was a point in the very beginning.
Did that complication carry on in your relationship?
Not really. Carrie was just always with us.
Fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit?
I can understand that.
Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period?
No, now.
What you be thinking about when you horny. Ms. Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them.
Thank you.
After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Your period. Mr. Combs is asking when you're on it, right?
Yep.
He's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex.
Looks like it.
Sometimes you watched him with a female?
2 or 3 times.
This is from July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right?
There are a lot of texts here.
You said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right?
Yes.
So B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, I love our FOs when we both want it. You felt that?
Loving FOs were just words at that point.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now. And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL me too.
I texted more than that.
But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. You could have said yes or no, and you said love you.
There was no yes or no.
Bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote, ovulation.
Yes.
You wanted to be the main girlfriend?
In 2013, yes.
You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right?
Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations.
Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Muscooty?
Yes.
Mr. Combs thought it could be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Mr. Muscooty.
Yes.
Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Muscooty?
We enjoyed each other's company.
You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs?
We were on a break.
But you were still doing freak-offs with him.
Yes.
After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you.
Yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there.
He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming?
Yes, Honey 3.
While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right?
Angry?
You blocked him and focused on the movie, right?
I tried my best.
Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom?
Michael B. Jordan.
You sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock?
Yes.
You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them.
I was hurt. I spent all my time with them.
You thought they were in on it. The eyebrow gash incident. What was it about?
Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip.
He was inebriated?
I don't remember that.
When Mr. Combs threw you off the boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking drugs and squeezed your leg.
Among other things.
But you still wanted to be with him?
I did.
Do you recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger?
I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing drugs with Carrie.
This broke up your 17-year friendship with her?
It did.
Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband?
No.
You would heat up the baby oil?
Yes.
Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at the London hotel?
He did.
Then he says, I just got out of a spiritual therapy session.
I asked, how did it go?
He said, it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. You say, baby, I want to FO so bad. You were asked in your direct and said you didn't want him to ruin your premiere.
Sure.
Mr. Combs says, if we start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after.
Yes.
He's saying it'd be a shorter than usual freak off?
That's how I would understand it.
What do you say?
Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house.
You say, that guy is sick. I'm not going to ask you what you meant. Did Mr. Combs go through your phone?
I think so. And he called someone on it.
The person you had an affair with?
I don't know if he's playing anymore.
But he was an NFL player, and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and took your phone, right?
I don't remember.
It was Chris Brown.
I was not dancing with him.
I'm going to play you some audio.
At this moment, the defense played an audio. This voiceover is what was said in the audio.
If you saw a video of someone f***ing me, who was f***ing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? 'Cause I'm not disrespectful, bro. If you don't show me, I will kill you. Cut you up. I will f***ing kill you. I've never killed anyone in my life. I am going to f*** you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me.
That was you, right?
Yes.
Mr. Combs wrote, you're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freakouts anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?
I did not.
Here, you were suggesting freaking off with a girl. You say you found a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
You decided to break up with him, and he didn't threaten you but suggested couples counseling?
I don't know.
In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. Mr. Combs was inviting you to Burning Man, right?
Yes.
I'll read Mr. Combs. You have anger.
I wrote, my family knows I am not running around telling our business. I wrote, I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Please read these.
I wrote, you lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin.
You meant Gina, the photo?
Yes.
In your civil lawsuit, you say Mr. Combs raped you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
Yes.
Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023?
Yes, not the exact date.
In this meeting, you said the rape took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner.
I don't remember exactly that word.
Did you meet the U.S. on April 8th, 2025?
Around then.
This message to FB. Who's that?
Frank Black, a name he used.
He wrote, I'm in an investors conference. We'll get back to this. You still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
After this, they took a sidebar, but then continued.
You wrote, I didn't mean to be a bitch. I just don't get the time. He writes, just need you to be positive, correct?
Yes.
What did you write?
I wrote, I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9.
He writes, can I hold you? Or are you just going to break up with me? And you write back, we can embrace LOL. And you wanted to hug him, right?
That's what I said.
Did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night?
I did.
And during that, your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time?
I don't know what he knew.
Later, he discovered it?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
You didn't tell your husband you were raped?
Not that evening.
After Ms. Porter's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about?
Yes.
That was hurtful.
At that time, yes.
And after that memorial service, you never saw Mr. Combs again, right?
I did not.
He let you go, right?
I never saw him again. I don't know about letting me go.
You got married to the love of your life, right?
I wrote, we should talk and have closure.
Mr. Combs sent back a tear face emoji. He said, you were always my ride or die.
I thought it was nice.
You'd been craving that.
Before. I don't think I was craving now.
DX 1015. Mr. Combs wrote, want to freak off one last time. What did you write?
I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked the prosecution if they wanted to redirect, and it begun.
Ms. Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. What did you say after that?
Yes, I'm horny. Just got over a UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were kind and loving?
Yes.
Did those periods ever last?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
No, they didn't last. There'd be a downswing.
Were you able to cancel work obligations for freak-offs?
Yes, if I was told to.
On the way back from Cannes, what did Sean do?
He played a video of me having sex with an escort.
What did he say he'd do?
He'd release it.
When you got to NY, what did Sean ask for?
A freak off or he'd release it.
When Sean wrote, you ready for tonight? What did he mean?
Freak off.
After Sean wrote to you on August 18th, did you later have consensual sex with Sean during which your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After I filed my civil suit, I was overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way that I chose to was overwhelming. I didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file more lawsuits?
No.
Would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't have had to do freak-offs?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I would give it back to get my agency back.
Did he beat you during freak-offs?
Yes.
Were you open to freak-offs at the beginning?
At the beginning.
Did you tell him when you no longer wanted to do them?
Yes, more than once.
What concerns did you have about saying no to freak-offs?
Safety, career, love.
Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
You were put in the studio with Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And with Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names?
You've got a lot of names.
You are self-conscious about your musical talent.
I wouldn't say that.
You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after filing your civil lawsuit, right?
Yes.
You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental?
No.
You made a demand?
Yes. $10 million, maybe.
At this moment, the judge asked anything further, and the prosecution said,
I just have one question.
But the judge said, I was asking Ms. Esteval, can you wrap up in 2 minutes? And they continued.
This is the last thing I'll ask you to read, Ms. Ventura.
Thank you. We need closure and understanding.
Why'd you keep your devices?
I was afraid of what was on them. I wouldn't take them to the Apple Store.
One question. You just reached a $10 million settlement with Intercontinental last week before trial?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled, and Cassie answered.
Yes.
What do you think about Cassie's craziest moments in the Diddy trial? Do you think Cassie was a victim or a partner in Diddy's crimes? What moment did I miss from her testimony? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you tomorrow. Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, David James, and Cassie's mom in a federal court on May 20th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of David James and Cassie Ventura's mom's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source, courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the finale of David James's testimony and Cassie's mom's testimony from beginning to end.
What about physical between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe it?
No, I did not.
Do you remember a blog post?
Yes, I was in LA when he came back from a club.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That someone was lying on him saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me.
Did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie?
To bring her food at the London hotel and some Roscoe's.
What is Roscoe's?
Some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles.
What did you do for Mr. Combs in NY?
I'd bring him applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, just for men. We bought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key, like at the Trump International. I'd set up the medicine bag in the personal LV bag.
What was in it?
A Viagra, ecstasy, perks.
How did you go about replenishing these supplies?
I'd use my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back.
Who paid you back?
Usually bonds.
Did Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel?
Never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women.
Did he ask you for things during a stay?
He'd text me for an iPod or food.
Did anything strange ever happen?
Yes, in Miami. He asked for an iPod from his house on Star Island. I drove it to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I'd set up the room.
What did you see?
Cassie on the bed. There was another person who sort of scurried away, and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there.
How was she sleeping?
On her back.
At this moment, the defense objected, but was sustained.
What about the other person?
He was about 5 feet 8 inches with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away.
Did you ask anything?
I wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs.
Did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs?
Yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name.
Did you give him permission to use your name?
I don't recall that.
Was there a drug dealer?
Yes, one stop.
He met with a lot of people?
Yes, even former presidents.
Which one?
Former President Obama.
What was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done these things?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge sustained it.
Did you ever take ecstasy?
Yes, I was drinking Cyrock. I took ecstasy. I was diddy bopping.
What do you mean?
I was vibing.
Did you speak with Mr. Combs about it?
He was reviewing footage of the party. We had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, "Hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it."
Meaning?
That I'd be embarrassed.
Did anything ever go missing?
They said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Paulie came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time.
Could you have said no?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said to move on.
Did you ever have to take a lie detector test?
Yes.
Who was present?
Just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand.
Could you refuse?
Not to keep my job.
Did this happen again?
Yes, when Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen.
What was the result?
The gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, "Sure I am." Once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector to prove she wasn't part of a heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry.
Was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight?
Yes, I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. D-Rock said, "That's motherfucking Suge Knight." He went over and said, "What's up?" Suge Knight didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, "I'm Biggie's boy."
What happened next?
We noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, "We got to get out of here." We drove back to the house.
What did you find there?
Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming.
What did you find at Mel's Diner?
Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, "Drive around the block."
What did you decide?
To leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk.
No further questions.
You didn't tell all this the first time.
They told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me.
Look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me.
Okay.
How'd you recognize Suge Knight?
I listened to hip-hop.
Were you drinking or smoking pot?
No, sir.
Your mind was clear?
As clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m.
D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over.
Window open. D-Rock says, "I'm Biggie's boy," and then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dab.
What's a dab?
Handshake.
Did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling?
Because that's a crazy question. Why would I?
Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner?
That makes no sense.
I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you?
No.
You saw Cassie and Mr. Combs?
Yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive.
You don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you?
I didn't know we had guns until then.
Have you ever been in a situation like that?
No.
You didn't say, I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns?
No.
What exactly did you do before you got this job?
I was a door-to-door salesman, then personal assistant.
Now you were going with guns to confront someone?
It was not ideal.
You knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right?
I frequent there all the time.
You've never seen guns before, right?
No.
This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement?
It's the understatement of the day so far.
Do you have immunity?
Ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement.
Proffer. You didn't tell anyone about this?
Only my wife.
Did you meet with the government this morning?
Yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross.
Did the Mel's Diner incident come up?
Not that I recall.
It's this morning. What did you talk about?
Your style.
I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. I have a few more mundane questions.
I love mundane questions.
Where did you travel with Mr. Combs?
Ibiza, London, Saint-Tropez.
Were these vacations?
Business-oriented.
What were you hired as?
Personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant.
He met a high-level roster of people.
Second understatement of the day.
Why?
He met with a who's who.
It was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right?
Yes.
It was important that he be on time.
No, we'd change meetings to fit his schedule all the time, when he didn't want to show up at a certain time.
He had security because people wanted to touch him, right?
Yes, in the airport, in McDonald's.
Was he gracious?
I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs.
Did he sign autographs?
No.
You said he'd stay in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and you'd stay with him.
Yes, it was common.
What sort of things would he want to always have with him?
Ketchup, for example.
Did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers?
No, but I knew he likes applesauce.
He liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business.
Usually not. I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them.
When you bought the 8-ball of Coke on Saint-Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you?
He was asleep.
Tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds.
We talked about Bad Boy as a family.
What do you mean?
Mama Combs called me her son many times.
What was the mission?
Make sure he's happy.
Was it fun?
I enjoyed it from time to time.
What was your relationship with Chef Jourdan?
Professional.
Did you choke her?
No.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar, and then they continued. Tell me what happened.
We were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, "Stay in your f***ing lane."
Was there fallout?
It was reported to corporate HQ. Mr. Combs called me in. Mr. Combs told me, "You can't be putting your hands on women." He told me to give her a gift.
What did you give her?
I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her.
Did she like it?
It appeared she did.
You were in a car with Mr. Combs and who?
Chris Lighty.
You have taken ecstasy?
I'd party, sure.
What were things like in the studio? Drugs?
Yes, it's a creative environment. I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs.
But he caught you smoking once.
I thought he was in for the light. I lit up. He came out. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing." He said, "If you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me." I said, "Okay, I'm smoking." He said if I did it again, he'd fire me.
How about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge overruled it.
She asked for $200. I called Bonds and asked, "What the hell?" She asked to take a shower. I said, "That's $200.
On that note, no further questions.
What about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey?
To file a police report and say that Chef Jourdan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report.
What have we asked you to do?
Tell the truth.
Nothing further.
You lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report.
Yes.
Nothing further. At this moment, the testimony of Diddy's ex-personal assistant was over, and something we did not expect was Cassie's mom to testify. It was short, but here it is.
The government calls Regina Ventura. Where do you live?
New London, Connecticut.
How many children do you have?
2, Roderick and Cassandra.
Who is this?
Sean Combs. He dated my daughter.
When did you meet Sean Combs?
2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA.
Read this message from December 2011.
Cassandra wrote to me. She said Sean Combs threatened to release a tape and go after her and Mr. Mascuti.
How did you react?
It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said, to recoup losses due to Mr. Mascuti from my husband and myself.
Why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs?
For the safety of my daughter.
Look in the binder next to you.
These are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises. From Sean Combs.
Do you know Mia?
She was an employee of Sean Combs.
What happened?
We were in his kitchen, laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain.
Now to August 2016, we're done with the binder. While in LA, did you call the police?
Yes. Sean Combs stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout.
Who else was there?
D-Rock.
Is Damian Butler his government name?
He was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar.
No further questions.
After this, before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, male dancer, and Agent Gannon in a federal court on May 20th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of male dancer and Agent Gannon's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the male dancer and Agent Gannon testimony from beginning to end.
The government calls Mr. Sheree Hayes. Where are you from?
Harlem, New York.
What was your work?
Male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher.
Do you recognize these two?
I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy erotic scene for them.
Why were you called the Punisher?
Playing basketball on West 4th Street.
The woman who called you, what time did she book you for?
Midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West. Striptease for a small group of friends.
When you got there, how did Ms. Ventura appear?
In a bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me oil.
What did she hand to you?
$800.
How was the room?
Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out.
Did he come out?
Yes, he was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide.
How did you recognize it?
I use it, the purple top.
How did it end?
She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money.
Did you do it again?
Yes, 8 or 12 times.
How did you end up recognizing her?
I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it.
This would be a good place to break.
And they did. They took a break, then came back and continued.
How were these sessions scheduled?
I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd asked for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more.
How would it start?
Baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Miss Combs would direct.
How did the direction work?
Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen, really, you know. One time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this shit.
How much baby oil did you use?
A lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible.
How long would they last?
4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot.
Then what?
She would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash.
Did you think Ms. Ventura was enjoying herself?
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
Did you use drugs?
I am not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint.
Did you have performance issues?
Having the woman's partner there, yes.
Did the issues affect your pay?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure.
What happened?
They went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy.
What did you think would happen next?
I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you pay her, and I couldn't.
Are you writing a book?
Yes, self-help about my ED. It's advice.
In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura?
Yes, I call them a married, wealthy couple.
How long is it?
6 pages out of 186, I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable. Highs and lows.
No further questions.
At this moment, the cross-examination began.
I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What's it called?
In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that?
Good title. You have a website?
Yes, now I'm a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors.
You've been doing this for 25 years?
30 years, coming up on a big anniversary.
You dance with them?
A professional dry hump.
For 30 years. Thousands of ladies. You try to not develop feeling for them, right?
You try not to. It's a job.
But you talked with Cassie.
Cordial.
She asked to be able to call you.
Just to set the sessions up. We were never asked to talk.
She was comfortable with you.
She said so.
You had feelings for her.
Incorrect.
But you thought she was only doing this with you.
That is correct. She'd said it was a special occasion.
You did develop feelings for her?
That's not correct.
You told the government. The government's notes say you developed feelings for her.
That may have been taken out of context.
You used your 25 years experience.
This was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor.
You wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct?
Yes, it is important to read the room.
So you read the room with Cassie and she wanted...
At this moment, the prosecution objected and it was sustained.
Was Mr. Combs' request that you penetrate...
It was a demand, a strong suggestion.
Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right?
Yes, $500.
Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book.
Thank you.
What made you think Ms. Ventura was enjoying herself?
It was the first time unprotected.
Without the details.
At this moment, the defense objected and the prosecution said,
no further questions.
Then the defense asked one more question.
What do you mean by steamy?
I felt it was enjoyable for Ms. Ventura and Mr. Combs.
At this moment, the testimony of the male dancer was over and the government called their next witness.
The government calls Special Agent Gerard Gannon. Where do you work?
HSI in Miami in the National Security Group.
In March 2024.
The HSI Human Trafficking Group. In labor in Miami.
What time did the search begin?
After 3 p.m.
Why so late?
We learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country.
Was there a pier on the property on Star Island?
Yes, we had to monitor it.
Why did you have to break open the gate?
To make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger.
What's this a photo of?
The pool and the pier.
What did you find here?
Parts of AR-15 rifles, sex toys, and Astroglide. Yeah. These magazines were loaded with bullets.
What do these show?
The serial numbers have been cut out.
Let's turn to 2 more exhibits. What are these?
The ammunition we found.
And these platform high heels? How high are they?
7 inches.
This may be a good place to break for the day.
At this moment, the testimony of the agent was paused, and that was it for the day. What did you think of the male dancer's testimony? Do you think this testimony will help the defense or the prosecution?
Pieces of AR-15s just lying about by the pool. Like, that sounds like cap. You know what I mean? Like, that sounds like they just put that shit there. Like, nobody does that. Nobody's just so reckless. You know what I mean? Nobody's so reckless.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, Special Agent, and Don Richard in a federal court on May 16th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Day 5 testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the full testimony given by Special Agent and Don Richard today from beginning to end.
Good afternoon. Where do you work?
HSI in the Human Trafficking Group. I'm in the Crisis Negotiation Group too.
Did you serve subpoenas in this case?
Yes.
When Sean Combs was arrested, where did you go?
The Park Hyatt, room 2115, where he was staying.
At this moment, the photo of the entrance was shown to the jury.
What did you do?
We assigned a letter to each room and began to search.
What was your role?
I took photographs of items, then signed them on the 6051 form.
Was this found in the closet?
At this moment, photos were shown of plastic bags full of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and Astroglide bottles.
Yes.
What was found in the bathroom?
Several bottles of baby oil.
Now the bedroom. What was found in the Louis Vuitton bag?
Medication in the name of Frank Black.
And that is this?
Bags of pink powder found in the medicine bottle.
At this moment, there was a stipulation shown agreeing it was found and tested by Customs and Border Patrol Lab.
Reading stipulation. The pink powder was found to be ketamine and MDMA in bottle.
At this moment, physical evidence is passed around to jury. Then a photo was shown.
What was found in the black mini pack bag?
$9,000.
Please take the cash out of the bag.
At this moment, Special Agent Binda does and starts fanning out the bills.
No further questions.
After this, the judge asked any cross, and the defense asked only one question.
In the hotel room, did you see any bags and clothing indicating that a woman was staying with him there?
Yes.
After this, the judge said, the U.S. may call its next witness, and they did.
Your Honor, the government calls Don Richard. Where are you from?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
From 2004 to 2011. Who did you work for?
Puff, Sean Combs.
Do you see him?
Yes.
Who is depicted in this photo?
Cassie.
In 2009, did you observe an incident between Puff and Cassie?
She was attacked by Sean Combs, kicked.
Did you see more violence by him against Cassie?
Often.
When were you a member of this group?
2009 to 2011.
The incident in 2009 when Sean Combs Cassie, where was it?
In Sean Combs' LA home, we were recording.
What did he do?
He was saying, "Where the fuck is my food?" He grabbed a black skillet with eggs and tried to hit her over the head. Cassie dropped to the ground.
What did she do?
She went into fetal position.
Then what?
Sean Combs was kicking her in the head and body, then dragged her up to the first floor, glass breaking and yelling. I was scared for her, and for me too.
Did you intervene?
No.
Did you call police?
No.
The next day, what happened?
That it had been passionate and she was okay. That it would be better if we didn't talk. That people could end up missing.
How did you understand that?
Death.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, sidebar. Once they came back from the sidebar, they excused the jurors and Don Richard. This is the end of the trial for the day. What do you think about Don Richard's testimony so far, and Special Agent's testimony? Let me know in the comments down below. We will see you tomorrow. Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team. Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, Carrie Morgan, and David James in a federal court on May 19, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Don Richard's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial so far. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen. Morgan and David James's testimony given in the...
Where do you live?
Los Angeles.
Who is this?
Cassie Ventura.
What was your relationship?
We were best friends. Her boyfriend to me.
Do you see him here?
Yes, there in a yellow sweater.
Let the record reflect the witness had identified defendant Sean Combs. Why are you here?
I got a subpoena.
Where did you live with Cassie?
Manhattan.
Did Cassie drink?
Not much.
Any drugs?
None.
What was she doing for work?
Modeling. Then she recorded me and you.
When did you learn they were dating?
2007.
Did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs?
Yes, Ibiza, Miami.
What drugs did Mr. Combs provide?
Molly, marijuana, ecstasy.
Which did Mr. Combs take?
All.
Did you take drugs alone with Cassie?
Opiates.
How did Mr. Combs act?
He would yell at Cassie. She lost her confidence, big time, lost her spark.
Did Mr. Combs talk down to Cassie?
Yes, about her looks, who she talked to.
Did he contact you looking for her?
A lot. Sometimes he would call 50 times in a row.
Would others call you for him?
Yes, Christina Coram or KK.
Did you witness assaults?
Yes, first in the Hollywood Hills. Ruben, one of his security guards, was there.
What did Mr. Combs do to Cassie?
He kicked her.
What did she do?
Nothing. I told Ruben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't.
Then what?
We left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's front steps.
And the next time?
In Jamaica. I saw him drag her by her hair. I ran back to get my purse and phone so we could leave.
What did you see next?
I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran into a wooded area.
What happened next?
There were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie.
Did you find her?
Yes. Then we hid in a ditch, whispering.
What about the incident at Comstock?
Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock.
Did he get in?
No. Then the police came.
What happened?
Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left a card.
Read this message. Did you send an attachment?
Yes. A photo of the card the detective left.
Did Mr. Combs ever assault you?
Yes. He hit me with a wood coat hanger and choked me.
Where did the hanger hit you?
Behind me, right ear.
What did he express concern about?
Who Cassie was cheating on him with.
Who did you speak to about it?
Ryan, Sean's old assistant.
What did he do?
Nothing. I have not spoken with Cassie since.
At this moment, the cross-examination started. You were Ms. Ventura's best friend since 2004.
Actually, 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut.
Then you were both in NYC?
I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem.
Have you ever met Kim Porter?
Yes.
Was Cassie ever jealous?
Yes.
And the other way?
Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan, and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him.
You were both using drugs?
No. We were in South Africa.
Did you learn about Gina?
Yes. He was having a full-on relationship with this little girl.
Why do you call her that?
She acts like that. She's younger than us.
When you say Sean came and hammered on the door, why did the police come?
They said because of the noise.
What did they say to you?
Cassie was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything.
You two were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoken with her since 2018?
That's true.
At the danger of being capital obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it wasn't clear if it was sustained or overruled, and they continued. Why haven't you spoken with her?
She did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line at assault.
You reached a settlement with Ms. Ventura?
The money came from Mr. Combs.
Do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation?
Yes.
Why did you send him this? With words of encouragement?
I don't remember sending it.
Okay, I want to show you a few more photos, but first let's talk about the incident when he put his hand self-help author about self-affirmation.
Yes.
Why did you send him this? With words of encouragement?
I don't remember sending it.
Okay, I want to show you a few more photos, but first let's talk about the incident when he put his hands on your neck. Were you and Cassie using any drugs at the time?
No.
What did he say?
He said, who was she cheating with?
You went to an urgent care and not the hospital?
Right.
But you told the prosecutors it was bloody, and you went to the hospital.
I don't remember that.
Look at this.
I see that I said that.
At this moment, after the defense ended their cross-examination, the prosecution recrossed.
Do you remember Mr. Agnifilo asking you about an incident in LA?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
And he hit her, like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. What happened in Jamaica?
He dragged Cassie by her hair, a 50-yard hallway.
Was he talking about jealousy?
No. He said she spent too long in the bathroom.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, but the defense said no. And that was the entire Carrie Morgan testimony. Now let's look at David James's testimony.
Why are you here?
I've been subpoenaed.
Were you Combs's personal assistant?
From 2007 to 2009.
Who is that in this photo?
That is David James.
That is yourself?
Yes. I went to college in Michigan. Later, I faxed my resume to Bad Boy.
Where was the interview?
1710 Broadway.
Who'd you meet?
Tommy, his sister Keisha, and others.
How did they test you?
They gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show on Hot 97 came on.
What did Mr. Combs ask you?
To make a spreadsheet for Miami. I said I'd know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop, I got the job.
Did he have others?
Ms. Robles, Mr. Barber, others.
What would you do as assistant?
Bad Boy to 5, then out to dinner, then to the studio to 3 a.m. We'd get a call time at the end of the night.
Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well?
Yes.
Who were the security staff?
D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Paulie.
You worked 20 hours a day?
Yes, security did too.
What did security staff tell you?
To stay in my lane.
Who said that?
Bond, Uncle Paulie.
Focusing on his personal chef. Who is it?
Chef Jordan.
Did Mr. Combs have girlfriends then?
Kim Porter. Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie.
What was your first conversation with Cassie?
We were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said, this lifestyle is crazy. I asked her, why don't you leave? She said, Sean controls my life, my music. He pays for my apartment.
Next conversation?
It was about her music, but the album never came out.
Did you overhear a conversation?
Yes. Mr. Combs said, Kim is my queen, out in LA with my family. He said, I have Cassie right where I want her. She's young and moldable.
Your Honor, how much longer do you want to go? This would be a good place to break.
At this moment, the judge ended the day, and that was it for the day in the Diddy trial. What do you think about Carrie Morgan and David James's testimony? Do you think they can be helpful to convict Diddy? Let me know in the comments down below.
I don't think so. Hold on one second. I want to get to the full thing. What do you have? The cross-examination.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the defense team and Cassie Ventura in a federal court on May 15th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines, What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Day 4 testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source, courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the full cross-examination testimony given by Cassie Ventura today from beginning to end.
Ms. Ventura, you loved Mr. Combs, correct?
I did.
For 11 years, you took care of him.
In some ways.
You called him larger than life.
I did.
Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right?
Like,
yes.
The best way to get the Diddy trial, because if you look at all the other shit, there's no cameras. There's no cameras in the courtroom, and so everybody keeps like if you put on law and whatever, they're just showing the front of the building, it's for hours. Motherfuckers are just typing away. So I felt like this was the most. This is the best way to get it. Couldn't listen, so we listening and reading at the same time. I'm just like, goddamn, man, this motherfucker is putting it on Twitter. You hear me? The whole thing. It's like when we do, like for example, we do task force meetings or whatever. They have AI just basically typing everything we fucking say or what everything back and forth. So it's AI generated copy, including, and then, we have video, obviously audio. There's some people like, once in a while we miss the meeting or whatever. So we could just go read the transcripts. So it's kind of like that. That's how I felt this like. And I felt like, man, this is the best way to catch up on it. Cause it's salacious. They were like worried about this broad going to labor, all this other stuff. And I'm like, let's get to the salacious little details over here. So I try to find a lot of things. I'm just like, okay, Knew
a version of him the rest of the world couldn't see, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
In ways.
You kept coming back to him for 11 years?
I wouldn't say coming back.
You believed he loved you too.
I did believe he loved me too.
So when he cheated on you, it hurt.
Not every time.
At this moment, the defense said,
"Bring up this defense exhibit."
But the prosecution objected and said it was not in evidence. And the judge agreed that it was not in evidence. Then they continued.
Ms. Ventura, read this just to yourself.
Right there.
Why did you send this message?
To let him know I was going to dinner.
What was going on when these messages were sent?
I'm not sure.
What was going on in your relationship then?
It was early. We were loving.
I offer it.
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of being offered the truth, but was overruled.
Please read.
I wrote, "I love you, smiley face. I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you, Cass."
This 2009 email.
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of hearsay, and the judge told the defense to ask more questions.
From BlackBerry. What is BG?
Baby girl.
What did you write?
You hungry, Pop Pop?
And Mr. Combs wrote to you, "We are so in love, we don't do anything else." How long had you been seeing each other?
Like 2.5 years.
Please read this 1364.
I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rushed me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention.
You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
You testified that you told him, "I love you so much, you make me a better woman."
I definitely wrote those messages.
You wrote, "I can't wait until we have a baby of our own." You knew that he had 6 children at the time?
Yes.
Now, these messages about freak-offs.
Oh, never.
When you say, "You know it doesn't matter to me," you mean weekend or weekday, either is fine.
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, "Maybe we can call Jules. Can you do it?"
Yes.
This was an explicit message from you about the upcoming freak-off.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it ended in a recess called by the judge. But once they returned, they continued.
Ms. Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right?
Yes.
This is 2 days after planning a freak off, right?
Yes.
He said, "I want to see." How did you reply?
I can't wait either.
You wrote, "I feel like I want to right?
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, "I'm so horny I can't concentrate." What do you say?
That I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room.
Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on grounds of speculation, and the judge told the defense to move on.
You ask, any pills on you?
Yes.
What pills were you taking then?
Opiates?
You deleted videos on your devices, right?
Yes.
What did you write?
That I need to feel this is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me.
Were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way?
That was a concern.
You still were not public in your relationship with him?
Correct.
Were freak-offs important?
Integral to us.
Who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas?
Britney Spears, Dallas Austin.
How did you get them there?
They came for Sean.
You're very beautiful and charming.
Thank you.
It's true. Who is Tommy Mottola?
A well-known producer.
You were an up-and-coming star?
I guess you could say that.
After you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic.
Yes.
You had a rough performance.
106 in Park. It did not go well for me.
How did he help you after that?
We did a YouTube video. He said, everybody makes mistakes.
What was wrong?
I couldn't hear myself.
You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he?
10 years.
Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right?
That's true.
You had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right?
Yes.
How many tattoos did you have then?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of relevance. The judge overruled it and said, but let's keep it moving.
3.
The one on your arm?
No regrets.
Mr. Combs taught you how to do oral sex?
He did.
Look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it?
You can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007.
You wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. You wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. Cass. What were you trying to convey?
It's like a journal entry.
You discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her?
There was a point in the very beginning.
Did that complication carry on in your relationship?
Not really. Carrie was just always with us.
I'd like to start asking about freak-offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask?
Yes.
The general public did not know.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge told the defense to rephrase the question.
No one knew until November 2023 in the public.
Yes.
Fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit?
I can understand that.
Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period?
No, now.
What you be thinking about when you horny. Ms. Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them.
Thank you.
The O has lots of oohs after it, right?
Yes.
After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Your period, Mr. Combs is asking when you're on it, right?
Yep.
He's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex.
Looks like it.
Sometimes you watched him with a female?
2 or 3 times.
Did you talk with Mr. Combs about the swingers lifestyle?
That no one talks about it.
Were you keeping freak-off secret from your friends?
Yes.
His assistants help him?
With everything.
Would you remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort?
Not necessarily. I was high.
So you don't remember much?
I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship.
This is from July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right?
There are a lot of texts here.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire document.
Then the judge asked how many pages. The defense said,
8.
Then the prosecution said,
we don't have a copy for the witness.
So the defense said,
we'll show it on the screen.
So it was shown, but not in the public gallery.
You said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right?
Yes.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar, then continued.
What would trigger Mr. Combs' incessant calls to you?
Anger, doubt about where I was.
If he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you incessantly.
That was one of the reasons.
Because he thought.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste?
I think he does.
He's had an impact on fashion.
People like his style. Sean John.
Did you consult with him on your look?
Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for.
He still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right?
He did.
What was he addicted to?
Success.
What substances? Opiates?
Yes, he told me, and I saw it.
Did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opiates?
He was more irritable, I would say.
What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the ground of no foundation, but the judge said, "I'll ask if I want the grounds," then sustained and said to rephrase it.
What was his drug of choice?
Ecstasy or MDMA.
Opiates daily?
When he was doing them.
You saw him withdraw?
Yes.
Let's turn to GX411.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
"It's not in evidence yet."
Then they continued.
So B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, "I love our FOs when we both want it." You felt that?
Loving FOs were just words at that point.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, "I want to freak out right now." And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL, me too.
I texted more than that.
But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, "Jules is available if you're into it." You could have said yes or no, and you said love you.
There was no yes or no.
Bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, "Do I have your permission to set up freaky fun?" You wrote, "Ovulation."
Yes.
Here, what do you say?
I asked, which hotel? I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything.
He said Montage. You said you could also go to Pleasure Chest. What would you get there?
Sexual supplies.
What supplies?
Lubricants, outfits.
He says, "Have fun, impress me." You say, "Okay." He says, "Can we kiss a lot?" What do you say?
Yes.
You wrote, "I left the iPad."
I don't know whose iPad this meant.
Mr. Combs wrote, "I'll be there right after my session." This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time?
Not specifically.
Here you say, "The game starts at 10 p.m. No breaking character till 8 a.m.
This was a game a friend of mine told me. A way to rekindle your romance.
By doing something different in the bedroom?
It's a whole getting into character thing.
Mr. Combs says, "Let's get some outfits and go to sex club." Mr. Combs wrote, "Surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you?" What do you say?
I was getting my brows done.
Did you come to know Mr. Combs was leaving to freak off to go see Kim Porter?
Yes.
How did you find out about Gina? How did you feel? Did it upset you?
Yes.
It prompted arguments?
It did.
And he thought you were not faithful. What were his reactions?
It was scary.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, "Let's do something different in NYC this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me." What does hit mean?
Reached out.
And Daniel contacted you. Did this mean you might have a freak off?
Might.
He tells you, "You better put me on VIP vibrate alarm or something." He's frustrated you don't answer his texts fast enough.
Right.
You tell him to come to NYC understanding there could be a freak off.
Maybe.
You also saw the Book of Mormon.
Yes.
Masked Pleasure. Is that a sect club?
I would assume.
He asks, "Are you ready for tonight?" What do you say?
Yes. I just have to get some things. This is not about what I felt, right? Because you are skipping over a lot here.
What did you write?
As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating.
If you saw him on social media on vacation with others, it was heartbreaking?
It could be. I was 7 years in.
And what about this? About Gina? You wrote, "I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king." You wanted to be the main girlfriend?
In 2013, yes.
You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right?
Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations.
Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Mascuti?
Yes.
Mr. Combs thought it could be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Mr. Mascuti.
Yes.
Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Mascuti?
We enjoyed each other's company.
You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs?
We were on a break.
But you were still doing freak-offs with him.
Yes.
After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you.
Yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there.
Your affair with Mr. Mascuti was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it?
Right.
Mr. Combs kicked you in the back?
Yes.
This came up later in your relationship that you had cheated on him with Kid Cudi.
He brought it up quite a bit.
When he cheated, he said, "Well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi." right?
Sometimes.
He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming?
Yes, Honey 3.
While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right?
Angry?
You blocked him and focused on the movie, right?
I tried my best.
Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom?
Michael B. Jordan.
You sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock.
Yes.
You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them.
I was hurt. I spent all my time with them.
You thought they were in on it. The physical abuse. When did your father learn about it?
Same time as my mother.
Did Mr. Combs come to Connecticut to speak to your parents?
I don't know if it was then.
Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse.
Yes.
The eyebrow gash incident. What was it about?
Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip.
He was inebriated?
I don't remember that.
Why were you asleep?
A drink at the Abbey had something in it, I think.
Did Mr. Combs ever abuse you while he was inebriated, then say he didn't remember it?
Yes.
Did you feel he was not taking responsibility?
Yes.
For drugs, you'd both go to rehab?
Rehab wasn't really a thing during our relationship.
The freak-offs were an opportunity for you to take drugs together?
Yes.
You went a lot to Burning Man?
Yes.
Did you ever call yourselves Get High partners?
We did.
Did you take drugs from him without him knowing it?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
Explosive.
Did he tell LA dealers not to deal to you?
Yes.
You told Ms. Coram that you learned only after the fact that Mr. Combs had dangled Ms. Bongolan off the balcony?
I'm not sure.
You were on drugs?
I'm not sure.
You got a life coach for your drug use, according to this document.
I don't know who that person is.
You were doing a lot of drugs?
It was a rough time.
You tried to get into a rehab, the Golden Door.
It was a spa. There was a time I lost all sense of smell and taste and woke up in a hospital with an IV in my arm. I tried then to get help.
The time after San Bernardino, you learned that he had overdosed.
A very strong opiate, yes.
Were you ever not addicted to painkillers?
We took Ibogaine.
Where did you get it?
Cancun, Mexico, separately.
When Mr. Combs threw you off the boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking drugs and squeezed your leg.
Among other things.
But you still wanted to be with him?
I did.
Switching topics, when you say Mr. Combs went with guns to find Suge Knight, do you remember telling the government that you did go with them?
No.
Let me show you.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
just for the parties.
Then they continued.
I did not go with them, so I don't think I said that.
You also did with Ms. Morgan, right?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger?
I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing drugs with Carrie.
This broke up your 17-year friendship with her?
It did.
Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband?
No.
Ms. Morgan sued you and Mr. Combs.
Made a demand.
And you paid part of that?
I did.
And you haven't spoken with her since?
Maybe one text.
That was the relationship ender?
Yes.
You would heat up the baby oil?
Yes.
Now, is this from the day before the Intercontinental Hotel incident?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
this is a long document. We need time to read it.
So they took a break.
Is this from March 4th?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
with UCT time, it is March 3rd.
Then continued.
Okay, Mr. Combs refers to accessories.
For the premiere.
You sent him an explicit message?
Yes.
He responded with with a number of M's. He wrote, too bad you have to work, LOL.
He did.
You ask him, are you feeling better? Then he's discussing bodily function.
Yes. Could we just clarify what time these messages are really from with the UCT?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
there's a stipulation on that.
And this document was shown. You can pause to read it if you want. Then they continued.
Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at the London Hotel?
He did.
Then he says, he responded with a number of M's. He wrote, too bad you have to work, LOL.
He did.
You ask him, are you feeling better? Then he's discussing bodily function.
Yes. Could we just clarify what...
Let's see what it says. Man. I'm going to make it very big.
Time these messages are really from with the UCT?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
There's a stipulation on that.
And this document was shown. You can pause to read it if you want.
I can't really read it. It's kind of like whatever. I can't really read it. It's really small. They got all those AKs. Sorry, that shit was funny.
Then they continued.
Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at the London Hotel?
He did.
Then he says, I just got out of a spiritual therapy session.
I asked, how did it go?
He said, it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. You say, baby, I want to FO so bad. You were asked in your direct and said you didn't want him to ruin your premiere.
Sure.
Mr. Combs says, if we start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after.
Yes.
He's saying it'd be a shorter than usual freak off?
That's how I would understand it.
What do you say?
Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house.
You say, that guy is sick. I'm not going to ask you what you meant. So you were turning to Johnny. Was he a dancer or an escort?
We hired him as a dancer, but he did what an escort does.
Do you remember the beginning of this freak off in the Intercontinental?
Not really.
The drugs were bad MDMA, right?
I have no idea.
At this moment in court, the trial session was wrapping up for the day. The judge looked at the time and addressed the jury. It's 5 o'clock, jurors. You may go home. Do not look up anything about the case. As the jurors stood to leave, the judge formally dismissed them, reminding them of the rules. Then the judge addressed Cassie Ventura, who had just completed another day on the witness stand. Thank you, Ms. Ventura. No discussions with the government. We'll see you tomorrow. Cassie then left the courtroom. Once the jury and witness had exited, the judge turned back to the attorneys to get a sense of how much longer this part of the trial might last. Judge, how much more? Combs' attorney Estevao responded, let me check. Then AUSA Johnson added that the government expected about 30 minutes of redirect examination for Cassie Ventura the next day. Combs' lead counsel, Agnifilo, chimed in to say, we'll figure it out tomorrow. The judge reminded the prosecution to have their next witnesses ready, asking who was expected next. The government responded, Don Richard. Before officially closing the day, the judge added, if there are more issues, someone needs to email the court. This was likely in reference to prior concerns or disputes that had come up off the record or off docket. Finally, with no further issues raised, the judge announced, court adjourned. That was it for today. What do you think about Cassie's cross-examination? Did you think the defense did better than the prosecution, or did the prosecution do better than the defense? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. We will see you tomorrow.
Like, all it just showed us that he...
I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours...
he's kinky and fucking... You know what I mean? And she was desperate. And he's abusive. That's all it showed. You know what I mean? I didn't really... Like, what else? Everything else...
He's with me, so, and we gonna go full crazy.
Going crazy.
Crazy.
When Sean Diddy Combs' properties were raided in March of 2024, there was a lot of speculation about what might be found inside and whether it would be connected to any of his celebrity friends and acquaintances. As Homeland Security agents poured out of his mansions in LA and Miami with boxes full of electronics, there were rumors that if Combs filmed his elaborate sex performances called freak-offs or other parties, there could be video evidence of possible criminal activity. And the celebrity at the center of a lot of rumors, warranted or not, was Justin Bieber. But now, during week 1 of Combs' criminal trial, the singer has officially responded to allegations that Combs may have abused him as he was coming up with Combs and other celebrities. And as we know, Combs is currently on trial in the Southern District of New York on charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. By the way, and as week 1 wraps up, check out all of our Diddy coverage on Long Crimes YouTube channel. We've been breaking down all of the latest developments. So not only do we do daily recaps with our correspondent, Elizabeth Milner, who's inside the courtroom because there's no cameras there, but we've also been doing legal analysis with some of our favorite guests, breaking down the big legal issues that are happening every day in that court. So make sure to go check it out. But one of the biggest rumors that has been hanging over the entire Diddy saga was Justin Bieber a victim of his alleged predatory and inappropriate behavior? Well, I'll tell you what, now, as week 1 of Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial comes to a close, Justin Bieber's camp is finally responding. So his representatives told TMZ, quote, although Justin is not among Sean Combs' victims, there are individuals who are genuinely harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. So to talk about this, I want to bring back on former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Thanks so much for coming here on Sidebar. I want to talk about the timing of this, statement from Justin Bieber's camp. This can't be just a coincidence.
No, it can't be, because one of the biggest questions in the Diddy trial is what other celebrities will be named, who participated in the freak-offs, and who Combs said he was going to spend 48 hours with Justin Bieber. And that's when all the speculation began. Bieber's camp didn't say anything until now, but I think it's important that he did. And he also, like many celebrities in Hollywood, want to stay as far away from the Diddy trial as possible.
Because you think that there was talk of him testifying and he didn't, he wanted to shut that down.
I think so. I think people want to know, because look, the trial is lasting 2 months, right? The emails, the text messages, the words that she put, those words of affirmation. So to the extent that there are other victims, that's how the government's going to be able to overwhelm the defense here. And if it's a celebrity victim, even very important. This isn't a Michael Jackson type case where, celebrities are rushing to Combs' defense. Very few people are. And the fact that you have someone come out that really isn't 50 Cent or someone who, is trying to make light of it, or a documentary about it and really point the finger at Diddy, that's a big deal, Jesse.
Mm-hmm. And he mentioned harmed by him, right? It was very specific language, that were genuinely harmed by him. And the shifting focus away from this reality distracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. There's no way to parse that language.
There isn't. And the defense is obviously trying to separate physical harm from sex trafficking and sexual assault. But, the average person who's watching isn't going to be making that distinction. That may matter in the case, but it's not.
Probably is making
really uncomfortable. For example, when Bieber was 15 years old, he uploaded a video to his YouTube channel called 48 Hours with Diddy. And this is where he said he was going to be hanging out with the rapper for a couple of days.
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose. But it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Now, some fans called out Combs for allegedly grooming behavior they say was exhibited in this video, spending time at his home with a young kid who's suddenly been thrown into the world of fame and money, taking him under his wing, offering up opportunities, maybe gifts that he could only dream of.
Yeah, so
I think
as soon as you turn 16,
Justin wanted to do something.
Let's rock this every time.
He felt like he needed to get at him for whatever. I think that he would have done it by now. He would have done it within this. You know what I mean? He'd have just signed up to be on the testimony list, if he really wanted to do all that. But you could see that, like, over time, that dude just tried to put that shit, had to put everything behind him, tried to live a different life, and you know what I mean? And don't want to be involved. And you can't really blame him for that shit. So it's like, if he's saying, I think he made like a blanket statement. I would consider that like a blanket statement for no goddamn reason, probably just because it was on his mind. And if he was going to testify, he'd be on the list to testify, or he'd be like, trying to jump up like he did it. You know what I mean? And you see a couple of individuals that there was speculation about. You don't see them jumping up to testify.
Yeah, this be yours. So, LA, it's a little dusty, but we'll get the front shot.
Man.
Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna be dropping this next year.
Now, look, of course, this could all be for the camera, could be performative. Bieber could have left right after this. We don't really know, but the video made the rounds. Speculation around Combs grew. And then another clip surfaced, and this one posted to Combs' YouTube page showing another interaction, this time apparently in a studio.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
Young brother, everything's good?
Everything's
Selling
great.
out arenas and everything? Starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you haven't. I mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But you never really got my number, so.
Correct. Okay.
My number?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you my number.
Yeah.
It's awkward. I don't know. It could have been a joke for the cameras. Nima, what do you take away from these videos?
I mean, he didn't even.
Yeah, it's awkward and it's weird. So, look, if it's just by itself.
Your people call my people, like all the other big shots in the thing, And he didn't do that. Instead, he was like, "Do you want my number?" It's kind of weird, but all right, whatever,
Maybe you look past it, but there's been a lot of allegations involving minors, not in the criminal case that hasn't been charged. That would be a game changer, but in the civil lawsuit. So I'm not saying that those are true, but sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire, and you have a lot of these civil claimants alleging that Combs is also sexually abusing men and boys and children. So again, not charged in the criminal case, but given those allegations out there, I think it's something that people are going to pick up on, and rumors and speculation are going to fly.
So according to sources who spoke to TMZ, Bieber was actually friends with Combs' sons, and that many of his past public appearances with Combs have been, quote, performative. So in 2015, Combs presented Bieber with an American Music Award for Best Collaboration and gave him a big hug on stage. And then in 2020, Bieber did an interview with Apple Music. And in it, he expressed how he wishes he could protect other young artists like Billie Eilish from some of what he experienced in the music industry as a teenager. But he didn't really elaborate beyond that. And one of Bieber's most recent interactions with Combs was even more awkward than the prior ones, if that's possible. It reportedly took place in 2021. Nima, I want you to take a look at this with me, okay? So in the video, Bieber, with shaggy hair, under a baseball cap, he greets Diddy. He's got a big smile on his face, but something seems just a little bit off about the whole thing because Combs seems to pat Bieber's chest. There are some who have speculated that he was making sure Bieber wasn't wearing a wire, even though there's no way to actually confirm that. Nima, what do you make of that?
Yeah, awkward and weird. I'm not surprised people think that he was patting him down. Just not something that you typically see. And again, it's just part of this real pattern of kind of strange conduct between Combs and Bieber. So I understand why people are speculating that it's something more than just this innocent friendship.
In 2023, Bieber had collaborated with Combs on the song Moments from Combs' last studio release. It's called The Love Album, Off the Grid, and it featured collaborations with a lot of different artists. Justin Bieber has had a lot of ups and downs over the years. We pretty much watched him grow up, and that meant that many of his mistakes and questionable decisions were fodder for the tabloids. In fact, Law and Crime Sierra Gillespie actually put together a great episode on Bieber's latest struggles in the spotlight for our new channel, Scandal. I encourage everybody to go check it out. But there has been speculation that possible abuse in Bieber's past could be a source for some of his bad boy behavior and potential mental health problems in recent years. Now, Nima, that could be a stretch. Some could see it as a connection. Are you think there's something to that or not?
It could, people are speculating, right? I mean, obviously I'm here in Hollywood and people will see Justin Bieber looking disheveled or losing weight. And, of course, the tabloids are going to jump to conclusions, right? Is it drugs? Is it relationship problems? Is it trauma from past sex abuse? And it's really impossible to know what, if anything, he's going through, but he does appear to be acting and looking differently as of late.
But some will say, if he's making this comment now and they're looking at his past interactions and making comments through the over the years
with him again,
about protecting young artists, this is a big question that a lot of celebrities have. And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but there are those who I'm sure will say, if celebrities knew something, why didn't they say something? And by the way, that came up with the Harvey Weinstein case, right? People allegedly knew rumors about his behaviors, but rumors one thing, how much do you definitively know? What do you say to that? Because again, we obviously don't know who knew what. I don't believe this trial is going to sort through any of that whatsoever. I don't think we're going to be seeing big names either being named in this trial or even taking the stand. But what do you say to the argument somebody had to know something if these allegations are true?
Look, I think it's a fair argument, Jesse. This seems like it was one of the worst kept secrets in Hollywood. How can you sexually abuse or assault people for a span of years or decades and people not know, especially when a lot of this happened in hotel rooms or with other people around? This is the same arguments people make with respect to Weinstein or Epstein or other abusers. This isn't your typical sexual assault that is behind closed doors without other people present. That's one of the things that makes this case so unique. And look, there is going to be speculation and there is going to be rumors and there are going to be rumors. And that's what social media is all about. I mean, we saw some of the rumors dispelled this week when Cassie was saying, you know what, the baby oil didn't contain drugs. Even the government star witness is addressing some of these rumors on that witness stand. I'm not surprised Bieber and his reps are doing the same.
Yeah. Do you think a lot of eyeballs on Hollywood are on this trial?
No question. And I think people are afraid that they're going to be wrapped up in this because it can be, you know, a career killer. Even if the allegations are out there, right? If you knew something and you didn't say something and there's a witness that gets on that stand, and look, maybe Cassie is prepped and she's just staying in her lane, but we don't know what the other witnesses are going to say. Just you and I have tried all sorts of cases, and witnesses can go off the rails, or there could be tangents, or there could be allegations thrown out. One of the next victims, they say something about someone else. It's going to be very damaging, not just in that courtroom, but outside the courtroom as well.
If he gets convicted, do you think you're going to hear people speak out and say, this is what happened to me, now I finally want to tell my story? Do you think that's a possibility?
I do. I think, you know,
It's all money grift. They do that. I mean, I like I said, when this went down, I thought
treat Latinos who have worked
was just doing this shit just to get Diddy. It seemed like all of a sudden, you know what I mean, it was back to back, back to back, back to back. Everybody had a Me Too moment, you know what I mean? And then now look, I mean, like him coming with a $50 million bond, and he was gonna put up his plane, you know, and whatever, and they were just like, nope, we don't want it. Want your motherfucking ass up in penitentiary, you know? And he looks surprisingly motherfucking, you know, from the drawings always made me laugh. The way they draw him all crazy and his hair all wild and shit. It's all white, you know what I mean? It's like, come on now. But there's no cameras in there, so, you know, and they kind of made old girl look like, you know, she's the victim, and even when his people tried to argue the case, they kept getting sustained or overruled, or, you know what I mean? So I thought they could have really dug deep on his people, his defense, but I don't think they were gonna even get that play. Okay, yeah. Here we go.
in this country and paid taxes like shit. But you Latinos for Trump are the biggest fucking embarrassments to your old damn selves. Look at your fucking self in the mirror. Ain't nothing white about you, pendejo.
Nah, see, y'all don't understand. She loves me, I swear. She loves me. You know, and that's why she steps out on me the way that she do. Yeah, because she doesn't want to bring all that extra energy and attention home because I wouldn't know what to do with it. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers.
You ain't should be mad. Yours is mad because these motherfuckers came over here crying poverty. Knowing goddamn well they live better than the actual black South Africans. Man, they burning down black South African businesses and shit. Man, come on now. That like, man. In a perfect world, I would fucking strip old Elon of his motherfucking dual citizenship to the United States. I'd take away his motherfucking passport. I'd burn it in front of him. In front of him. Every single page on a slow burn too, like this with the lighter, like slow burn. I keep putting it out, lighting it up, put it out, light it up, put it out, light it up. Every single page. Yeah, as soon as it started smoking, I probably start a little fire in the woods or something like that, like a little fire, you know, maybe warm up a can of soup or something. With this passport, fuck him. You know what I mean? And this motherfucker, like, are you serious? Like, fucking Trump, man. Trump's like, oh my god, now why? Why? And yeah, of course they better be mad. They better be upset. And you know what else is funny is that we're sitting back watching and laughing. Be mad all you want.
But the dude was gonna cry.
Who?
The dude that was like,
Oh, they're talking shit right now? Oh yeah, he said you should be ashamed of yourself. Let's rewind that again because that was funny. He was serious. Look at his face. He's in black and white, so I can't really tell what he is.
He's definitely Latino.
Definitely. He's got a wide ass motherfucking nose though.
Like,
He looked like a motherfucker from Terror Squad.
yeah.
Speaking of, we're gonna have to get in on motherfucking old Stoop. Not Terror Squad. Fat Joe.
Yeah, Terror Squad.
Yeah, Terror Squad been telling on Fat Joe.
Yeah. Shout out to
Cuban Links, yeah. So we're not really gonna get onto them, but we're not gonna get on Cuban Links. We're gonna get on Fat Joe as usual. I think Dwan B covered a little bit of some. He's always good for a good analysis. So yeah, okay, let's get into some laughter.
Who have worked in this country and paid taxes like shit. But you Latinos for Trump are the biggest fucking embarrassments to your old damn selves. Look at your fucking self in the mirror. Ain't nothing white about you, pendejo.
Nah, see, y'all don't understand. She loves me, I swear. She loves me. You know, that's why she steps out on me the way that she do. Yeah, because she doesn't want to bring all that extra energy and attention home because I wouldn't know what to do with it. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. Don't forget to give the video a like. I am Reese Waters, and this is Street Politics. Huh?
I just saw a video that Trump has brought in the white immigrants who are being poorly mistreated in their country, so he wants to save them. You Latinos for Trump, come to the front. Come to the front, you fucking disgraceful pieces of shit, you.
Okay. You know what? Perhaps this should have been a troubled waters. Hi, my name is Reese Waters, and I'm troubled.
He switched over, huh?
Have y'all noticed how quiet the Latinos are on social media regarding these white Afrikaners getting refugee status? I see a lot of black folk defending Latino people on social media.
You better not.
In spite of what has been going on. In spite of what's been going on. I've been seeing a lot of black people on Latino people's side regarding what's going on with these white Afrikaners getting refugee status.
Those are tethers. Those are probably other immigrants. Okay, those are not FBA. That's a lie. We would never. We'd be like, shit. They could all go.
Right.
You know what I mean? Especially like when the border was getting hijacked. You know, I was like, what about the Europeans? What about the Asians? They keep coming. They're like, you just, you know, it's a wide variety of motherfuckers coming through.
Yeah.
So you know.
Especially if they turn the Haitians away.
Yeah. Oh, especially after that. Especially with that motherfucking with the whipping in the water and shit.
And then they lied and said
They didn't do that. With pictures say 1,000 motherfucking words.
Right.
Motherfucking horses and motherfuckers just carrying food from just to feed their families, man. Like that's fucking ridiculous. I went in on that about that. But yeah, no, it's not FBA saying anything like that. This is a lie. He's probably talking about tethers and coons and sambos, mammies. I mean, coons. Definitely not FBA, not solid FBAs, because we were like, shoulder shrug.
For something that isn't happening in their country.
Let's see a white South African dude. I'm throwing batteries at him because that's just what we do.
But I'm just wondering, why are y'all so quiet about this? Why are we louder than y'all? We shouldn't be louder than y'all. This is the problem.
I'm like still kind of tripping on Cinco de Mayo when everybody was outside. Why didn't nobody? Where was ice?
Right.
I was like, where's ice? And they had 3 motherfucking days. Oh my god. See, every time we sign up for city council, they don't let me speak. So it's just like going on month 4 now of the shadow banning.
Saying, oh, you've spoken within 90 days. Like
That's a lie. I've signed up. We've signed up. But that's okay, man. Like, I feel like speaking tomorrow during an event. Being super, super belligerent tomorrow. Like I was at the town hall. She didn't even want to look at us. She kept turning her back to me. Here you see her tomorrow. Me and Jesse decided to split up and do 2 events. He's gonna do one, and he'll probably come meet me at the end of the other one, and I'm gonna do one. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna, the motherfuckers are like, shh, Brandy's in the room. She just won't stop, can't stop, won't stop.
This is the problem.
I'm curious about this motherfucking records. Did Diddy's records go up now that he's on trial? Question mark.
Not be louder than y'all, but here we are. We are louder than y'all. Wake up.
It's a great video. It's a great video.
I'm not louder than them.
Now, as somebody who posted content immediately after the white South Africans emerged and presented the rampant hypocrisy and nonsense that was involved in the justification, in the face of being told by a great number of Latinos that they were too good to be led by us, I second that video and that sentiment.
Post-apartheid, one of the aims was to have a raceless society. Can that be achieved by having policies that are directly aimed at people's race?
So the fact of the matter is, for me, it's impossible to move to a society where we can let go of race, until we've actually rectified those injustices that are based on race.
Now, how could you even justify something like that?
We would have heard about that.
Y'all don't know the Trump administration. Here's the presidential action. By the authority vested in me as president, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered as follows. I think he meant Corinthians by Constitution. Section 1, purpose, in shocking disregard of citizens' rights. Okay, I've seen enough. I knew I was going to be triggered by it. I knew. Are you making presidential actions to protect citizens' rights in another country while you and your party lobby to strip Americans of their rights here? I mean, it's not as if you're not willing and able to use your voice when you choose to. I will go for Donald Trump.
Conference in Doral Monday, Venezuelan Americans denounced the Trump administration and South Florida Republicans.
More than betrayal. Beyond betrayal.
So in the face of all of that, we want to get your thoughts.
You Latinos for Trump, come to the front. Come to the front, you fucking disgraceful pieces of shit, you. What a fucking embarrassment. you are to our people, to our culture, to our ancestors who fought with their freaking lives against this very same regime that you got up, got dressed with your own right and your own free will and voted for this fucking piece of shit president that's here now. And we all, as a whole, the Hispanic community, get looped in with you all as, oh, your people voted for him because you want to be white aligned so fucking badly. You know that when Christopher Columbus went to put the island of Puerto Rico, I'm talking to Boricuas right now. When he went to the island of Puerto Rico, he found the Taino people to be so warm and welcoming and giving that he went back to Spain and told the king, yo, give me 50 soldiers. I can take over the whole island. These people are giving to a fault. He went over there and captured all the natives, tortured, killed, sold the women. And you pieces of shit voted for the same type of mother. I'm so pissed. I can't even stop cursing. There's not even a word to describe what I think about you Latinos for Trump. There's no, because you are disgraceful beyond measure. And to get a pat on the head that you didn't even get, you're nothing more than a whore for a white man. And I'm talking to men and women alike.
I mean, all of the evidence is there. She came with receipts. and by the way, she wasn't done.
I was speaking with a friend of mine who happens to be Hispanic female, and she was explaining to me how she went to her yearly checkup with her primary care physician, who happens to be a white male Trump supporter. She goes on, I let her talk. Listen, I let her talk. So she goes on to tell me that she's talking to him and she's saying, she's asking him, do you regret voting for Trump? How do you feel, with all that's going on? And he goes, well, yeah, I am starting to regret it. You would think as a physician speaking to a Hispanic woman, he's going to relate to I'm against the women's rights being taken away, the defunding of medical research, things of that nature. No, he goes on to tell her his regret for voting for Trump was based on his 401k being depleted.
Now, you would think, even if he didn't actually believe it, he would have the decency to humanize the struggles of the Latino community while speaking to not just a Latino woman, but a Latino client. Like she's your patient. You are getting her business. You would think he would at least have the decency to do that. He didn't even have the decency to do that. It didn't even occur to him. That's the kind of disregard and audacity we're talking about in bringing Afrikaners here while you're trying to strip away due process and habeas corpus. That's what we talk about.
And I just looked at her. I'm like, why is your primary care physician a white male Trump supporter? All women are under attack with healthcare, but especially us Hispanic women, we are targets. The bullseye's on us. Like, we have to be smarter than this. Our primary care physician, our dentist, our OB, the GYN, our cardiologist, anything of that nature should, personally, I'm looking for a person of color, a female person of color that cares about her patients, that can relate. Like, we should not be entertaining any type of MAGA on any level, especially with our healthcare. I personally think we need to evaluate everyone in our lives. I asked my nail technician, did she vote for Trump? Had she said yes, I would have gotten up, grabbed my purse, and left. Our barbers, the hair salons that we go to, anyone that we interact with on a regular should not be a part of MAGA. Like, come on, guys.
Any of y'all going to MAGA barbers? Any of y'all? I would say, hey, if it's any of y'all going to MAGA barbers, stay there. Stay there. No, because we need the content. We need the comedy. If there's any brothers out there going to MAGA barbers, please, not only do I want you to stay there, I want you to take lots of photos and videos and put them all over the internet. Tag me, would you?
Did you see that white Afrikaners, the white supremacists of South Africa, are about to arrive in the U.S., and the U.S. government is using so much taxpayer money to help them out? I mean, remember, people lost their fucking mind when they found out that Latinos who were escaping atrocities were giving food, were given blankets, were given a night at a shelter to sleep. But they have no problem with the fact that the U.S. government is bringing Afrikaners, people who are actually wealthy and well off in South Africa. And the U.S. government, on taxpayer money, is chartering a flight for them to get to the U.S. And when they get here, there will be food for the children. I mean, these white supremacists are getting housing, household items for the first 90 days, groceries, weather-appropriate clothing, diapers, formula, hygiene products, and prepaid cell phones. Now, I never had a problem if a refugee who is escaping atrocities, if taxpayer dollars were used to help out a family in need, people in need. But I am upset that white supremacists are being chartered into the U.S. on my taxpayer dollar and being given housing, cell phones, food, clothing, when these are wealthy people who are just, again, white supremacists who don't want to live in South Africa because it's under a black-led government. So seriously, I want to hear from all those people who were angry and upset that Latinos were being given some money, a little bit of food, some days in a shelter. I want to hear from the people who were upset about that. Are you still going to be upset about this, or was it really just like everyone else? You were just angry that people of color were getting help, but are totally fine when white supremacists are getting the red carpet to come to the U.S.?
Okay. Now, he was 1,000% right in pointing out the level of hypocrisy. We're talking about our taxpayer dollars. What part of America first? Oh, what part of America first is that, right? You know, we got to have strong borders, you know, for some. You know what I mean? It's kind of like going through the subway. Like it opens and closes. So you approach it, and then we do like a paper bag test, and then you flunk the paper bag test, then it stays closed. But then if you pass the paper bag, it open right out. You know what I mean? Hey, you are a lucky winner, something like that. Now, I do have issue with you characterizing them as wealthy.
The Afrikaners that are leaving for America are broke. They don't have money, these guys. So you don't need to worry that, we're losing voices that keep private schools open, having great private hospitals. Those are not the Afrikaners that are leaving. These are Afrikaners that are unemployed, and they believe that BE has caused them to be unemployed, and that now, essentially all the different policies that have been put in place prioritizes black people more and has now left them behind. Those are the people that are leaving the country.
What we are talking about are people that were unable to generate, sustain, preserve, and pass on wealth while benefiting from a system whereby they have 80% of the land and resources at just 8% of the population. They are 10 times outstripping their population size in terms of how much of the wealth. I believe it was 20 times? Is it 20? They have the 20 times the wealth of Black South Africans. I have to look that up. But like matter of fact, I had it in my last video. Today, some 3 decades after racial segregation officially ended in the country, Black South Africans, who comprise over 80% of the population of 63 million, own around 4% of the private land. 4%. So that's who we decide to bring in. And to the brother's other point, these are the people who blame the policies and they benefit blacks, and that's why they haven't been able to get ahead, and that's why they're unemployed. And to be honest, They might fit in. Actually, they might actually. That is the most American thing I have heard from them yet.
While this racist ass administration terrorizes Latinos across America, some who have been here all their life have done the right thing, go to their appointments, to do the right things, and then be arrested at their appointments. Mm-hmm. And then some who just go to work and live their daily lives day by day, graduate from high school, go to college, not committing criminal acts, working jobs and paying taxes like everybody else. Yet this administration, their racist ass thugs, go and kidnap these people, terrorize their kids, make their kids cry, and then we're going to welcome open arms these people right here. If this ain't all out racism, I don't know what is. Sickening, man. Sickening. And I shouldn't hold no ill will toward these people because it's not their fault. And I really wouldn't have no problem with them coming here.
It is their
if
fault.
The other side was treated the same way.
Even when they were told not to come, they still came. Right. So isn't it their fault?
But this is about what it is. Make America white. And treat Latinos who have worked in this country and paid taxes like shit. But you Latinos for Trump are the biggest fucking embarrassments to your old damn selves. Look at your fucking self in the mirror. Ain't nothing white about you, pendejo. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck his racist ass supporters.
Now, I totally get that sentiment. That was very magnanimous of him, what he said about the white South Africans. That was more than I was willing to say, but touche. But to the Latinos for Trump, I'm like, so you prioritize your proximity to whiteness to try and pull up the ladder behind you because you felt like it wasn't me. You ignored the blatant anti-Latino and anti-brown rhetoric that was inherent in the entire campaign. You voted this man in. You see the way that he has stripped away lots of policies that apparently he pledged that he would keep intact. That's why we have this community and that community talking about he lied to us, he misrepresented us. So you're dealing with that. You're dealing with being afraid to go to your appointments and being afraid to go to work, etc., which is something that we have all seen. This is what you're dealing with. And then when you see that there are white South Africans that are welcomed in with open arms, you don't even have the decency in that moment to advocate for yourselves.
I mean, we would just been walking around.
You want to cover for him even now? Nah, see, y'all don't understand. She loves me, I swear. She loves me. You know, that's why she steps out on me the way that she do. Yeah, because she doesn't want to bring all that extra energy and attention home because I wouldn't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't know what to do with her affection. That's why she has to get her affection out, you know, in the streets. That's what that is.
So white South African refugees arrived to the United States this week. Their refugee status is also kind of weird, but we'll talk about that another time. Today, let's talk about their treatment, their portrayal. They are even greeted by a representative from the United States. Here they are all beat up from their hard journey here. But listen to what he says, because it's very telling.
Welcome to the United States of America. It's such an honor for us to receive you here today. I want you all to know that you are really welcome here and that we respect what you have had to deal with these last few years. We respect the long tradition of your people and what you have accomplished over the years, and I am sure that you will be successful. It's, as you know, a lot of you, I think, are farmers, right? When you have quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom, they will bloom. And we are excited to welcome you here to our country, where we think you will bloom, and we will hopefully allow you to have fulfilling lives for your children, and then we will bloom and we will benefit alongside you. So thank you very much.
He called them quality seeds. I guess the rest of us that don't match that complexion are not. Almost like they're sympathetic to one group, but the others they just call illegal aliens and tell them to go back to their country. It's almost laughable how welcoming they are and how different the treatment is.
Here's where the story gets better. Here's where I say that they had the complexion for protection, because these white South Africans are descendants of mainly Dutch and French colonial settlers who first came to South Africa more than 300 years ago. They were at the heart of the apartheid government that systematically oppressed non-whites. Yeah, they're the ones who get to come here on an air-conditioned plane, walking through the airport, welcome to the United States, given flags for a fucking photo op. Meanwhile, the Afghan refugees who helped the U.S. military during the U.S. military operations in Afghanistan are in dangerous limbo after the Trump administration ordered a pause on the refugee resettlement program. Meanwhile, this is how Black Haitian immigrants are welcomed to the United States. Meanwhile, other refugee populations that are non-white, this is how they come to the United States. I'm not saying that motherfuckers gotta look like their story or look like they struggled, but there's a clear differentiation between people who have valid concerns, valid refugee claims, and seeking asylum versus these motherfuckers that are coming in shorts and look like they're well-fed and look like they have good clothes on their fucking backs.
They do look well.
If you really want to deconstruct all the fucking hypocrisy all the fucking way, why is it that the reason that the U.S. refugee resettlement program was scrapped was because the refugees were competing for resources against Americans, yet the literal website that's helping them resettle into the United States openly saying that these white South Africans are going to receive financial assistance, a one-time federal grant, $1,275 per person, cash assistance, supplemental nutrition assistance program, food assistance, food stamps, housing assistance, medical assistance, work and employment support. And to top it all off, they won't have to even prove that they were being persecuted. The complexion for motherfucking protection.
Y'all need to see more? I'm just trying to figure out if the Latinos for Trump need to see more, because your own people doesn't call y'all out. You know what I mean? You go ahead and find y'all phones or get them cut back on. Like I don't know what the situation is going on. And by the way, there is also something because I try to have a little bit of something for everybody. So for the rank and file MAGAs, who have also been kind of quiet about this, I haven't heard a whole lot. I got something for y'all. I got a little something for y'all too.
This is for the Americans. If you're not an American, feel free to watch, but please try and get it to the Americans. My name is Bianca van Wyk, born in South Africa, live in South Africa. Today you will be welcoming the so-called white Afrikaans refugees. They are there based on an offer made to them, which I must say was informed by disinformation about South Africa. Now, I've seen a lot of takes on who Americans think they are receiving. Okay, you are not getting successful, professional, white, middle-class South Africans that are fleeing South Africa. The people you are getting are the people that believe that there is discrimination against them based on their race. Keep in mind, we live in the most unequal country in the world. We have, for instance, 70% of agricultural land and agricultural holdings are owned by white South Africans. 62 to 68% of top leadership positions in corporates are filled by white males. There is a huge salary disparity between white South Africans and the rest of the population. And there are a number of other indicators which shows you that the story of discrimination based on race is false. Another thing that I wanted to say is that you will get certain so-called refugees that have experienced crime. However, in South Africa, no one is exempt. These people that you are welcoming assume because they're white, they should not experience crime. The people most affected by crime in South Africa happen to be Black people that live in poverty. So as you open your doors and welcome people, and you're going to get a lot of information and disinformation from these people, please do keep that in mind. Oh, I also would like to say all the best and good luck to the Americans.
Of sponsoring a family that is fleeing South Africa due to the white genocide. I am not going to let a white group of people suffer and not help them because I've been bullied into not giving a shit. That ain't me. Wrong dude. Don't care. These people want to be Americans. They don't want to be South Africans anymore because that country was given over the minute that fucking cocksucking communist Mandela was let out of prison. They're going to live in my house, and I'm going to fucking feed them and take care of them.
Suffice to say that I got involved in the abuse of the minority white race in South Africa a couple of years ago, got heavily involved. Ultimately ended up sponsoring a family of 4 and helped facilitate them from Africa. And obviously, it turned out bad. They did play me, and they admit, in fact, that was one of the things they said was they're bragging about how they played me like a sport game. I spent over $30,000 in that 11 months in money and fed and clothed them. So I might be stupid enough to have fallen for that because I thought with my heart instead of my head, you know what? They cost me a lot of money when they were here, suck and parasite and use people. And then when they're done, they just fucking, go on to the next fucking victim. When they talk to me, it's like, hey, we're a good family. We own a business and we're hardworking people. And, when we get to America, the way we'll pay the rent we'll work for you guys, all right. If anything, we had to work 10 times as hard just to fucking take care of these people. I mean, in 11 months, I got my grass cut 3 times. One time ended up being in a huge argument. Everything free. Lay around, watch TV, and watch fucking movies for 11 months and chain smoke cigarettes and don't do a god.
Now, I'm just going to skip past the part where you went and imported yourself white South Africa. Like, what in the whole MAGA movement about America first? We don't need to be getting involved and all. And you went and did this of your own free will. And you did this at a time when you guys were arguing that we were overrun with refugees. That's what you decided to do. So if I understand, it's America first plus what, the white diaspora? Is that what it is? Like you just put on polka music and see what they do with it, and then they're welcome. They're welcome to come. Like, how does that part work? But yes, you are correct. To the FAFO that befell him, far be it from me to kick a man while he's down. He looked like he was taking that hard enough, but. Let that be a lesson to the lot of you when you decide to interact with these folks. And I know you probably will find a lot of common ground by virtue of the reasonings they have for wanting to flee South Africa and the policies and all. I'm sure you will find a lot. I'm sure they will jump up on the Black fatigue hashtag in no time. So you can definitely look for them there. I just want you to keep that in mind. But for the Latino community, and I applaud those of you that had the honesty to speak out about this and call out your own and hold your own accountable. But the one thing that he said that really stuck with me is how it was the first clip that I ran, how we are louder than you are about this. Mm-hmm. Now, why would that be? Why would and nonsense that was involved?
I mean, that's probably what it was. I mean, let's be honest. They didn't want the motherfuckers over here. It felt like Elon was over there lying about some shit. So, that's that and all such. You know what I mean? Play one more just so we can talk about Trump's fake refugees.
After a group of some 59 Afrikaners arrived in the United States Monday after being granted refugee status. Afrikaners are the white South Africans who ruled the country during apartheid. This comes as the Trump administration has suspended refugee resettlement for almost everyone else in the world. Speaking Monday, Trump claimed white South Africans face racial discrimination, even though the country's white minority still owns the vast majority of farmland decades after the end of apartheid rule. Trump said he's allowing them to come to the United States to escape, quote, genocide.
It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa.
On Monday, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa refuted Trump's claims that white people are being persecuted in his country, calling it, quote, a completely false narrative. On Tuesday, Ramaphosa recounted a conversation he'd had with Trump about the situation in his country.
I had a conversation with President Trump on the phone, and he said, what's happening down there? And I said, President, what you've been told by those people who are opposed to transformation back home in South Africa is not true. And I added to him, I said, we were well taught by Nelson Mandela and other iconic leaders like Oliver Tambo on how to continue to build a united nation out of the diverse groupings that we have in South Africa. We're the only country on the continent where the colonizers came to stay, and we have never driven them out of our country. So they are staying, and they're making great progress. It's a fringe grouping that does not have a lot of support, that is anti-transformation and anti-change. That would actually prefer to see South Africa going back to apartheid type of policies.
This comes as South African-born Trump advisor and multi-billionaire Elon Musk has also accused South Africa's government of promoting what he calls white genocide. Musk's grandfather moved his family to South Africa after embracing the country's apartheid system.
On Wednesday, Musk's artificial intelligence chatbot, Grok, became a trending topic on X when people tried to use it to answer questions and check facts. And the chatbot added the topic of white genocide in South Africa to its responses, telling users it was, quote, instructed by my creators to accept the genocide, quote, as real and racially motivated, no matter what the question was. For more, we're joined in Cape Town, South Africa by two guests. Herman Wasserman is with us, professor of journalism, director of the Center for Information Integrity in Africa at Stellenbosch University. His new piece for the website Africa is a Country is headlined Trump's Fake Refugees. Wasserman himself is a white South African, an Afrikaner. And Andile Zulu is a political analyst with the Alternative Information and Development Center. His new piece for the website, Africa is a Country, is titled Race, Power, and the Politics of Distraction. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Herman Wasserman, let's begin with you. You are a white South African and you are an Afrikaner. If you can explain, first of all, to the world what exactly that means and what you thought when you heard President Trump charge white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I would say that my first response was one of incredulity, and later met with, I think with disgust even, and just rejection of this notion of a white genocide or whites being persecuted. And I think that view is shared by many others, white South Africans, and certainly the majority of South Africans in the country.
Well, Andile Zulu, if you could also respond to these claims of a white genocide in South Africa and Trump bringing over these 59 Afrikaners to the U.S., and talk about this in the context of this the new law that replaces the 1975 Expropriation Act in South Africa, and explain why that's been so controversial and what it entails.
Well, this accusation of white genocide emanating from the White House is a conspiracy theory and a myth that has been floating around echo chambers of right-wing populists and white nationalists for many decades now, particularly within the online space. And it essentially holds the accusation that white South Africans, in particular Afrikaans South Africans, are victims of deliberate, direct, state-sanctioned violence. And anyone who lives in this country, who's awake to the reality of this country, the inequality, the poverty, the unemployment that most Black South Africans have to endure, and including Indian and colored South Africans as well, knows that it's patently untrue. And the truth, however, is irrelevant to those who are perpetuating this myth. What matters is that it's a means through which you can mobilize anxiety, mobilize fear, and mobilize frustration from a segment, I think a relatively small segment of the population that is dissatisfied with the post-apartheid democracy and the loss of their political elevated status. It's a way in which you can mobilize fears here in South Africa and then appeal to a base within the MAGA movement in the US as well to portray the Donald Trump presidency as essentially being a crusader to defend white civilization, both in the USA and here. And this all began initially with the signing by the president, Ramaphosa, of the Expropriation Act, which in itself is not that much of a radical or progressive policy. It's a very procedural piece of legislation, which essentially changes the criteria through which government can expropriate private property for the public good and for the public use on the basis of finding just and equitable compensation. And in fact, most legal experts have said that the instances in which you will arrive at no compensation would be quite rare, actually. So this legislation isn't an assault on white livelihoods. It isn't even an attack on the dominance of private property relations in post-apartheid. But for Elon Musk and for Donald Trump, it's doing what right-wing populism, what racial ideologies always function to do, which is to stoke fear, conflict, and division in order to be able to protect the exploitative and unequal relations under South Africa's neoliberal capitalism, and I think under the neoliberal order that we have more broadly.
And Andile, I mean, I just want to add these a couple of things that I wanted to say earlier, which is to clarify for audiences who aren't as aware of South Africa's history. It was a 1913 law that gave over 90% of South Africa's land to whites. Today, they are some 7% of the population of white South Africans, but they still own about half, 50% of the country's land. Afrikaners, who constitute the majority of the white population, are among, of course, the most successful and richest in South Africa. So if you could explain, Andile, how has this news, Trump's statement, the fact that these 59 people have now arrived in the US, how has that been received in South Africa, this news?
I think it's been a mixture of frustration and bewilderment and just real confusion as to what is the basis of the idea that white South Africans, in particular Afrikaners, are being persecuted. And as you said, South Africa in the post-apartheid, the past 30 years of democracy that we have, comes out of a history of a white supremacist regime, which not only dispossessed people of color of their land, but also then set up a rigorous economic system of exploitation to ensure the underdevelopment of Black people, Indians and coloreds included, to be able to amass economic and political power. Now, if you just look, for example, at the statistics that we have on the racial manifestations of inequality in this country, it's quite clear that this myth of white genocide and of white persecution has no basis in reality. For example, the unemployment rate amongst white South Africans sits at 7.9% as compared to 36.9% for Black South Africans. The poverty rate for white South Africans sits at 1% as compared to 64% for South Africans. And in fact, the people who are the victims of violence, by and large, due to organized crime, and due to the symptoms of societal dysfunction, are largely young Black men and young Black women. If you are a young Black person in the place where I live, in Cape Town, and you live in a township in a rural area, you are 16 times more likely to be a victim of homicide as compared to a white South African. But however, it's just important to clarify that white South Africans, of course, because we are all living in a country that has many issues and many crises, are still, of course, victims of violent crime, of state dysfunction, of economic anxiety and of financial precarity, but they are not victims of those things, but because they are white. Those issues are a symptom of a larger dysfunction due to an incapacitated state run by kleptocrats trying to enforce neoliberalism on an increasingly dysfunctional economy. So it's quite important to say that the myth of white genocide has no basis in reality. However, South Africa is facing crises, the three crises of mass unemployment, of inequality, and of poverty. And those results from the choices, the bad policy choices that the ANC has made since 1996, which is essentially an abiding commitment to neoliberal policy, the kinds of policies which are causing the crises that we see in the United States and in many parts of the world as well.
I wanted to go back to Professor Herman Wasserman. Here in the United States, powerful group of men around Trump, known often as the PayPal Mafia, co-founders and members of PayPal, extend to apartheid South Africa. Its members, Elon Musk, co-founder of PayPal, with Peter Thiel, along with David Sachs and Roloff Botha. So you have this situation where most refugees in the world are not allowed into the United States right now, where refugees are being thrown out of the United States. But you have this group on Monday of 59 white South African Afrikaners arriving in the United States after being granted refugee status. Can you talk about the small group around Trump and what they mean for Trump's worldview right now and what it means that these refugees are brought here? Did it get much attention in South Africa?
That's where the
I shouldn't say refugees, but these white South African Afrikaners.
Yes, I think many South African media outlets refer to these refugees in inverted commas because I think that is the general understanding that they are not really refugees. As you have pointed out, it flies in the face of the really dire and tragic circumstances that many people around the world live under, and that would be much more eligible for refugee status. In fact, as Andile has pointed out, this whole refugee status is based on disinformation. It's based on a disinformation campaign. And so some of it, it's hard, of course, to pinpoint exactly what happened first. One could argue that some of these white former South Africans around Donald Trump would have had his ear and would have maybe helped him tap into this sort of narrative of white persecution. They also represent to him responses. But I think by and large, people recognize that this has no basis in reality. As Andile said, this is based on a disinformation campaign. Some of the conservative elements in the society might find that now somebody has listened to their complaints and taken that seriously. But anybody who really has their basis in factual reality would know that this is a ruse, that this is a disinformation campaign, and Trump is using them as very closely with criticism of South Africa for taking Israel to the ICJ. So this can clearly also be seen as a message to South Africa to punish them for their stance on Israel and Israel's war on Gaza and the US's involvement and support of that war. So I think one has to understand that this is, although this group of Afrikaners might be the tokens, might be the people propped up in front of the cameras in this media event, that they are actually pawns and props in a much larger domestic and geopolitical political campaign for Trump, and also domestically in South Africa for a group of Afrikaners who actually do not have any intention to leave. AfriForum and these groups said that they do not want to leave. In other words, this is really a power play for them domestically as well, to force the South African government to take their complaints more seriously, to take their claims to privilege more seriously. So it is not really about that group of 49 or however refugees.
And of course, the U.S. threw out the South African ambassador to the United States as well, as President Trump goes after universities that talk about structural and historical racism.
Right. All right, family. All right. I want to read something that I found that seen in the newspaper real quick. This is how we get leapfrogged over again for a protection bill. Okay. The Kelly Loving Act. Yeah. I couldn't find the original fucking article, but I looked. Trust me, I looked. But this is another one, okay? So I'm gonna read it to you via the phone. It's just another way that black people don't have a protection bill or anything like that, okay? We don't have a hate crime bill. We don't have a sanctuary. There's no protections, for FBA, at all, especially in Colorado. So this comes, okay, so it says it says lawsuit filed over the Kelly Loving Act that was passed this week. Multiple groups are suing the state of Colorado over the Kelly Loving Act, only days after Governor Jared Polis made it a law. That's our governor. He has a husband. The new law expands transgender protections in Colorado, with those behind the suit claiming it violates free speech and parental rights. What's at stake here is the protections for transgender Coloradans, said Ollie Glessner, Communications and Advocacy Director for Inside Out. I don't know what the fuck that is. The Kelly Loving Act is named after a transgender woman who was killed in 2022 during the Club Q shooting in Colorado Springs. Under the new law, unintentionally misgendering or dead naming someone is considered a discriminatory act. Whatever the fuck, all that.
Call them by their actual name.
They call them by their actual name.
And they were born there. Forgive them.
It's discriminatory. What?
Yeah, that shit's weird.
So misgendering or dead naming, like, so you're wearing a dress and you got a wig on and a beard. You see the confusion, right? All right. You should say, ma'am, sir. You gotta ask them what. Nah, fuck all that.
They're including the pronouns in the shit too.
This shit's stupid as hell, right? So the bill should have never been written, said Darcy Schoening, and a member of Moms for Liberty. Ooh. The Kelly Loving Act has been, that's the white Karens that always got to put their nose in shit. The Kelly Loving Act has been a controversial discussion topic since it was proposed. It is heading to the court after parent advocacy groups filed a lawsuit to make sure the law does not go into effect. Colorado now is passing these laws to make sure that we keep our protections in state no matter what. And not only that, but we also expand them to some of the things that are under attack right now, said Glessner. But some parents do not agree with how the new law will affect their children. My daughter doesn't have the ability to choose who she shares her safe spaces with, said Schoening. The Kelly Loving Act aims to reinforce existing transgender rights. The act allows a person's chosen name to qualify as a gender expression, which is protected under the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Law Act. That means if a person intentionally misgender or dead names a transgender person, they are breaking the law. That could be anything, cuz. That could be anything. Like, I could run into a motherfucker I met at school. No, his name was Jerome, and now his name is Janine. But I don't know that. I'm like, hey, Jerome. Because he's dressed like, like fucking dressed down or something. And he just looked like, But all of a sudden, motherfucker, you think you really throw your ass in jail? I dare you to come after me for telling the truth, for calling a man, said Schoening. Facts. When Glessner first changed their name, they said it was hard on their parents to understand at first. When I changed my name, I know it was really difficult for my family because they had named me for a purpose, and that purpose they seemed lost or changed for them. Yeah, they said. The group defending education behind the lawsuit filed on behalf of the Colorado Parents Advocacy Network and Protect Kids groups, and they think that the law could violate the First and 14th Amendment rights. To compel somebody to refer to somebody as a gender that they're not and say that it's criminal is if the person doesn't do it, it is a dangerous precedent, said Shoney. But Glessner said it's not compelled speech. Instead, it's respect. People will say that making them call someone by their chosen name or pronouns is compelled speech, and frankly, nothing else in our society operates that way. Right. The new act would also impact schools setting new requirements for dress codes and bathrooms for school districts to follow. When you take rights and you say, my feelings are now more important than those of a child or a parent or a family member, and a law should be written for my feelings, said Shoney. Your feelings are valid if you're grieving the loss of what you hoped for your child, said Glessner. State Attorney General Phil Weisner, who was named in the lawsuit, said he is not commenting at this time, and neither is Governor Jared Polis. Okay, that's kind of cowardly. I want to read one more real quick. Well, I want to read this one. Okay, let's see. Hopefully a paywall won't come up. All right. Reverend Al Sharpton condemns current black leaders for having Negro amnesia. Civil rights activist Reverend Al Sharpton calling out current leaders of the black community for having Negro amnesia and failing to recognize the efforts of the trailblazers that came before them. Al Sharpton delivered a keynote address during the Interfaith Prayer Breakfast at a nonpartisan event featuring Christian, Jewish, and Muslim clergy members in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Sharpton accused black leaders of showing off their success without giving credit to past struggles and the pioneers who preceded them. We've got a generation that doesn't want to be tested, Sharpton said. If we're going to turn this country around, we're going to have to come back together. Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker echoed Sharpton's sentiments, outlining the three tools, including nonviolent protests, court cases, and voting, that black leaders once used to push the civil rights movement forward. I'm proud to be here because you were one of my teachers. One of my teachers, Parker said. You were out front before it was a thing to do, before it became a sexy thing to do. Since when is it sexy? Protest. Sharpton also called out leaders separating religion from politics, saying that he believes the two go hand in hand, and the Bible details stories of struggle overcoming oppression. Civil rights leader also cited the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson and Philadelphia's late Leon Sullivan to combat against Negro amnesia. Sharpton announced that he would be holding a march on Wall Street in New York on August 28th for 62nd anniversary of the March on Washington. Negro amnesia. I don't know how he gets away with saying that shit. Let me see if I have one more. Pretty much done. I'm pretty much upset with how things are going. Basically, cutting everything right now. So we're just playing it by ear. Let's see if I don't want to read any more racist shit. I do want to read one thing about the mayor. The new mayor, the one that we have here. We've been saying that he's a piece of shit and a liar. Very much so a liar. And he cost the state, man, they're gonna vote on that thing next week, huh? The Western Stock Show. Hold on. If I can't find it in 2 more seconds, I'll give up. All right. Well, basically, he cost them $250,000 when he went up to Congress, and they have it set up for like $2 million. But I'm like, God damn, dude. You know you needed it because you know you needed a lawyer because you're guilty. I was surprised it didn't go anywhere after that. You know what I mean? And so we've been working behind the scenes, like, you know, heavily. I want to fire everybody. And I got questions. I got lots of questions. Like, why are there so many dead people? I can't find a family. I'm looking though. I'm looking. I can't find it. All right, I'm done looking now. Okay, sorry, I'm all up in the camera. Back this track a little bit. Thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. I hope you learned a lot. Glad we went over the Diddy trial. That was the audio. It's a lot of audio. Glad you got to catch up on that. Really didn't go over the salacious shit that they be talking about on TMZ and stuff, because I don't really like TMZ. So, but not that they didn't cover a lot of shit. It's getting late, so the sun's starting to come up. Anywho, thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. I'll probably be back sometime later in a couple of days. We'll see. Maybe in a couple of days. I'll see. Jesse, let me use the laptop again. So I'll be, reading and watching stuff. And later on, I'll probably be doing a video on the Frontline Black News or the Revolutionary Agenda for my phone for an event. I'm gonna be filming it because Jesse's gonna go to one on the other side of town. I'm gonna go to one. So yeah, keep Jay Millie in our black prayers. He's going through something. So yeah, keep him in our prayers. Stay black. Obviously, stay dangerous. Behave yourselves and have a good day. Have a really fucking good day, and don't take no shit. So I'm gonna go do something with this motherfucking hair, and yeah, be looking out for the short. Well, they're probably won't be short videos, but be looking out for them. Make sure nobody was there. I want to thank everybody that joined the chat, which is Jesse, Jay, Mac, Shabaka, and Ray. That was all that was in here. Just double check. Yeah. Double check. So yep. Thanks for everybody who's watched. Thanks for everybody who shared. It was fun. I enjoyed myself immensely. And I'll see you guys here in a couple of days. Stay tuned for our regular scheduled programming, which would be Frontline Black News on Saturday. Yeah, Online Black News on Saturday, so at our usually scheduled hour 10. And keep in mind that Jesse will be shooting one of the events too. So yeah, so stay tuned because we're going to be trying to cover a lot of the shenanigans that they're about to tell us about. More lies upon lies upon lies and passing the buck. So anyway, stay black, stay dangerous, have a good breakfast, and we'll see each other soon. Thanks for watching The Revolutionary Agenda. And screen.